Hello everyone, I welcome you all to the Intellipaat's YouTube channel. In today's video, we will be learning everything about social media marketing.
But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us.
Now let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Digital Marketing. Post that, we will tell you what is social media marketing and what are the types of social media marketing. Then we'll move on to how to increase Facebook and Instagram followers. Post that, we'll be learning about podcast and video marketing, followed by a case study to give you a better understanding of the subject. After that, we will tell you how to make a career in digital marketing, followed by digital marketing interview questions and answers to help you crack digital marketing interview very easily. So guys, this is the agenda. This session is a must watch for each and everyone who wishes to learn digital marketing and also to everyone who wants to grow their business digitally. So guys, without any further ado, let's get started.
All over the world, digital media spread is contributing 15% to the overall advertising. Digital media techniques are helping business enterprises spread its wings to face the challenges of the day. Gone are those days when we used to billboards for advancing our business interests. Business flourishes when we capture the attention of people. This is why Google and Facebook generate more income than any traditional advertising agency. Digital marketing has become an umbrella term for a wide variety of channels of marketing such as mobile applications, social media, web applications, email, search engines, or any new digital channel. It all narrows down to a much simpler definition that digital marketing is a form of marketing that involves electronic devices. As per TRAI, the number of smartphone users is expected to reach 442 million by 2022. This in turn implies that online market demand will surge. The job portals in India predict that there will be around 70 lakh job openings by 2025. Around 91% of top recruiters consider certification as a major criteria for hiring into the field. 48% offer higher packages for certified candidates. According to Goldman Sachs report, the digital marketing future in the Indian internet industry alone is going to be worth $160 billion by 2025, which is thrice from its current value. That makes us aware of the scope of digital marketing in India and digital marketing as an in-demand job. To enter a marketing field, apart from technical skills, you must have 3 C's: communication skills, creativity, and critical thinking. These 3 are important. Marketing is a way of communicating to customers, so proper communication is a must. To keep updated with new ideas and come up with new adaptations, creativity is much needed. Critical thinking makes you think clearly and rationally and also helps you understand the logical connection between ideas. In United States, digital media managers earn an average income of $72,015 per year that can rise up to $111,000 per year. Digital marketing managers in India earn on an average of 5,48,000 per year, which can increase up to 10 lakhs per year.
So social media is very interesting, right? This probably did not exist a few years ago, correct? People start conversing digitally. Now the speed with which you can reach a person, the number of people you can talk to at one point of time, the flow of information, the flow of conversations changed drastically after social media came, correct? And within social itself, there are a lot of different models. And I will take Facebook, which is the most, probably one of the most holistic social media platforms to explain this. So on Facebook, you might talk to your friends one-on-one, correct? There is a private conversation that you can have. Like for example, there is Michelle here. Michelle could have a private conversation with Rahul, correct? Rahul could share something with Michelle and Manisha, just clearly saying that, Acha, these are the 2 people I want to share this to specifically, by making a chat group, right? Or all of us could build a Facebook group where all of us could post our content, and any of us could pitch in to share doubts. Or there could be a social media post where I make a social media post, I put up on Facebook, and it's open for the world to read. So there are so many different ways in which information can flow, right? And sometimes understanding social media is all about understanding that physics. Think of yourself as an engineer. When you try to design a solution as an engineer, you're trying to build a model as to, okay, how things work, how things move within this environment. Correct? Now think of yourself as an engineer or scientist looking at a social media strategy. Now, when you strategize and try to relate your business goals to your social media strategy, you should try to understand how this system behaves. Correct? And then visualize it. Sometimes just thinking like a scientist, engineer really helps in this domain. Because, social media's issue is that everyone thinks they are a master at it. People, if you go to your local gym also, he will have all kinds of profile. They will be doing everything. They might be using the wrong channel to reach the wrong customer. The customer might feel irritated. Everyone's doing social, but they're all potentially doing it either incorrectly or using the wrong channel for the wrong task. All of that happens because we are not able to we don't understand the fundamental product. And that is a very important aspect. And Google was a wonderfully successful company digitally prior to Google Plus. Correct? It was doing wonderful at search, so many successful products. But when it tried to crack one particular dynamics, particular flow of information, they failed miserably because people already had, let's say, Facebook to do some of those tasks or Instagram to do some of those tasks. So remember, any platform is a summation of all the things that it can do. Correct? So like Facebook, you understood the example of how Facebook had about 6, 7, 8 different models. Same way, all platforms are a mix of these things. So okay, now I'll break this down. So when Facebook shamelessly copies our reels from, let's say, a TikTok, what does Facebook try to do? Facebook figured that within video platforms, there is this short form content, which is a one-to-many model where people are willing to just share it either to their many followers or they are willing to share it in an open manner where anyone can see it. Correct? So what does Facebook do? Facebook look at its own system and figure out where is this one-to-many video format missing in Facebook's charter, and will slowly bring in a product that will fill that hole. So this is the overall physics that we are trying to understand. And why do we think like an engineer? Because we want to be scientific in everything we do, right? So I've already kind of like discussed what social media is, and people use words like social networks, social channels, social platforms. It's tough to kind of like define it in an exact manner, but when you see one, wow, right? Now this is a social media landscape. I don't know how you can zoom in, but it's so difficult to really comprehend this because there are so many different platforms and each of it have a different purpose, a different vision, right? So if you see, there are pure play social network like Facebook, MySpace, Google Plus. We discussed how, they had, I'm just gonna use the annotation, right? So if you notice here, you can see there is the Facebook, MySpace, Google Plus universe. At the same time, there is the Twitter universe, correct? Then there is a Quora or answers.com or Yahoo Answers. All of this serve different functions. They're all social in nature, but they may have a different purpose, a value, a different structure to the community. Now, whenever you're evaluating any of these platforms, try to understand the basic structure that's involved. So you can come back to this wagon wheel and you can understand where each of this platform is placed. And all of them will have one common set of behavior, correct? So why do you think Facebook succeeded, but MySpace and Google Plus did not? Why do you think that happened? We're all engineers. We're all born curious scientific, scientists. When we are kids, we are all scientists. Then we forget to ask questions. What we will prompt you is to start asking more questions. So here, if you notice, what happened? Initially, there was MySpace. Facebook came, and in that space, Facebook was better at MySpace, and they replaced MySpace. And Facebook was already so well established that Google Plus could not make a mark, and it failed. Coming to that, the overall point to understand is the takeaway that all of you should do is this. Whenever you are thinking of a platform, if you start thinking of it in Acha, TikTok hai, usme shorter videos hai, I can share, I cannot share, or I can share to other platforms. Very often we are thinking too platform centric. Got it? But we should think very people centric. Who is the person who is using that app? And when I am, let's say, giving him a content in a particular placement, or even running an advertisement in a particular placement, what is the mindset that I'm speaking to? And if you are able to crack that, half your job is done. Okay, then you will, don't worry, in your work domain, you'll obviously have colleagues, you might be working with an agency, they may find out more technicals, or if you don't know a technical detail, you might actually learn it while you set up the campaign, or you might get some suggestions from the platform itself. But where we should have maximum of our intelligence is in terms of identifying each platform, because each platform might think they are successful at something, but may not be successful at that. They may say that, our platform is awesome. You put an ad here, people have captive audience, they're going to watch this ad with a lot of interest. That might be their plan, but maybe that particular app is not very successful at that, right? So sometimes to have that neutral perspective, we should use these models. So right now, if I start spending too much time on these, some of these apps that you may not be able to relate, it might become slightly difficult. But what you should do is, when we complete this course, which will take about 4 hours on social channels, you should come back and look at this wheel again. All right? Promise me that you will come back to this wheel and spend a ridiculous amount of time on this. So we'll just move on and get into the, this is an aspect. So some of you guys discussed about pages and stuff, right? So this is more of an investment aspect of looking at social media. Right? So when you get on a social media as a business, what are the benefits that it brings you? And there also some patterns actually help. Okay. Like for example, I'm going to discuss a very non-digital property. Okay. To help you guys land this idea. Think of television. Okay. I'm not talking even a digital aspect. TV you may have noticed in IPL, whenever you're viewing IPL, what's your habit? If you are a cricket enthusiast, you will go watch it every day, correct? Or most days. So if a brand wants to advertise to you, it's very easy to have a continuous conversation with you. Got it? Yeah. But let's say if the brand wants to advertise on, let's say there are some serials which come only on a Saturday evening, a Dance India Dance or something. There it's not easy to have a continuous conversation, because you might catch the user today, but the next time he loves you, he loves your show. But the next time you put an ad over there, it may happen only 1 week later. Got it? That's a very non-digital example. Same way, in social media also, there is this frequency, time, etc. that people spend. And all of these are important factors in terms of determining which is a social media for the right task. Next is usefulness of data. Trust me, the more you know about your user, either you can serve him ads, monetize it, etc. Like, for example, when it's Ola app, right? And again, I'm taking a non-marketing example to help you understand. When you start taking rides on your Ola app or Uber app, they start understanding where you live, right? Or what is your price sensitivity? Or how much do you travel? Or what is your attitude towards waiting for the cab? All of this helps them in pitching better products to you. Now, that is just one app understanding one behavior of you. But in social media, it probably knows more about you than you know about yourself. Correct? And all of this information means that They can either share this data somewhere in a privacy protocol protected manner and make money. A lot of other things are there. I'm not getting into the details because data monetization is a very complicated topic, right? And we spoke about non-disruption. So in some cases, like for example, Swiggy have done a lot of collaborations with multiple TikTok influencers in the past. Very often we make a TikTok reel, which is also entertaining, and all of this could happen. And is it disruptive? No, people are already like following them or reading up so that they get the content they want. And organically a brand is present there. And sometimes it could be advertising, sometimes it could be content, but you can reach them in a non-disruptive manner, right? Can you do this on television always? Yeah, if it's advertising, probably not. But in content, you can do a little bit, not a lot, but thoda kar sakte, correct? Like for example, I could be present on a food show, on let's say food channel, right? Or I can come on Khana Khazana and have Sanjeev Kapoor talk about my brand. And as long as it's not very pushy, I can work with. So remember, a lot of these concepts actually exist even in the non-social media world. But when it comes to social media, it works out in a much more amplified manner or in a much more, how do I say that, monetizable manner, right? That's one more thing that I want you guys to think about, right? Like, unfortunately, in our overall word cloud that we see in TV and media and everything, a lot of conversations happen which are very argumentative. Acha, ye acha kar sakta hai, wo kar sakta hai, correct? But when we get to an academic or a student's mindset to decode it, correct? We should not ever ask, acha, ye behtar hai ya wo behtar hai. Okay? It should always be, how do we make this work together? Correct? Or what are the common features? What are the differences? What is better is almost irrelevant because it varies so much back to your objective. So remember where we started from? We spoke about objective. Correct? So even now, one more thing that you should always keep in mind is there's no question like, acha, even is Facebook better or YouTube better? Or even Instagram better or Facebook better? Got it? Always remember they belong to different spaces and our aim is to see how to make it work together. Yeah. And the greatest skill of any marketer is to make sure that how do I make all these channels work together? And not even just saying advertising in all channels work together. It's about making advertising work, content work, got it? All of those aspects. And those multi-dimensions will slowly add on, right? And this is the aspect that is listed next. The coordination, the very fact that you can kind of like do multiple things together and it can lead to greater synergies, right? So the sum of the parts is greater than just the individual parts, right? So that additional synergy benefits is something that we can come up. We get a lot of insights on what our competition is doing. That can also help us like really, adjust our overall strategy. Okay, so I'm just gonna step into the more technical aspects of it. All right. So we're gonna, I'm timing a little, then hence therefore I'm just skipping in and moving on. So this is the aspect that we discussed, right? We spoke a lot about strategy and what are the strengths that can come through. All of you had an idea. And if you remember when I started the conversation, I spoke about, hey, it's not a scenario where you go to all companies and they are giving you a clean slate to start with. Very often, you may have committed some mistakes, your peers may have, or leaders may have. Therefore, there are a lot of these problems, lack of planning that will kind of jut out whenever you go into any social media role, right? And very often understanding those problems and addressing that is a very, very important factor. But right now, do not worry about, hey, how to correct. Before you learn, let's say, for example, before you want to learn choreography a song and try to understand what somebody is doing wrong, you may want to learn the right choreography, correct? The right steps first. So that's what we're going to do into this, right? And we get into some of these aspects of it, right? Yeah, read through. Take the example of Acco Insurance. Are you familiar with Acco? Think of Acco, and for the ease of conversation, I'm just going to limit it into just 3 channels: Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Okay. And how do you think you can define the goals for these 3 platforms for a company like Acco? Now, if you notice, this is the overall strategy deck. Got it? It's a strategy deck. So this is a larger outline of what will you do for each platform. So if you have noticed in how some of you articulated it, always it was linked to how serious that platform is, or what kind of people use it, or what kind of usage, what kind of mindset do they use, right? Or what is the kind of creative? Some of them spoke about short videos, right? All of this, right? There are so many factors while you decide, while you look at these platforms and clearly say, Acha, I'm going to use this, and not anymore, right? And some of those can look inorganic also. Like, for example, let's say you are a health insurance provider, right? And you start using, let's say you are a health insurance provider, and you start using Snapchat, and in Snapchat, you do a lot of silly filters or silly communications. Now, for someone who handles something as important as your health insurance, do you think a silly, and I'm not saying, I'm not contradicting anything you guys said, I'm just taking, it might work for Acco. Acco is in general insurance, but I'm just taking health as a category just to drive a point home, okay? So imagine you're in health category, you go on Snapchat and you have a lot of filters that look unserious. And you are mostly pitching this to teenagers who have the least worry about health. Correct? They don't even think about health insurance. Who would realistically buy a health insurance? Anyone who's employed, probably worried about their senior family members, or a senior family member buying for himself, etc. Correct? So very often we also have to see, hey, how will that service brand be perceived while executing a particular strategy on each of the social channels. Second aspect is that although social channels, eventually the purpose is to build a business goal, we should also look at it and say, is it short-term business or long-term business? Got it? Like, for example, when you have a great social media campaign from Nike, and let's say Nike starts addressing racism or inequality in their social media campaign, you would absolutely love Nike for doing it, right? You would probably share it. You would agree with their views, because I think most of us would hate, the concept of racism being rampant in our society, right? And we have that love and respect for Nike. Now, will Nike put a ad right below, let's say a CTA button, a call to action button, which asks people to buy a shoe? Why? Because they are doing a long-term brand building. So that's also a very tricky part. So you could have one channel, but even within that channel, there could be various goals that are met with various campaigns. One, got it? Second aspect is also advertising versus content. By that, I will just summarize. Like, for example, if I take, a channel like Facebook, right? And you might know RBCJ or Mad Over Marketing. Do you think they're on advertising on Facebook? They just put content, and that content is the hero, correct? But let's say a brand like, I'm taking an example, Uber. Uber comes and puts up a post. Do you think people specifically follow Uber for content? So an Uber ad to reach me an Uber communication to reach me, Uber may have to use it as an advertisement, correct? They may need to go with an advertising first strategy. Whereas some platforms might be in a content first strategy. And when some content is very strong, they may not need an advertising, right? But to create that strong content also may take crores of rupees, correct? It's not like it comes free, correct? So Nike, when it does their anti-racism campaign, might recruit the priciest player in NFL or NBA and use them, right? And it's because they created such an exquisite content. They're able to push without pushing marketing money into it, right? As in like advertising money into it. So all of these aspects come in. These are all slightly complicated spaces, and social media can get confusing. So if one of the students themselves said in the beginning, right? Mark Zuckerberg started this as something for connections, but later he started monetizing it. Correct? And you might all have heard this thing, content doesn't even reach their followers, because every follower has subscribed, are probably following 500 different brands. So that doesn't even go into the content. You have to still advertise to reach people. So all of these complications are there. And like I said, in the end, these are profit-making corporations. So they will all try to monetize. That is a tough line to understand. And when we go through some details, you will understand and how these are different. Yeah. You will understand 25% of it from this class, 75% from what you do as a follow-up. You know, when you, like, if you remember the strategy, I spoke about how you have to observe things around you, right? When you observe, when you learn, you will decode that slowly. And trust me, even today, even within my surround teams, there are people who get confused. You know, what is advertising versus what is social engagement-led campaigns? Trust me, even leaders get confused, and that's okay. All right, so we'll just get into this aspect. Now, first of them is defining your target audience, coming with a definition of, in terms of their interests, you know, what do they want to do? What do they like to understand? Like if I were to take the Swiggy example of talking about convenience to homemakers and families, it's about identifying that family ecosystem, you know, and trust me, it's not always possible to reach the exact person with 100% accuracy, because people are also different. They change, all of that happens. But either at age, demographics, psychographics, you know, in terms of where they are, in terms of their purchase funnel, are they aware, not aware? There are so many things, ways to define your target audience. I'm just gonna skip over. That is one strategy. Second is having a strong editorial calendar. So whenever you are drafting a social strategy, it's not only your audience, but you know, just remember the concept of multimedia marketing. It's not about what are you saying or to whom you are saying. It's about when you are saying, that also matters. Correct? So for example, when lockdown had happened, imagine someone came with a very celebratory message when we were all afraid and people were dying. You would hate it. Correct? But you know, in the context of a Diwali, some celebratory message comes. You love it, right? So that's why it's important to have an editorial calendar. And I'll give you a simple example. I gave very black and white example in the beginning, but think of any of your favorite brands like Tanishq. You are familiar with Tanishq? Have you noticed when do Tanishq release most of their ads? But if you notice, they're all married to Akshay Tritiya, where this specifically a purchase happens, correct? Yes. They may not even pitch a product. They may just come and talk something which is like a nice content. So in fact, I know a lot of people who worked on those campaigns, because some of those guys work with us also, you know, on Swiggy. But yeah, so that's actually very interesting, right? So that calendar matters a lot. Or you may have seen Mother's Day ads. When do they come out? First, did you notice? On March 29th, 30th, all this April Fool ads started coming. So that's the importance of having a calendar and marrying your strategy to that particular calendar. And that will ensure that, you know, your communications go live on time. You have a great creative, a creative that, you know, resonates with the messaging relevant for that time. And why this is so important is, imagine you have prepared a Mother's Day creative and the production doesn't finish on Mother's Day. You miss the deadline. Can you even launch a campaign?
No.
You will probably not be able to launch a campaign in such a scenario, right? That's why that planning is so important. Now, one more thing here is, I want, now this we are going slightly platform specific. Okay. I want all of you to start opening your Facebook profile, go to Facebook and try to replicate what is being shown here. Okay, a lot of this might be visual. This is just to get some perspective of these dashboards and logins. Sure. All of you are able to order food on Swiggy. Nobody, you know, you want to order veg pulav and, you know, you get lost, or you wanted to order veg pulav, you order in the end up order palak paneer. Do you make mistakes like that? None of you make a mistake like that. But when you started using Swiggy for the first time, maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago, did it take some time to click, or Swiggy or Zomato, whatever? Over a period, you became masters of it, right? So any tool, you are doing the same thing only. So whenever you take an ad live on AdWords or Facebook, you're actually doing a simple bits of clicks, right? And there is a reason why we Indians have this fear of things going wrong. And I will tell you where that came from, right? So you may have noticed these days profiles like user experience designer or UX researcher or product designer are very common, correct? A lot of people are working in this mobile app environment, website environment, and a lot of talented people are in it. But when all of us were just younger and just starting out with any of, whether using a smartphone or cell phone, those days, these technologies were not that evolved. People had not evolved properly. So those days, I am very sure that if you had played a game on phone 10 years ago, it was much more difficult to understand that game. It was not as intuitive as today. Is that right? So most of us, or unless you are 18 or below, most of us actually started getting exposure to these digital systems in a world where most of the sciences were very underdeveloped. So I am using the word, it was intuitive. Got it? So we go to a dashboard. The dashboard, to figure out what to do on that dashboard, we may have to call somebody else who knows that dashboard and then use it. Correct? All the things are almost intuitive. You start using, you hover around, you figure out how to use it. Correct? Even if you make a mistake, someone has smartly built a code to question yourself, are you sure this is right? Correct? So the same thing works with all these platforms. Okay, when you start, it might be intimidating. I have started using Facebook at the time when it had just launched in India. Today, you guys go open Facebook, you will see so many different marketing objectives. Whose time that product was not very developed. Okay, it was a much more fundamental product. Even then, it was so difficult to use. But I slowly figured it out. And once it clicked, so there might be times when I have not used that platform for 12 months, but I see my juniors have messed up something. I just open up the dashboard because these guys are stuck and almost immediately I have an answer, right? Or programmatic. In programmatic, there are multiple number of DSPs. Just like Facebook is an advertising platform, for general media buying, you use programmatic. Do not worry what that is. But if you know one programmatic ad platform, let's say Trade Desk, you can go use MediaMath, Adobe Ad Cloud, any of it quite easily. It takes only 1 or 2 days to adjust. Why? Because all these things have become more intuitive. So if you understand the audience, the science, the tech that is happening behind, do not get worried about these dashboards, okay? Unfortunately, anyone who's about 20, because we all lived in a generation when this tech was also not there, right? It's not like, or 5. Those little concerns come up, but never get worried with any of these dashboards. Today itself, go spend some time on Facebook, and Facebook itself will guide you to a Facebook Business Manager where it will teach you a lot of things. There are YouTube videos housed within Facebook or Instagram itself trying to teach you how to use various features, etc. So whenever you have a confusion, you can literally refer to a video and implement that like to like in your systems. Now, second larger thought that I want to put you guys together to is, have you tried doing a Google Ad certification? So what does Google, Facebook want to do? If you look at Facebook, Google today, it prompts even normal users to try that 2000 rupee ad credit. If you are listed as a business owner, if you have marked something on Google Maps and you're using Google for business product, it will give you that 2000 rupees and ask you to start advertising. All these platforms want everyone, because more people understand their platform, more people will learn it. Sure. I'll give you an example. MediaMath versus Facebook. For every 100 people who finds Facebook, there are only like maybe 5 people who knows MediaMath. Yeah, but MediaMath is also a very big player in the ecosystem. Why? Because Facebook has managed to convert so many of their regular users into advertisers, which, let's say, some very advertising specific players will not be able to do. So it's very simple. There are 2 facts that I have established. One is that do not be afraid of any of these platforms. Got it? My job is not to sit together and go through and teach you guys Facebook out and out through every user interface. Correct? And some of it may need live campaigns also. Correct? So you will learn it only when you get there and you see through that growth phase or campaigning phase. Trust me, there are people who may have worked on Facebook for 3 years, but they may not have worked on one particular objective within Facebook campaigns. All of this happens. Got it? So that's the first thing that I want you to learn. All of these are easy and all of you can learn it. You can become all masters of it. And just let's say you don't even remember it. You can almost just keep the dashboard open, go find a video, figure out how to do, what to do, and you can do it. So it's intuitive. There's a lot of education. It's free. All of that comes. Yeah. Now, second aspect is the one that I spoke about, right? One, it's too easy to learn. Second is all these platforms want you to learn, and they will therefore make all resources available to you, right? And make it as less and less intimidating for you. So if you have that attitude in mind, all of you can go absolutely kill it. Now, do you guys feel much more confident than maybe 10 minutes ago about this topic? Do you guys feel a lot more confident than the beginning of the class in terms of learning some of this? You can ping in the chat window. So that's the aspect that you have to keep in mind, right? And we're going to just run through a few visuals. This is the first aspect, that of a Facebook page. These are owned by a particular business or a non-profit organization. So this is basically an entity, not a person. Now, what I want you to pay careful attention to is, if you guys have not created a business page yet, try to do some meaningful work on this front. So you might have a friend who's running a business, or your father may have a business, but it may not have a Facebook page, right? Go create that Facebook page. When you create that Facebook page, you will know what content to put. How much information do people seek in terms when they come to a Facebook page, right? All of that, try to do that for one business. This is a great assignment that you can do. And you can even take money for this, right? If you're someone who's good at picking the right stock photos, or you're someone who's a good photographer and can click some photos of your on your phone or an SLR, you can talk to some folks around and set up the Facebook page for them. A neat, clean, beautiful looking Facebook page. Trust me, some of the entrepreneurs may not even know English, to open a Facebook page. You could help them out, right? And that's a very useful activity that you can do. Very easy to learn. Doesn't cost you any money. I know that all of you have a Facebook profile. Therefore, you have created a Facebook profile. But when you actually start this Facebook page is when you start realizing the differences between the two. Can I send a friend request from a Facebook page? Because it's a business. You can invite somebody to come and like it, or people can come and like it. Or one more thing you may have noticed is that there are social media plugins. So on your website, you could have a plugin. So you will notice that plugin. So whenever you go to any website, just search. They would have linked the Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, GitHub, etc. to the website. Now, here one more thing to notice is that pages are typically public. Why? Because I have a page because I want to tell more people about it. Correct? Whereas profiles there are so many privacy testing settings. I'm not getting to explain. You guys are clear of what this is. Now, next thing is the concept of boosting. Okay. So here's one thing to notice. Boosting is actually a subset of advertising. This is a very careful point to note. Advertising is usually very complicated, okay? Because, for example, advertising can be for about 9 to 12 different objectives based on what are the features available to your advertising account. Okay? And Facebook advertising is very nuanced. For example, even within Swiggy, there is one set of teams who are experts at driving installs or traffic. There's one set of team who's experts at driving engagement. There's another set of team who are experts at driving orders, and another set of team who are experts at driving brand awareness. Now think of it, it is one platform, but to use it for various skills, you need almost different kind of thinking and different kind of skills because it's such a huge environment. Okay. Now, boosting is one tiny, weeny feature within that entire advertising universe, but it is the easiest for all of us to understand. And most of us, including me and most people I know, started our career, in paid advertising by boosting a post. Because boosting a post is easy. So when you have a page, whenever you put up a post, you will get an option to boost. And Facebook itself, like I said, what did I say in the beginning? All these platforms want you guys to learn. Yeah. So they will slowly give you 1 hint, 2 hint, 3 hint, and get you to spend some money and boost a post. There you can set some targeting. So you cannot do too many optimizations there, or you cannot run it like a campaign. An interesting bit is you can set a boost as a campaign also. There's another way of setting up when you start from an ads manager, but do not think about it right now. But boost is a simple tool, which is the first step from content to advertising. Why I'm calling it advertising? Because you paid the money for somebody to see it, right? But none of us can boost our post, profile post. Think of the nuisance it will happen if, let's say, you allow all our friends to boost our personal post. What will happen? Already we have so many wedding albums in our profile. I'm sure some folks somewhere will boost their wedding photos, and then that will become a new trend. Yeah. And some uncle, let's say, who has some toxic opinion on something happening to, let's say, in the society, and he decides to put a post and then boost it. Very risky, right? So that's where, Facebook doesn't enable that to profiles, but they have kept it open for pages. And very often what happens whenever you set up a Facebook page, you can navigate to something called the business manager. Now you will see that in the UI here. Don't worry, when we slide through the deck, you will notice that.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp. B. LinkedIn. C. Facebook. D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, before we get into this, just mentioning something that all of you guys know. Facebook pages, correct? So pages could be created by celebrities, it could be created by brands, and over a period, people come and like, and all of us, and thus they build, more and more following. Yeah. And what are the aspects of Facebook page? All of this you might be familiar with. I would request you to just go through it once and try this feature when you get into creating your Facebook page for any of those businesses. Here you would notice that Facebook already wants to be a little bit of a Google with this. Okay. So if you notice, it was Google few years back, which used to have very much detailed pieces about business, reviews, etc. Over a period, Facebook also started adopting those features, correct? So if you go to a Facebook page of a company today, it will not only tell what are the ratings, what are the opinions, what are the feedback, it might even tell you how quickly that brand or business page even replies to a customer. It says replies within 1 day or a few minutes. All of those details it has come to. So there is this tab that you can click. So there is facebook.com/pages/create to create a page. So here you would see that interesting part. There can be posts, there can be stories, pages, ads. And if you notice, Facebook has clustered this in various ways in which it's easy for you to start that activity. Like some of you may have already used fundraisers, marketplace listing, etc. And it is that easy, right? So this is the create page ka UI. So we saw what are the elements that contribute a page. Same way, when you start the work, you will see a preview / like this. See, you will notice that Facebook itself is giving you guidance. Page name, it is telling you, acha, use this particular, it is already telling you to, like, giving you enough guidance so that you don't get things wrong. So just moving on. So this deck will be shared with you, and this has the specific actionables that you can go through. Okay, I'm not taking you through that right now because, for example, if I were to go to a Facebook page and create this, after every click of a button, it takes few seconds for us to even get to the next stage, correct? So it's a fairly lengthy process, so I cannot give you a live demo, but this is how you can set up. And some of the best practices, etc., are already detailed here. some general guidelines for you to work on the page is already listed here. Sure. And now these are a few best practices to follow in terms of content. So when you create for Facebook content, so I'm taking an example. For example, if it is Swiggy's Facebook content, you would always notice that it has something to do with food or delivery partners, correct? Or something that is happening in the market. Will Swiggy share something about, let's say, insurance as a category? Because it's not relevant to us, right? People like stories. If I just simply push some content out on Facebook saying that if I just keep putting content which is very salesy in nature, people would hate it, right? People like stories, people like visual storytelling. So, even in your creatives, you may have noticed there are carousels, there are posts, there are long format videos, there are videos that come in stream, as in like when you start going to Facebook Watch and start watching long format videos, some videos come there only, correct? Or some advertising may come in the middle of watching some other videos. So a lot of these aspects are there. And these are things that, one good thing you can, these are things that you can Google up and learn. But some short summary is added here for you to be clear. And why have we synthesized all of this? Because these are neutral perspectives, best practices outlined for you. To learn what is summarized in this one slide, you may have to probably read 20 different blogs, and maybe some of the blogs could also give you wrong information. So this serves us a little bit of a gospel truth for you guys to kind of like build your learnings on. Then comes the concept of Facebook groups. So there are aspects like, you can keep the groups closed, secret, all of this also have very specific. Now, this is the aspect of maximizing Facebook reach. Yeah. So in the end, these are all.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just tech-enabled systems. Correct? If Facebook starts pushing everybody's post everywhere, people would hate Facebook because I would start getting a lot of random relevant content. So it has to constantly observe and increase the reach of good quality content. And how do they understand if a content is good quality? It could be through the interaction that it gets, or it could be from, if people are watching a video longer, that could reach more people, right? Because it's clear that there is a higher degree of engagement on that video. So these are basics that some of you may already be aware of. That's also summarized here. So all the details about Facebook algorithms, etc. are here for you to refer. There is also a paid reach versus organic reach difference. Organic reach is things that you get without paying any money. So for example, let's say Swiggy puts up a post on Facebook, it will organically reach some of its followers. And if the followers start interacting with it, it may reach some of the friends of those followers, correct? That is usually the organic reach. Or if they start sharing it, it will start reaching other people. That is the organic reach. Whereas if I pay Google a money, if I pay Facebook a certain money, saying that for every impression, for every 1,000 impressions, I pay $100 or $200, either on an auction model or a fixed price model, that is called a paid reach. So this is the next aspect. So I'm just going to slowly move on. This is about advertising. So if you notice, the first half was more about putting a profile, more organic, content-led stuff, right? Now we are slowly crossing into the advertising territory. And you may have noticed, why do we do advertising? Because, it's not like, for example, Facebook has almost let's say if I take Bangalore, Facebook has about 80 lakh active users, right? I could have a marketing campaign where I want to reach as much of these guys as possible. And not all of them may have liked my page, or even if they have liked, let's say maybe 10,000 of them have liked, and in that 10,000, maybe 100 people will see my post, or 200 may see my post. Therefore, definitely to leverage reach, one has to pump in money, and that's advertising. And that's where Facebook brings money. And that's the other side of social media. Now, usually this vertical, when it goes to lot of hardcore budgets and marketing. You typically call it performance marketing or digital media marketing or paid advertising, various terms. All of that is, and you may have seen these ads also. So when these come into your feed, they look different from organic posts. Usually you will have a sponsored tag. Facebook will explicitly call out that it's an ad. And the central one, I'm just gonna, so this is how your typical feed will look like on desktop. So here, this is called your news feed, whatever is at your center. At the same time, there are these other placement also on the left of your screen. So even when you actually set up any ad, you can even pick which of the placements you want your ad to go to. Okay, so that is one feature that you will notice when you set up any ad. Same way, when you come to your page, Facebook will give you a lot of insights about who are your audience, what is the number of page views, how much reach did all your campaigns have, over the last period, likes. A lot of these details Facebook will organically furnish because that gives you more insights into what is working, what is not working, and get you guys to spend more. Now I'll move into the next platform called platform of Instagram. Okay, so this is the Instagram overview. Obviously, crazy numbers. It may not mean a lot to you guys just looking at them individually, but they're an insanely big product. Incredible growth over the years, and you would notice a lot of growth after Facebook acquisition, right? So a lot of the initial growth used to be organic. They figured it's a nice product, and Facebook brought them back into the ecosystem, and Facebook started pushing Instagram through Facebook's channels, and organically Instagram grew a lot over the years. So same way, Instagram also has 3 different kinds of accounts. You could have a business account, a personal account, or a themed account. A lot of the things that we discussed with respect to Facebook falls here as well. But one distinct feature about Instagram versus Facebook, one very clear feature is that Instagram doesn't have a share option. As in, you cannot share to a general newsfeed. You can share to a person one-on-one, right? Or one-to-many via messaging, or you can share it to another platform. But you cannot, let's say, it's not like Umesh shares something in his feed, like let's say Umesh shares Sunil's post, and that post becomes visible to Michelle or Mansi, right? So that's one primary difference. And one thing that I'll request all of you is that I know some of you may not be avid social media users, right? What you can do is that when these little dynamics changes comes up, that makes a lot of changes to the platform, right? If Facebook started replicating all its features to Instagram, what made Facebook successful may not make Instagram successful. People may find it irritating, annoying. So they would have some features which are restricted. They may have some new features, etc. And how do you guys kind of try to understand this better? Just go back to the wagon wheel. Remember, I showed you a wagon wheel at the end of the class. Revisit those wagon wheel. Try to map back and understand what each platforms stand for. What are the purpose? What kind of apps are they, right? So they could visually have some similarities. Some features could be similar, but the product philosophy can be drastically different. So, and one more thing I want to tell you guys is, all of you should definitely use Instagram. As digital marketers, we all have the freedom to say that, I'm not going to use this platform or that. But some platforms are so big that for our job, we have to do it. For example, I'll take my example. I personally have no interest in watching TV. I can watch all content on connected TV and over streaming, right? But so what do? I still pay my 300, 400, 500 bucks on Tata Sky, but I would still have that platform open. So all of us should have that willingness, and personally, I hate Facebook, but I keep Facebook so that I understand every product update. And I also see my ads, how they are when I want to see a demo, also I keep them So I request all of you to definitely have Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Snapchat, Twitter, all of this, you should become ardent users. Okay, so guys, so when it comes to brand, right? So I'll give you a very insider point of view to this. Okay. When I am, and I don't have to like explain how a person thinks when they put a post. I may just think, acha, this picture is very Instagrammy. It is, for example, a picture of a mountain, and I am on top of the mountain throwing a random post, very Instagram worthy, and I may just keep it exclusive to Instagram, right? And if I think that, acha, this may work on Facebook, okay, maybe I put it there. But Facebook may also have, but let's say if it's a video of me in a club, right? I may not put it on Facebook because Facebook could also have a higher older demographics over there, correct? So I may not, so that's my, I may not put it over there because it's unnecessary comments. All my relevant friends whom I want to reach or share this with meaningfully, they are already on Instagram. So for all of us, there are those personal decisions that's definitely there, right? And it works differently. Now, when I'm talking about insider, I'm talking about a brand side. Now, when, let's say I'm a brand, so like for example, here, I've taken Coca-Cola, Adidas, etc., some of the very well-known brands and their content. So one thing, so you may notice that sometimes some content works across Instagram and Facebook, but there are certain specific formats that may work only in one of the platforms. And Instagram is always, and Instagram ka feed, one more thing is that Instagram may, I follow people whom I really, really like, right? My feed is pristine. Trust me, in your Instagram feed, if you start seeing some pics that you don't like of a relative, you would simply unfollow him, correct? Or even if somebody follows you, it's not like you will see his content, right? You actively should show interest in seeing that person's content, and then only you can see that person's content. Unlike Facebook, etc. Facebook, of course, you can unfollow, but what happens is Instagram people are very selective about what they share, right? So Instagram feed is pristine. So for example, I go to Facebook, I get any random post from anybody. I don't really mind too much. I have accepted that Facebook is that way, right? It's more generic. But Instagram, I want to see beautiful pictures. Even if I follow, let's say, a celebrity I like, but he puts pictures that doesn't really stick with the aesthetics of Instagram, I may unfollow, correct? So that is the general consumer behavior. So when brands post on Instagram, that's when they are most conscious about what do they put out. So for example, whenever I put a video on Instagram from Swiggy, I want to make sure that there's a lot of thinking that went into it. It is fitting that audience. It's a nice conversation. Or you could see certain specific execution. So for example, if you look at the second page that's listed here, right? It's again a food brand. So you would see a grid post, correct? That post actually looks like a grid. And that grid post, and if you're familiar with grid posts, that's something very unique to Instagram. And people generally, when they see even one or two pieces of a big post, they organically understand that there is a larger grid post. So they will visit the page to see that post. So it serves a lot of purpose. Or on Instagram, you generally have, much more urban, young kind of like videos, not, very peppy, young content that you would want to put up there on Instagram. Instagram is easily the most important phase for cool brands, and you can put up stories, right? Instagram stories. So one more thing is that the filters that you have easily available on your profile page may not always be available for brands. Sometimes brands have to pay money. Got it? So sometimes you may have noticed in your Instagram feed, there is a filter that is designed by OnePlus, a OnePlus ka filter, or a Swiggy ka filter, or an Oppo filter, or Amazon filter, where they generate separate engagement and release these filters. In some cases, we may have to pay these platforms to push those filters out, right? Or we may have to co-create. And very often what happens is when there are these large brands, for example, I have a dedicated Facebook service team. I have a team of 4 or 5 people who services Swiggy's brand or media team. And we work with them specifically on this strategy. So it might sound very funny to you, but some of the interesting creative executions on Instagram or Facebook on Swiggy page, idea may have come from a Facebook or an Instagram team only. It may not be a privilege that is available to smaller brands or individual posters, but doesn't that sound interesting to you? So even they work with some of the bigger brands to figure out what works, what not works, so that they can also learn together. So what when Google or Facebook makes an algorithmic change today, a lot of that is also based not only from consumer feedback, but also from advertiser feedback. So anyway, some Instagram content pillars are listed here. I'm just gonna display this for you guys. What I'm gonna do is, so here, this slide, one more thing to notice is that here it mentions usage of specific tools. Now there are certain tools to help us perform strongly on Instagram, Facebook, etc. I already discussed Chorus and Shiko, and that's one very important reason why we should do holistic courses like the one that Intellipaat is putting together for you, right? Because when you go just to a Facebook website or a Google website and learn, it will not give you holistic solutions that can help you look at these platforms from a neutral perspective. Got it? So you will learn about a lot of these solutions in our chat. So for example, now here there are a few posting tips for better engagement. If some of you, I understand some of your influencers, you can use this already. I have listed a tool called Pigora, right? Which helps, in picking up the right images. You can try it out and see how that works, right? And some of the other general things that you might already know is already listed here. We already spoke about consistency, keeping right captions, hashtags, a lot of these things have been discussed. And let's come to the last point. Have you read the last point? Here, one important piece is being discussed, email subscriptions, correct? So social channels grow not only from social channels or marketing collaterals or from people visiting your websites. Your first party data is very, very important for you. First party data is direct consumer details that you have available from an interaction with a customer. So first party is basically the brand or the business owner. So whenever you have, let's say if you look at emails coming in from some of the leading brands, very often those emails will have some actionable where you have to do something on Instagram, maybe put a post on Instagram or go and play a game on Facebook with them, etc. Why do they do that? They use that to make sure that their email subscription list adds back some synergy to their social interactions. Cool. So these are some general things. Some of this you might already be aware, like contests, promotions, and best thing you can do is follow. Or you can. That's why I asked all of you to definitely have an Instagram account. Or if it's right now TikTok has gone offline, so therefore keep an Instagram. Use Instagram Reels, but also in other apps like Chingari, Roposo, Takatak, Josh. I know you cannot install all of them. One or two, install so that you can, keep a flavor of this. LinkedIn has its own tonality, its own look and feel. And if an article, if a profile has to do well on LinkedIn, it has to kind of like adhere to either a few set of written or unwritten rules, right? Remember, LinkedIn is a place for you to manage your professional brand and whatever it is that you are into, right? Do not think that Acha, in my role, it's not required, or people who are like me or who are in my business do not have a LinkedIn page. Trust me, these days, professions like content creation or being a micro influencer, these are all legit jobs, right? You may not have a Form 16 and a traces document and an income tax filing from an employer, but these are legit jobs. These are beautiful jobs, very respectable jobs, right? You could be someone who is currently just finished currently you are a student and you're still learning. Trust me, there are a lot of wonderful networkers on LinkedIn who are still students and they do an amazing work. I have handed out an internship offer, just a day ago to a student who pinged me, and he kind of like before his MBA had the kind of experience that I was looking for. And then we onboarded that person over the weekend to our team, right? So incredible things happen. When we get into breaking down LinkedIn a little more, you will understand this. So obviously the scale is very, very big in terms of, and obviously it has various kinds of influencers and, people from various levels of the organization on it, right? Now, our LinkedIn page is a professional brand. So if you are a content creator versus if you are a marketer versus you are an analyst versus you are a business leader in an org, you should have, you should build out your personal brand on LinkedIn. So when you build out your profile, right? So there's one example over here, and if you notice, he's someone who works in a very digital centric role, right? You can see that he has uploaded a picture. How many of you guys have a selfie uploaded as your picture on LinkedIn, or have your friends posting together with you on LinkedIn? I'm sure none of you have, right? Because that's not the kind of, that's not how you would want to project yourself on LinkedIn. You would want to show a certain kind of, professionalism in the way it's depicted. Ideally, show something that is related to your work. So if you are someone who's more of a speaker, your display picture may actually show you speaking on a podium, right? Or if you are a model, there are professional models or MCs on LinkedIn, and they very often put pictures of their work, when they're actually going about their daily work. If you are a fitness instructor, you could actually have a well-dressed picture in a fitness gear, and you could put it, in the ambience of your gym against a neat-looking background, right? Or you could be on your welcome desk of your gym, and you could put that picture up. All of that is fine, given that caters to the profession and the space that you operate in. Yeah, and therefore all the things that are fairly apparent are also kind of like listed here as a quick checklist, right? Making sure that all your profile summary, and whenever you build this, right, LinkedIn will automatically give you directions and will also tell you how it assigns a percentage score to your profile and will tell you, so that if there's anything that you have missed out on, always add your college, degree, and add subtext in terms of what is it that you have learned under, under each course that you've undertaken before, right? One more thing, there is a banner, which is like the space just next to your display picture, similar to what you call cover page on Facebook. Make sure that that image also is something that fits your profile. Either you can make something custom for you, or pick up a stock photo, a free stock photo from the internet that looks good on your profile. This is so important, this one segment. It's called, within LinkedIn, there are a premium set of offerings. So these are things for which you will have to pay LinkedIn, maybe about 1,200 to even 3,000 per month. But I would highly recommend that based on your goals, you pay for this service. And trust me, that will pay you back. There's a very high ROI on it. And for the first 1 month, it's free. You get billed only on the 30th day for some of these plans. So you can always try it out for a few days, get familiar with it, etc. And like I said, the premium plans are split into multiple of these options. So if you are in sales, which of the segment would you use? Very clear. You would go into the sales plan, where you can like generate leads, keep a track on them. How much are you reaching out to people? Your communications could be kind of like brought to one tab. Hiring. So if you would notice, there are some folks who are tagged as recruiters. So when a recruiter starts going through your profile, she or he could have a hiring plan activated, and then she even gets differential visibility into your profile. So for example, you can actually job hunt on LinkedIn without anybody knowing that you're open to work, right? There is an option to set that up so that only people who are recruiters get to see that you are looking out. And that means that, it's not a scenario where you let others know, it becomes a public information that you're looking for a job. And within that, you get a lot of information that's relevant to you, right? You could write emails. Yeah, is there a question? So what I will do is I'll just go through a little bit of this, and then, you can shoot your questions. And why we are showing the entire UI here is because, like I said, some of you guys may not be using LinkedIn features at all. Some of you may not have a profile. Therefore, just being very democratic about this, right? A few features you can see already here. And like I said, these platforms are very intuitive. You start, like, for example, you go to a company page. So let's say in your jobs listing, you find a company, you click on that company to go apply for a job. It will also naturally have a feature called add connections right next to it, so that you can add connection to connections who are working in that company. So you can connect to somebody who works in that company, send them a request, ask them for a referral. All of it can be done in just 2 to 3 minutes. That's how smooth LinkedIn is, right? One more thing to notice is that I know some of you are small business owners. Some of you may actually be handling the company page of your firm as well. If you are in an HR or you are in admin, etc. So that's where one more thing to notice. You could have a personal profile as well as a company profile. Personal profile is just like your Facebook profile, and company profile is more like a Facebook page. Yeah, you have seen how that is different. There is some of those similarities kind of carry through. Now, once you have the company page, it could help you do a lot of things. One is, you know that a lot of job seekers actually look at your LinkedIn.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Company page, naturally, right? When they try to apply for a job or check for reviews, etc., right? It could also be a wonderful way to connect with with the company's employees. Now, it's natural that if I'm a Swiggy employee or I'm an Ola employee, I'll follow the company page too, right? And when the company puts up a new article, let's say if it's on efficiencies of tech-enabled food deliveries, or let's say if it's about a new funding round, I would also share it, right? So naturally, it's also one way to kind of multiply the PR, make each of your folks, each of the employees a spokesperson for the brand as well. And here in this, to make it easy for you, when we share the deck with you, you will find that all the steps that you have to follow to create company page, how to set URLs, what are the best practices to follow at each segment, all of that is updated here already. So we have also spent some time on this while working on Facebook, for example. So if you notice, it's a very similar flow. And that's why social media, like I said in the first class, is very intuitive. When you start using it, the platform, the websites, the product itself will teach you how to go about your work. And this is about company page creation, right? So here it's in the company page creation, you can see how an about us column is written down. This will help in better search, right? Better search optimization. You could list, and anyone who comes to your page can see the jobs that you have listed, more details about your company. If you've shared a recent article, that goes there, etc. One more thing is that a LinkedIn page is a great place for you to release high quality content. So suppose, let's say you're Adobe. You know which domain that Adobe operates in. LinkedIn articles we discussed about, right? So these articles are basically, and if you remember, one of us spoke about releasing blogs or articles on LinkedIn. It's the same thing, yeah? Now we're going to switch from LinkedIn to Twitter. Now I am aware that we have certain timelines to do, so I keep exactly 30 minutes for LinkedIn. Do you know how many active users are there for Twitter in India? Okay, one question. How many of you get confused whenever there are these large numbers to be quoted? Like how many millions of users, billions of users, or how many people watch a TV show? When these large numbers come, how many of you get confused? There are some numbers that you can keep in your head, right? And use them as reference points whenever you are doing these associations, right? And trust me, when we are marketers, an understanding of the scale is the most important skill. So imagine somewhere you go and instead of saying crores, you accidentally said millions, correct? Your numbers could be so off that the person at the other end could think you're bluffing, right? And trust me, so when people are young in their careers, it's not always easy to get a grip on these numbers. But what happens with us humans is as we get older, we tend to become very good at these large numbers because we would have used them in so many different contexts, in meaningful contexts where we are the on, right? So here's the thing. India has about 140 crore people. About 100-ish crore you can take as number of people who are 10 plus years old. Got it? So India is a country of 100 crore people. And I said 100 in terms of people who are, let's say, 10 years or 12 years and above. So now, for any of these platforms, if you have a percentage number in mind, you can map back to this population and say, hey, how many users in India might be using it? So for example, Facebook, now one more thing is that in that 100 crore, there is a subset of users who are digital users. Does all these 100 crore people use digital? Do they use social channels or digital channels? Anyone who's like above 45 years of age, some of them do not use digital channels, right? There are people above 80 or 70. I'm not generalizing, but you would see that they use internet less than the younger guys, correct? Same way, you go to an extreme rural India, the percentage of users who use digital channels, whether it is social, video, payment apps, e-commerce, all of that comes down. I'm not saying that's non-existent, but it comes down a little, correct? So in India, in this 100 crore people, about 60 crore of them uses internet on a day. Just follow this platform called IRS. Sure, it will always give you numbers of digital users across various types. Now, even within digital, there are so many sub-universes. Sure, there could be payments, there could be social media, there could be e-commerce, internet banking, correct? So whenever you want size of any of this, you can go to this. And this is the most comprehensive, more technically sound accepted study in India. Yeah. So here numbers you can't refute. And then you can use those bases to estimate the size of various audiences. So for example, Twitter, in terms of almost daily active usage, has about close to 1 crore users in India, which means that in this 100 crore population, only 1% of use them on like a daily basis. But that's okay. It's not a bad number, correct? Because these are thought leaders or celebrities or, you know, the most digital savvy guys. You may probably not have your parents using Twitter, correct? So that costs Twitter a little bit of reach, but the people who are on Twitter might be very high on engagement, right? So one more thing that I want you guys to remember are terms like DAU, MAU, and WAU. What are these? Break it down for you guys here. This is basically daily, weekly, and monthly active users. So whenever we are looking at any platform, right, we can't just say active users. It may not mean anything. I'll give you an example. Amazon. How many times do you think you fire up Amazon a month? But Facebook, you might be firing more often, right? So for a Facebook, DAU might be most important, correct? But do you think an Amazon will worry too much about their DAU? No, they may need a weekly usage, correct? And within that also, you may need certain patterns. So let's say you are Times of India and Times of India ka mobile app. You want the user to read you every day, correct? Because you are fundamentally a news publishing platform. So if he is not firing you up on an everyday basis, he's probably getting his news from somewhere, correct? So not only are active usage important, but DAU, daily, weekly, and monthly active numbers are very important. And there are a lot of technology platforms who get you those numbers, so don't worry about it. Like you can just search online, and most often it will push to that source. So for example, if you want to understand Amazon's daily active numbers, just type it in somewhere on the internet, you will find it. If you ever need to use those numbers. Got it? So one, I spoke about how to get an understanding of scale, right? In terms of breaking down India's population, where can you find various numbers? Second, I spoke about various dimensions of active usage, right? Daily, weekly, and monthly. And these are very, very important because when you actually get into your line of work, when you get into a media planning or use of a platform, these numbers actually help you a lot. So coming to Twitter, how many of you use Twitter here? So if you would marry back to the numbers that Twitter has, it has only like 1 crore daily active users. But very often Twitter pe jo bhi dala hai, it's like this 100 crore Indians will get to know. How does that happen? So here's the interesting bit. What happens with Twitter is that when you release something on Twitter, although Twitter has only this 1 crore daily active users, these are mostly folks who are professionals who work in the content space, campaigning space, very active folks who are very active on other social platforms, etc. Correct? So what they will do is they could start putting this up on blogs. So you may have noticed that the Twitter may something interesting goes up, and let's say a social samosa or mad over marketing, yeah, or an RVCJ picks them up and puts it on their Facebook page. So a lot of things that start on Twitter start propagating on other channels as well, and that's something very important about social channels. So even if and very often it's not even like a direct share or a share from a plugin. People may even take a screenshot and put it, or might just re-articulate, write it like a content and share. Correct? So that's also one factor. So sometimes a social media platform's impact need not be measured by what their active users are. Facebook has about 40 crore active users. Twitter has only 1 crore. Does that mean Twitter is only 1/40th as powerful as Facebook? No. It could almost be as powerful as Facebook based on the context. So those are very interesting things that we should all remember when it comes to social marketing. Sometimes it's great to understand numbers. Like I said, you have to understand that number with respect to India's population, digital population, and if it's the case of world, you look at world population, world digital population, etc. And cut it at a DAU, MAU, VAU level, WAU level when required. I said when required because it's about when do you use those metrics. And still, we should have the oversight to remember that any of these platforms can actually be way bigger than what is the actual reach on that platform, in terms of daily active users or weekly active users. Mentions, retweets, direct messaging, all of that are things that you have already familiar with, right? And again, it's just a bit like Instagram in the sense that you follow somebody, that doesn't mean they will follow you back immediately, right? Next is the concept of hashtags. We discussed this a little bit while discussing Facebook. Someone had a question on hashtag and we discussed this. So hashtags are actually ways to index. So what does the word index meaning in digital? Indexing in digital basically means where you use some identifier to tag one activity to another, right? So a hashtag works as an index, and the first person to use, this is an interesting point, is Chris Messina. You know this actor. You've seen this in across movies, but he may not be he's not an A-list actor, but he's the guy who kind of started using this hashtag. I mean, he's known to be like the first person to use hashtag. Cool. So hashtags, I think you guys know it, right? Very often, and I'll give you a bit of an insider point of view again, as in terms of how brands use hashtag. Like for example, if Swiggy were to do a social media campaign, right? We would want that to one, trend. Two, we should have some common thread to measure, right? I have put some money into a campaign and there are people talking about it on social, and I should get some amount of volumetrics about it in terms of how big it is. For all of that to happen, I would require a method, and that method is hashtagging. And I will also try to come up with a hashtag that's unique. For example, let's say Swiggy decides to have a Mother's Day campaign. Okay. Will Swiggy use a hashtag like #Mother's Day?
Yes.
So if I have a particular campaign, will I use #Mother's Day? I would find out some way where it can be related to my campaign, right? For example, it could be about something that is known to Swiggy, right? I mean, that is closely associated with Swiggy. So one could say that Asha, mother's food is the best, tastes the best, or that's the best form of food anyone can have, right? It could be something related to that. I could build a hashtag around it so that hashtag is something unique and that only Swiggy has used. Then only I will be able to segregate the various other noise and help and actually get an understanding of how much my talkability the campaign has created. But it doesn't stop me from using other hashtags. It will slightly act as a dilution, slightly act as an amplification also. But I could use a generic hashtag also along with it, right? But again, it could, based on context, it could dilute or amplify. So one has to be very wise about using it, right? So when you make those hashtags, a lot of people make a lot of hashtags which do not mean for anything, right? If it's too generic, it doesn't mean anything. So if your hashtag is something like Monday Blues, doesn't mean anything, because any people in any category could be using that and it may not mean anything, correct? So one more thing is that, Instagram mein hame pata hai, when we start using a hashtag, we'll put 40-30, correct? There was even a time when you could actually copy paste hashtags. Uske baad kya hua? Swiggy, and now Instagram doesn't let you copy paste hashtags. I mean, since a few years, and you have to like individually type it in, right? So, so all these things are there, and each platforms have specific behavior. In Twitter, it is important that you only have limited hashtags. It's also a function of how short the content space is for you to post something, right? One more thing is to latch onto the trends. Like, for example, if today there is an IPL match between SRH and between Sunrisers Hyderabad and Kolkata. If you talk about this match and you share a point of view on your cricket, there is a greater chance that your tweet may reach more people than, let's say, you're talking about a match that happened on Friday, right? So all of this relevance factors, trend lines about what people are going to talk about will really help you kind of get more mileage. And trends is a terminology that is common on Twitter. So if you fire up your Twitter app, and I request all of you to install Twitter on your phone, and when you scroll, you would see something called trends. And one more thing to notice in trends here is that is trends dependent entirely on volume of people talking about it? Now, one more aspect here is that now imagine a world where trending is entirely dependent on volume. What could happen is that the topics from more populous countries like the United States, India, could just always trend. And is that a good thing? Or, or what could happen is very international topics could trend, right? And things which are regional, local will get suppressed. So what has Twitter done is also that Twitter has also mapped out various regions, right? So it tries to give you a regional flavor as well. So in your trends, you would also kind of see things that are trending more in your local digital population or regional or national digital population and not just international. So that's how you would see. That's why, like, for example, if Amazon Prime Video launches a regional show, right, let's say for Karnataka or Kerala, they would really work hard to make sure that it trends regionally also. Sure. So that's another aspect. And we discussed this while discussing other platforms as well. Localization is important. So it's not like, what is locally a hit in Mizoram, India will be shared with Kabul, Pakistan. No, but they have figured out where it is relevant, and all of that comes into the mix. And this is also very important from a marketing point of view or from even organic social growth point of view, right? Because otherwise it would sideline a lot of these regional local brands or conversations. Something that I always look forward to is how updated this person is, how close to pop culture. Pop culture means popular culture is this person. Now, this doesn't mean that this person has to be a social media bee and has to be super active on all platforms and be an opinion leader. No, but it always helps to be updated. When you are a marketing manager, when you are in business, if you are updated. So I spoke, for example, Simran yesterday spoke about how she observes something very specific to Instagram and how it was important to her business. Now, this is very important. It shows that she is competitive and she's someone whom you can bang on to do the right decision, make the right decision based on trend lines in her line of work. So this is very important that you are active on all of these platforms because it's just part of our profession and a part of our growth, right? You will see what's updated, what's popular trending, right? Let's say you latch onto a trend that already is outdated. You might actually look like a little bit of job also. If you are someone of position of power, so I'm not saying as an individual person, let's say you might remember, there was the ALS bucket challenge, a very noble initiative. You take the ice bucket challenge and you donate money to ALS. Trending, literally everybody is doing it, and that trend dies down. 6 months later, Hrithik Roshan decides to do the ALS bucket challenge. Now, is that a noble act? What he did? It definitely is, because he's donated money. He's done something really, really nice. There's no negative aspect of it. But people trolled him so much that he was actually a Twitter trending topic for that day. Because you did something after it's out, it was really outdated. Now, brands also make this mistake. You could be working in the social media team or marketing team, and you picked up something which is outdated. And that can happen if you are not active on social platforms. So we discussed a bit about profile. Now, some best practices to improve the engagement of your tweets, right? And Twitter is a very important part of content marketing strategy. So for example, when I spoke about even companies like Oracle, Salesforce, Adobe, they also not only launch stuff on LinkedIn, but at the same time, you would see the same content released on Twitter as well, because from there also, a lot of people pick up this content that they share.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
One more thing that has also happened across social media over the years is that nobody likes just text. Everyone wants more imagery, interactive imagery if possible, interactive videos, and all of those general truths apply for Twitter as well. Having pictures, videos, all of that, gets you much more and much higher engagement. We have also listed something called power words. These are things that helps you, compose better tweets and get more mileage behind it. And you can click and see when the deck is shared with you. And one more interesting part is tagging relevant brands. So you may have seen social media banter on Twitter, where let's say Netflix puts out a tweet and tags and all ours, and then all ours to give response to it, right? So when these brand conversation happen, whether they are from different categories or they are competitors in the same category, that also helps increase mileage, right? So, Netflix may put out a funny tweet. Yeah, okay. I would just look at it and say, oh, wow, nice, funny. Swiggy may put out a funny tweet and I may say, okay, good. Swiggy's put out a funny tweet. But imagine these two brands becoming more like people and start having a chatter with each other, right? It is much more interesting for you to follow that conversation, correct? Think of IPL. How many of you have noticed Rajasthan Royals tweets? Yeah, so I'll just go with the IPL example. So IPL, you may have noticed each of these teams taking dig at each other, making fun of another team member getting injury, things like that. And that really adds a lot of spice to the conversation, right? And a lot of those social media marketing is also about smart copywriting or smart content writing, good design, and then making that content work for you. Now, the second one that Simran took, for example, is BMW versus Mercedes. Trust me, it's a marketing war that has been on for decades. You will see a lot of this advertising where there is Audi going against Jaguar, Jaguar going against BMW. Even in the social world, some of these fights that used to happen offline in traditional world would happen on Twitter these days. One more useful feature is polls. You will see polls in LinkedIn also. Facebook also has this feature, right? Now we discussed the content-led part, more organic part. Now the next comes advertising. So just like if you look at any brand, they have also picked and chosen the battles.
They have.
So marry back to your goals, what you stand for, and you put finite number of effort. And each of them could do a different role also, right? So that's my short answer. I'll just skip over to, because we are slightly running late. Obviously the discussion quality was very high and a lot of you guys pitched in. Thanks for that. So, but we'll just make a time check and make a move. So one is, now we're getting into Twitter ads, which is basically advertising on Twitter. Okay. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this. there are a few case studies which you can go through, right? And here you can just go to their particular Twitter page to also see how they have done these executions. And there are some executions, for example, what Coca-Cola does is they kind of like come back with certain campaigns year on year, right? And you would also see that it also goes in sync with what they do on traditional channels, for example, what they do on TV. So it's a pure case of an IMC, integrated marketing. There is a Hootsuite case study as well that are linked, right? So this is more of a business case study, right? Because we will come to what Hootsuite is later in the presentation. So you will get to know what they stand for. So you can revisit the deck after getting to know what Hootsuite is. Now, coming to Twitter. So Twitter also gives you a lot of ways to promote. Not all of them are pure play advertisements as such. Okay? Not all of them will look like advertisements. There are promoted tweets, trends, etc. that you can use. So when you actually go to the your Twitter feed on your app, you would notice these little tickers. Notice it says promoted, right? And here I have already called. Here we have already called out what each of these are. I would request you to open your account or start your account and following this and try to understand each of this. Sure, each of this is called out. Same way, you can also run pure play advertising on Twitter. So these are more like semi-advertisements, you could say tweets or trends, but there are pure play advertisement setups also. So here, if you would see, if you remember, I spoke about various objectives on digital. Like for example, this page may have 9 or 12 different objectives on Facebook based on the kind of account that you have, right? A different number of objectives on YouTube. So each platform defines these objectives slightly differently, but you can start with your objective. So go to that ads.twitter.com account of yours. Click what is the specific objective that you want. So this is how people create various campaigns. Got it? It's so easy. You start with your objective. Why? Because it's always your business objective that translates to advertising. It starts with your business objective. Then you get into the details of giving your campaigner name, setting certain budget. You could have a daily budget. You could have a total budget. So these are all things to, you could do a scheduling, right? And you can also tell them what to optimize the conversions for. Like, do you want to show it to people who may click more, convert more? All of those optimizations are possible. You can create certain bidding strategies also. You want to say that, Acha, for this particular task, I'm going to give 5 rupees per click. Or you could say that, Acha, I would let the Twitter tool itself decide what is the bid. So all those typical features of advertising campaigns are possible. And trust me, if you have familiarity with a Google ads or a Facebook ads, familiarizing Twitter ad is very simple. Now, one more little, and all your demographics you can pick. The audience itself, it will show you certain recommendations while you set up your audience. So it's not like you will be completely lost in the dark. And you can always correlate the audience sizing that Twitter shows you. Like for example, I spoke about how much active users are there on Twitter, correct? So naturally, this audience size that it will show will be lesser than what a Facebook or YouTube could show. But you can correlate with the overall size of audience that you want to reach, etc., and start working on. Now, a bit of insider information that I want to give is typically Twitter is pricier than Facebook, okay, or Google Ads. So Facebook, Google Ads are more massive platforms, whereas when you come to Twitter, LinkedIn, they're usually much pricey because you kind of have a guarantee that any impression is served to a more quality audience or people who are in more serious modes of consuming content, right? Or analyzing things which much more attention to detail while some content is pushed to them, right? So that's the reason why they are pricier. And you can always upload lists. So if you have like an audience list, yesterday we spoke about, building your first party list. You can upload that first party list, which is your consumers, etc., and run advertisements on them. But it has to be a minimum size. Most small businesses cannot run this because if you want to run this, that audiences have to be at least 2,000, 3,000 members in size. So usually it's these bigger brands who do these advertisements where they upload lists. Same way, another option that you also have is to target people who come to your website or come to your app. And that's usually made possible by certain integrations that you do with Twitter on your website or app. So this is remarketing. So the remarketing is basically following up a user who have already visited your website, etc., to kind of like either close that sale or ensure that conversion happens. And in retargeting also, there are certain best practices that you can do. Like, for example, someone who has visited your website and they have landed to a specific landing page within your website. So there might be some people who came and looked at one particular category within your website. Like, think of yourself as Amazon. Somebody comes and test out, let's say check into automotive category, right? And let's say they go to riding gear or protective gear. So you want to show them ads which are relevant to where the page that they visited, correct? So that relevancy is very important. Second is exclude past conversion. So you may have also run, these are general principles that apply across platforms. Like, for example, and it's even more important on Twitter because here people are even more.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp. B. LinkedIn. C. Facebook. D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Selective about what they see, right? And if the user has already made the purchase, there's no purpose marketing him to him again, right? So all these general principles kind of apply on Twitter as well. And Twitter also has an analytics dashboard. When you go in, you will find all the inputs coming in from Twitter in terms of, working, helping you figure out your advertising in a much better manner. So we come to this platform called Quora. And Quora is the new Yahoo Answers. Can you guys tell me why Yahoo Answers was in the news recently? Yahoo Answers was in the news recently. So Yahoo Answers has been, obviously Yahoo used to be a technology giant and over a period it has kind of died out and they are shutting down Yahoo Answers. And Quora is kind of like taken the place. And why we have put Quora here is just to give you a slight overview about some of these niche platforms. Quora is more of a place for you to get answer to a question. You have a very specific question. For example, let's say you are thinking about migrating to Middle East. Let's say you want to go to Dubai. You want to understand something specific about Dubai, right? So if you just go to a YouTube video or Google search, you may not get a very specific answer. But here you can ask very specific questions with its nuances, and you can see who is answering your query, right? And there would be someone who would come in and give you a very specific answer. And Quora used to be a very high quality community in the past, guys. Like there used to be like engineering, academics, people would discuss theory of relativity there. But over a period, it has become slightly more massy and now people put all kinds of shady questions over there, unfortunate. But, that has happened to Quora. And why Quora is slightly more niche. So it's not trying to do anything and everything that other platforms are trying to do, right? It is working in one little space and it's quite big in that space. And there are even options to advertise on Quora as well. You can have a good personal profile, or if you are a small business, you could have, your business come in and, talk about, you could come and talk about your business on Quora. Like, for example, here, there's a question, Snap Engage and Olag, which is better? Now, that's a very specific question in the case of SaaS software. And you can see this person called Joel has come in and answered over here. Now, he has a personal profile and he's the CEO of another tech company. Now, this brings in more validity to his profile, right? So, again, Quora can be used for marketing. It has some analytics tools which will help you understand how your content and ads are performing. Now, closing on a few bits. So, one of them is the need for social media management. So, when we discuss, you may have realized it's a nuanced space. making all of this work is a very daunting task. So very often, big brands have dedicated social media teams, who would work on figuring out how to navigate this maze. So few platforms that you can always use to manage all of these platforms together. Like, one of the question was, hey, I have only finite energy, finite time. How can I manage so many number of platforms? So one of the suites that can help you use is called HotSuite. So HotSuite lets you build content and handle multiple accounts at the same time. Right? So it can help you put post on various platforms at the same time. It could be same content or variations of content, but it lets you handle all of that from one dashboard. And also it will have multiple access. So I don't know how many of you are familiar, but in companies, when you work for organizations, there will be various degrees of access, like admin, editor. In some cases, there would be some people who can do campaign analytics, but cannot edit posts, right? So various degrees of permissions, all of that is set. So that's where it is important. So for example, here it shows how Facebook, Twitter, feeds are all coming into the same spot. You can, I would recommend you to go try Hootsuite for some time. There is a free plan available. You can link various pages and try. All of this is self-explanatory. And this is also one good way you can get yourself familiar to these dashboards. Start going to all of these platforms, take free trials, get yourself accustomed to it. Especially, I remember when we started, we spoke about how some of us could actually feel intimidated, when we see so many of these dashboards, etc. But this is one very good way you can kind of like work out various things together. Very simple aspect that will help you manage hashtags, a lot of various pages, etc. There are certain tools that can help you understand what's going on in generally across platforms. Like for example, Twitter, what you see in your feed could have some amount of customization to you as a person, right? So if you want to understand, hey, what is the general noise that's going around, you may need a tool, and Nextology is something that can help you with this. Now, one more aspect here is that if you notice, when I, let's say, explain a Hootsuite to you today, I'm not trying to discuss 3, 4, 5 different competitors of Hootsuite. You know why? Can you take a guess why? Now, what happens is that the moment you start putting one of these website names and start searching, start going to their website, your activity is tracked on the net by Google and Facebooks of the world, correct? They will automatically start feeding you these advertisements. Trust me, when you try these apps today, spend some time on their websites, show that natural interest, internet itself will teach you the rest. So what I'm trying to do is also that make your LinkedIn, Google search feeds work in a particular manner by getting you to work on certain tools and topics. Naturally, all the competing tools, advanced tools will start coming in your feed. Got it? Very easy things these are. And within that also, what happens is various of these platforms will have sub-platforms under them, like audience. So audience with a different spelling under Hootsuite is an example. It will help you with certain campaign management, monitoring, etc. So like again, I said, you need not be a master of anything these days, as in the sense that it's not like, you don't know how to use Twitter and you will not be able to do Twitter advertising unless you spend like a month on it. No, sometimes you can just go start with step 1, step 2, step 3. There are so many platforms across the world that could help you, give you inputs, give you optimizations, and that need not come from the parent platform. It could be these third-party platforms, and that can help you sort out every single problem that you have, whether it's picking the right image, finding the right topics. There are so many different solutions. A lot of them are free. A lot of them have trial periods. You can use all of that to maximize the value. One more aspect that I want to teach is, you may have noticed that when you go complain about, let's say your cab came late and you go complain about Ola on their Facebook platform, it seems like one customer service executive is replying to you. Correct? They seem to track it. Some of them might call you and give you a resolution. So there are some platforms that helps do this. One example is Zendesk. So what Zendesk does is, let's say you have a business page and you integrate Zendesk with your business page. Any comment that a customer makes, the system will automatically classify it as a ticket. Got it? So just like any message, any email, any SMS that consumer send, or any phone call that they make is converted to a ticket. Same way, even your social media complaints get converted to a ticket and they are handled at the Zendesk. So basically it gets dispersed across various customer support executives and they work on your problems. They also see an overview of the customer. So it's sometimes some of these, sometimes they may be even able to tell, Acha, if you've communicated something on your email versus something you have communicated over Facebook Messenger, it might also give a combined point of view to the executive to understand your problem and so on. There are solutions like Buffer. This can help you in scheduling. So for example, let's say you want to take a social media campaign live as soon as New Year kicks in. It's not necessary that you wait till 11:55, log into Facebook and activate, log into Twitter and activate. It's not going to happen, right? It's going to be risky. It's going to be difficult. You can do scheduling and you can do scheduling across various apps. Sometimes there might be, it's not about just going live simultaneously. It might be about going live one after the other. So for example, you might want to put a Twitter tweet out first with a concise description. Then after it starts getting some mileage, one day later, you may want to release something on LinkedIn with much more detailed write-up on something that, on that topic. You can do all of that with Buffer. Again, like I said, these are cross-platform applications. Once you start using it, all kinds of other tools will start coming your way. And just wrapping up this with online reputation management. So what is ORM fundamentally? Can you guys take a guess? We have already discussed that kind of in our discussion. So online reputation management is basically PR in a digital world. One could say that. It's public relations and it's customer complaint resolution. And very often, ORM team is a subset of the customer care team in most companies. In some companies, what happens is there are members of both the customer care team and social media team in the online reputation management team. So it is a combined actionable of multiple teams like customer care, social media team, public relations team, etc. And this is a great entry point for your career. Some of you guys may not be like, if you feel like, okay, you're not the best at, campaign management, or you feel like you're not the best at content writing, and let's say your English or your regional language isn't super strong for you to specifically work on those domains. ORM is a combination of this a little bit, right? It's an easy entry point for young professionals to get into digital. Slowly, once you are in ORM, you can understand social media. You will start getting a sense of how various platforms behave. And then slowly you can extend into social media marketing or content creation. It's a great starting point for career. And this is something, and thanks to Abhinaya, I don't think I have to explain this a lot again, but reflecting your trust, credibility, the speed of your response, correct? If let's say a customer is complaining that his refund did not happen, and if you respond after 1 week, in that 1 week delay that you have in terms of reaching back to the customer, he would have really lost his cool, correct? But if you sometimes just even reach out to someone immediately, it could really help in terms of your reputation. And there are a lot of tools. These are called social media listening tools. You can look for applications. I'll give you certain examples. There are tools like Sprinkler. You can just search for it. I'm sorry, I'm just finding some difficulties in the UI. You can use them to get an understanding of what are people talking about, how much is negative, positive, what is general sentiment, etc. And that process is called social listening. When a brand keeps an ear open as to what people are talking about them in social, it's called social listening. So social listening is a subset of ORM effectively, and there are these tools, like I said, Sprinkler is one example, which can help you track this on the internet. So this is what social listening entails. And one example I've given is Sprout Social. And when you go through this deck, the details will be here in terms of you will see how these are visualized in these platforms. So I may not have to tell you what video marketing is, right? We all see video either as content or as an advertisement. But the interesting part about video is that it can be used for so many different objectives. And we will get to all of those objectives one by one as well in the slide. And that is something very exciting. Like, for example, if it's a display banner or a blog post, you cannot use a blog post or a display banner to do anything and everything that you want to do. Correct? It has its limitations. But video is just so in such incredible a creative type that it can accomplish X number of things with. And video has its nature where either it can be pure play video streaming, there could be social elements to it, and it also gives you a lot of metrics as a marketer. So when you are, let's say, showing a display ad to a consumer, he may click or not click, he may view or not view, but you may not get a lot of metrics. But video shows you so many metrics that there are so many things for you to learn and implement. And these are some of the more researched out topics to substantiate my points in terms of like why video kind of like works best across various objectives that we have. A few terms that are important to video are listed here, right? And I will just go through this one by one for you to understand this quickly. So rich media is anything that is slightly more having a few more advanced features. So it's not just a video that just plays, but you could probably interact with that video, or it might just be a static routing changing into a video, right? So rich media ads also come to you very frequently, like while you are like playing a game, in between you get an advertisement, or you get a lot of rich media ads these days where these are interactive. And technically, one more thing is some of them may not even look like a video. They may just look like multiple static elements combined together. So some of those elements may look like just statics to us, but it might be an MP4 file that or any form of video format file that actually plays. So it may look like a static in some cases, but it can be a video also. Then we have advertainment. So basically you have a short film. So it may look more like a short film, an entertaining short film, but there is some amount of advertising packed into it. Most of us would actually see that content because it's an entertaining short film, but actually it is a brand talking about its offers and features, right? Then we know streaming, right? Streaming is very often a word used for live broadcast. In some cases, and we are also familiar with OTTs, etc., which give us video on demand as well. But streaming very often is used in a live streaming sense of the word. Autoplay videos are videos that play automatically. So here, a user need not click on the ad to play. Very simple. Why do you need autoplay videos? For example, if it's YouTube, when an ad comes on YouTube, we know that it's naturally going to play. You don't have to go click and initiate a video. But when an ad is put on, let's say, a Cricinfo or a ClickBus, you're probably there on Cricinfo, ClickBus to watch, read through content, right? Read text content, read the blog that they have pasted there. So on a video, you may need a little bit of a user prompt to start. So there are autoplay videos and videos that need a click to play. Reach of any video is basically the number of people that video has reached. Now, in terms of advertising, we have two terminologies called bumper ads and in-stream ads. And I'll give you the best examples of this. Think of you firing up Hotstar to watch cricket. Before the cricket ka stream lands, very often they will show you a short ad, a 10-seconder or a 6-seconder. That's a bumper. So a bumper is usually something that comes before the stream begins. Whereas in-stream, it happens in between stream. So between overs, you could have an advertisement. That's called an in-stream ad. Or in the case of Facebook, or Facebook watch or YouTube video, while you're watching at specific points during your content, they may interrupt you with an ad, and these are called in-stream ads. And these terminologies, various platforms use to differentiate between various placements that they have. They could call it pre-roll, mid-roll, post-roll, etc. And sometimes what happens, along with video, people may have to also give other links or quotations or citations. So they may make that possible through, let's say, overlays, right? And all of that you may have seen as a user. And I request all of you to observe the advertising that comes to you. So whenever you get an ad, ask yourself, hey, was this the best way this particular product owner could have shown an ad to me? And I'll give you an example. Just let's think of Cricket for Crickbus itself. Imagine you are just launching Crickbus. You are keen to just see the score. You're probably going there to quickly check out the score of the match. Imagine they just throw a video in front of you and that video doesn't have a skip option. You will get irritated. Correct? So skippability, unskippability, audio on, audio off, click to play versus autoplay. All of these are specific approaches that the product owner or the advertiser has to take to ensure that the advertising or the content is giving a good user experience, or at least not disrupting the user experience.
If I get any kind of hike, that will be a bonus to me. And I think that all credit goes to the Intellipaat because they have taught me so well.
Hello Abhijit, I'm Shweta from Digital Marketing Team. Please tell us about your background and skill sets.
My name is Abhijit and I've worked in Cipla for two years. And after that, I've worked with Godrej for 1.5 years. And the skill set that I've learned from these two industries are mainly MS Office and CRM.
Okay. What was your objective of the training?
In my last service with Godrej, I've experienced that through sales and marketing profile, I was doing conventional marketing. So the world is moving towards the digitalization part. So to increase my skill set, I should have that digital marketing background and digital marketing information and knowledge. So for that, I have opted for this course.
Okay, that's nice. How did you find our course material?
Course materials were really very good because I have an MBA background. It is very easy for me to get through the initial part. But if anyone who is not from any marketing background, even he will find it very easy to go through the courses. It is so easy for them and it is so well balanced and well planned.
Okay. How did you find our trainers?
Trainers were very good, starting from the marketing part. They have explained the marketing part and the Excel and then the SEO part. They have explained everything in a very nice way.
Which feature of Intellipaat's course you like the most?
Feature, if I have to choose one, that will be the interaction between the teachers and the students during the class. I think that is the most important part, because if we don't get to interact, then the doubts that we have, those doubts will never get sorted out. I think that is the most important part, and that every teacher and every instructor has held the session so well that we never had any doubt after the class at least.
So after completing the course, was your objective fulfilled?
Yeah, definitely. I think my objective was to become a digital marketer and to have a course that a span of 6 months. During this span of 6 months, I've learned a lot from Intellipaat, and I think my objectives have been fulfilled in a quite good way.
Oh, that's really nice to hear. So after completing the course, what major change has happened in your career?
After completing my course, I thought I have hand-on experience on the tools that we use for digital marketing, whatever you call it, whether it is SEMrush, whether it is Href, or whatever you call it. We have a good knowledge about the tools and hands-on experience and how to use that and how to improve our digital marketing profile, I mean, whenever I will be working in any company, these are the basics and these are the pillars to
Correct.
get to know and get to have a better knowledge and get to optimize the work that I will be doing with the company.
So the question was, is there any special incident which you like to share with us?
Yeah, definitely. They have given us an assignment, and that was on marketing. So that assignment was related to giving a PowerPoint presentation. So that PowerPoint presentation, while giving the PowerPoint presentation, that was okay with me. But after that, the teacher and the instructor, they have instructed me how to do the PowerPoint presentation in a better way. I think that I have learned from an online platform from Intellipaat. That was very encourageable for me.
Okay. Would you like to recommend Intellipaat's course to your friends and family?
Yeah, definitely. I would recommend I already recommend 2 to 3 people about Intellipaat, and I think being my friend, one or two people will definitely join the courses of Intellipaat.
Okay. And all the best for your career.
Thank you very much, Shweta.
And there are some advertisements which are called opt-in videos. So for example, the user explicitly states, hey, I want to watch a video. And one subset of this are called rewarded videos. So for example, while you're playing a game, it may say that Achha, to go from level 1 to 2, or to get some coins, or to get additional points, watch this 30-second video. Now these are rewarded videos, opt-in videos, various names they are called under, but these are all formats that the important thing is, it's okay for you to get confused when you hear a format. But the important thing is, whenever there is an application of these formats in your work, you have to think through from a customer point of view, from a viewer point of view, and an advertiser point of view, and figure out what is the solution that works best for you. Yeah. Same way, when you even create a film that works really well on autoplay might work poorly on click to click. Yeah. A video that may work successfully on skippable can work poorly on unskippable. So you have to be willing to either ideate differently, create differently, or even adapt your creatives differently for your platform. So in terms of videos, there are various set of films. One of them is demo videos or product videos. So, it takes, it has a very clear objective of giving a demonstration. Like, for example, think of a robotic vacuum cleaner. Now, you may have noticed about these robotic vacuum cleaners like Roomba, which are like trending abroad. And in India, you have products like iLife. A few brands like iLife doing a lot of business. Sure. So interstitial, if you look at the word, it means that it comes between screens. So the typical interstitial ad comes when you go from one screen to another, right? So the entire screen gets taken over. Usually in an interstitial, the entire screen gets taken over and it shows a video. And generally what happens is interstitials are premium inventory. Got it? So think of me as an advertiser buying, let's say, advertising on Cricinfo, and again giving you the same example. The videos that might play within the stream of Cricinfo, QuickBuzz, etc., may have limited amount of reach because it reaches only people who starts watching that Harsha Bogle video on QuickBuzz, right? Because you have to, only people who initiate a video will get that ad. But interstitials I can use to reach any people, to maximize reach. Also, it takes over the entire screen. So usually they are premium inventory, limited inventory. Trust me, no app will use, let's say you are making one session on QuickBuzz, and let's say that average session is 5 minutes in duration. You will not get more than one interstitial video, right? Because it's poor user experience if there are too many of them. One more thing is that typically more interesting videos are put on interstitials, or short videos are put on interstitials because they usually disrupt the audience experience a little bit before. So you don't have to work too hard for the user to listen in, because he's watching that video because he already has interest and he wants specific information. So if the user feels that you are giving the relevant information with the right pace, right timing, and not, gassing around, by that I mean not just saying random things, but giving you important information, then they would listen to you. Think of those films like, for example, like this, for example, in the case of these vacuum cleaners itself, you have not all of us have necessarily used a robotic vacuum cleaner. It's a new product. When we want to hear about that product, you would want to hear someone giving a very very honest opinion of that product, correct? In terms of saying what kind of dirt will it remove, what will it not remove, correct? You may want to show him even a video of how that product removes dirt. And trust me, none of us otherwise would care about a video of cleaning or dirt removal or vacuuming, right? Those are absolutely uninteresting things, but it might be absolutely relevant for this one particular objective of the video, right? And the content. So that is what is unique about product videos. Very often you will see brands making product videos whenever they have new releases, etc. Now, this is the most important set and one that takes the most amount of skill. These are brand videos. And the easiest way to understand what these are usually those longer films, part of advertising campaigns. So they may have a specific goal of telling you about a product, like for example, ICICI Prudential ad. It could talk about one particular mutual fund that ICICI Prudential has, right? So it could be very salesy, or it could be explaining a product a little, but it's still talking from a very brand perspective. It's trying to tell you very quickly as to why ICICI is a better brand, directly or indirectly, right? Some of it could have larger themes, in terms of like driving a social action and connecting that to your brand, etc. So these are the most diverse one, and I will obviously get into you get a little bit more understanding of this when we discuss various legs. More slides are coming, so do not worry too much about this at this point of time. Okay. Event videos. Now, whenever you may have noticed, what are the most famous event videos in the world? What is the most watched event video in the world?
Apple, definitely.
Apple launches. So I don't have to tell you anything about it, right? And these are not necessarily like, a cricket match or something, right? These are specific events. But you make a video of it, wherever you leave it, given it gives the right amount of information, people will watch it, right? So when you create your video for YouTube or advertising, it's very important that you follow some of these rules. Expert interviews, these are also clear, right? You go into your YouTube, you search about a certain topic, and someone starts discussing about breaking out that content, and someone's either moderating or hosting that session, and you would listen into that expert and see how he has the right profile to speak about that particular domain. Is he knowledgeable? Is he explaining in a manner that you understand, etc. How-to videos or education videos are very common, right? These have simple formats. And one more thing about videos like how-to is somewhere our mind wants it to be told in a particular format, correct? You get into a how-to video somewhere, sometimes you want information quickly and to be broken down in smaller bits and pieces and serve to you, right? Might need a demonstration. It might have various transitions from one screen to another. And these are simpler videos to create, right? Explainer videos. Now, there are so many tools available in the market that helps you create explainer videos using stock imagery, putting various texts, etc. And very often, this will either walk you through a website. So sometimes explainer videos come not only in advertising or content, it could even come in your generic apps. Let's say you are installing a Meesho or a Swiggy on your phone. And it could play a short video trying to tell you how to use a particular feature, correct? And might walk you through what is the user interface, what is the flow of the website, etc. Animation videos. Now, one more thing to notice is that an animated video can be a brand video, can be a how-to video, all of that. But generally, if it is made using a design software and not necessarily have like real shoots and real people, these are called animated videos. It's more of a format than what is the objective that the brand is after. So there are a few case studies that are linked in the slide when it will be shared with you, right? So it has details of these, some of these videos. We have shared some example of customer testimonials also. So if you look at the recent Shell campaign, you have actual customers coming and talking about the product. But these days they have had mixed responses. maybe if I remember 3-4 years back, these used to like do really well, but these days consumers trust this a little less. So you have to work hard to bring more authenticity into your testimonial videos in terms of showing and asserting that it's a real customer and not someone who just acted for you, posing to be a customer. Live videos. So these are basically streaming, and you may have noticed Facebook has a live feature, right? YouTube has a live feature, and it takes a lot of technology sometimes to host live videos at scale. So it might be okay if you're just streaming a local function or a wedding ceremony, no doubts. But there was a time when Facebook was trying to broadcast IPL in a live stream, and they realized they did not have the tech for it. And in the bidding, it went to Hotstar, and Hotstar now has made an entire property out of it. But there are various scales in which live video streams happen.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
There are 360-degree videos, virtual, VR videos, AR videos, etc. So the difference between virtual reality and augmented reality is this. Virtual reality very often comes with a VR headset or a tool like that as well, right? And you have to wear them. They place you in a completely different universe from where you are actually in, and you can navigate through that space, take a specific action, etc. And this can either be content or can be advertising. Yeah. Then there are augmented reality.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Videos. Now, these can work as videos. These can even take the shape of games. I discussed yesterday in terms of how I had partnered with Facebook to do some AR videos, right, with specific actionables. So here the difference is, so if you notice, this is an IKEA app, and it actually shows the real world setting. The real world setting is in front of you. Augmented reality, virtual reality is also shrinking. There are a lot of formats that work, in these spaces, and that also has led to a lot of design jobs. For example, augmented reality design or virtual reality design is a separate job altogether. So, a graphic designer might have to learn a different set of tools, for example, to learn augmented reality design, for example. Or he may have to think from a very different set of design principles to design augmented reality. So the same thing applies for marketers as well. And it's very tricky. So I have worked on Google Lens. You are familiar with Google Lens, right? So Google Lens actually had a paid product at one point of time which they have not given a lot of push, but you may have seen those in some advertisements like Poco, where you can actually take a target image. Like, for example, in a print advertisement, you put a target image, you put your Google Lens over it. That target image can be augmented. Like, for example, you're showing a car and in your print ad, and you put your phone against it, and when you open the Google Lens app, the car doors will open or the bonnets will open and it will show the engine. So a lot of these formats actually are there, very exciting. You can search for Google Lens advertisements. You can, and actually there was a Maruti ad in Times of India about a year back, which actually did that. Some of you may have experiences. Video can be even a personalized message. Now there are a lot of apps which partner with celebrities, etc., to give you a personalized message, either where he actually records it or a few of this ML elements come together like to create a video. Now these are various formats. So now that we have discussed formats, we'll get into the strategy. Correct. So strategy is basically figuring out how do I use video to meet a marketing goal, or sorry, a business goal.
Another app we have.
So I'm just going to get into the strategy side of things. So it's very clear, right? Here you will notice a similar pattern for whenever you are discussing strategy. If you remember when we discussed social media strategy, it started with goals, correct? We said, hey, what are your goals? What is your target audience? What are you trying to say? What are the specifics that you need to communicate? What are the timelines? What's the budget? All of those is similar in video as well. And no need to say that you have to get all of this right to have a good video marketing strategy. So whenever you're planning to use video, just sit down, even if it's for your small business, right? Sit down and try to write this down. This will give so much clarity as to what you're doing. Or even if you are, let's say, a fitness instructor, right? And you're making a video for, your clients. It may not have a budget, right? But it would still have all the other aspects, right? I could say that, oh, this film has to specifically appeal to IT professionals who have a sedentary lifestyle, right? It's not just saying that, hey, fitness enthusiast. I could have a clearer definition of target audience saying that IT professionals who do not have a busy lifestyle. Or I could say that building a better creative strategy, or building a creative audience strategy or media strategy. Now, this is our first bit of goals. So are you guys aware of a concept called purchase funnel? I know that some of you are not MBAs. Can one of you guys explain what is purchase funnel as per your understanding? All of you guys are aware that there is a category called robotic vacuum cleaners. Yeah? Can you ping in the chat? I assume that some of you guys are aware. Correct? You might be considering or not considering about buying it, but some of you are aware. But if I talk about iLife, which is the highest selling brand in India, how many of you are aware? Maybe 5 or 10, 6 of you out of 50. Correct? And if I talk about a brand called Roomba, which is the biggest in US, there might be a different set of people who are aware, right? And if I ask you a question like, are any of you considering buying a robotic vacuum cleaner? Is any of you considering buying a robotic vacuum cleaner? So notice that awareness, consideration, decision, and some of you may have already bought it, right? 1 or 2 may already have it, right? At a brand level versus a category level, we could be at very different stages. Got it? So for a brand has to keep in mind, whenever as an advertiser, you have to keep in mind, in terms of the overall category and the positioning specific to my brand, where are people in the funnel? And one more thing is that people are not, sometimes we give a structure to help understand this easily, but sometimes people revert from one stage to another, right? Or they are also unsure. Like, for example, you may have noticed if you ask some of your friends before they are buying cars, you ask them, "Arey yaar, kya soch rahe ho? What car are you trying to buy?" He may say that, yeah, i20, maybe I'm looking at i20. I'm thinking of Santro also, right? I am thinking of Swift also. Some people may say, I'm even thinking a second-hand car. So it's a little dispersed, correct? You ask the same person, end of the day, 6 hours later, he may say a different set of brands. So humans ka jo mental structure hai for this is typically called the mental model to all of this is actually thoda complicated. But as marketers, we have to somehow make it a little more black and white so that we can, make more accurate decisions. So you will always face this conundrum, but do not argue or worry too much over it. Whatever is right, map it to that stage so that you can give more definition to your goals and strategy. So there are these various stages that consumers go through, right? And based on which goal are you trying to satisfy, your video has to do a very different job. Like, again, robotic vacuum cleaner example. If people do not know about these products at all, you may want to start at a very high level, right? As in why they are necessary, like they save time, they're hassle-free, they are low cost, because a lot of people may not even know these basic factors, right? But when it comes to a decision point, you may have to give very specific details about the product. What is the wattage? How many minutes does it take to clean a house, right? extreme details, such how quickly, how often do you have to share the mesh, change the mesh, remove the dirt from the car, how long is the cord of the vacuum cleaner. So for each of the stage that the consumer is in, based to the category or the brand, you may have to have very different communication, very different video format, and even very different platforms. Correct? So if you are, for one particular activity, Facebook video might be useful. Another particular activity, YouTube video might be better, right? So you have to choose the right kind of video, right kind of placement, right opportunity, right time to talk to the customer. And that's called multi-moment marketing, right? Right ad to the right user at the right placement at the right time. To track that, you need to have a good strategy. And for that, you have to first understand your audience, right? This is your research. What do they do? What do they think? How do they behave? Various market research tools. Understand what your product is different versus competition. Or let's say if it's a niche category, how is it that different versus others, right? All of the aspects you have to understand. And then you have to figure what is the story that you want to tell. Story is basically, I'm not talking about, let's say, the storyboard of your ad, but you will have an overall story to tell. So I'm taking an example. Think of life insurance. A lot of people are sometimes careless and they do not take life insurance. And therefore, you would typically see a story in the case of a life insurance ad, right? Almost the cliche is this, there is this 35 to 40-year-old guy, he has his family, you show a happy or a semi-happy family. And then there is something that happens in his life where, let's say, he avoids a small accident, or his son asks him a question about future, and which triggers this feeling in his mind where he says, oh my God, I don't have an insurance, and what will I do? So maybe in that scenario, you might have, let's say, an influencer, maybe a friend of his just comes to him and understands his conflict and gives him a resolution, correct? And then you might show them, go through various options on a website or discuss with a third friend, and then choose in terms of what kind of solution that they want to take. What are they taking, LIC, or within LIC, are they recommending a specific plan for their objective? All of that, right? So very often, if you take any ad, there are these macro elements that come together to kind of like give a solution. That's why sometimes, unfortunately, ads are boring also, correct? Because mujhe pata hai, the ad will start, which problem hoga, there is dandruff, so there is one girl who has a dandruff issue. Then comes Anushka Sharma, she pitches the product, talks about the product. Then there is a product window. You know what product window is? It's that after the film, there is this closure where the voiceover comes, some text about the product feature, pricing, etc. comes, that animated kind of portion where they close the conversation about the ad. So all these elements are there, right? Now, obviously, it's a hard task about making a video interesting. And none of these are hard rules, okay? Now, these are best practices for us to just think through and say, Acha, have we thought of all the aspects? Sometimes some of these rules may have to be broken, or your objective may need to deprioritize one over the other. Maybe, you do not discuss too much about the conflict, but you discuss resolution quickly, right? So all of these aspects are there. I'm not going to open this for a qualitative discussion because when we cover more points, you guys can also, and when we open for discussion after that, they might be more easy to tell, because otherwise I might be jumping the gun, right? Before we discuss all the aspects, getting to it too quickly. Sure. So one good execution of a testimonial video is, even within a testimonial video, where a lot of people make a mistake is, they directly attribute that to one stage like conversion. They just say that, acha, convert karne ke liye, dove, or it is to differentiate. Very often, it could cater to any number of objectives, right? For example, Dove campaign, where Dove applies, that you have like real women coming and talking about Dove, right? And interestingly, Dove is from HUL, and HUL has so many other soap brands where they are pure play advertising, correct? But in Dove, yes, they wanted to give that brand a particular persona. So it was about building a brand imagery of, being more real, and, for people who aspire to be like Philip Starks, this is a separate brand. For people who aspire to be like, who love their body and their physique, and think of just, these products just improving what they naturally stand for them, they may have doubt. So they have kind of like built these various marketing positioning as well. So one is kind of like positioning. So it need not be always be conversion led. So various objectives can be met. So I give a very different example, right? So when in current, about the authenticity problem, like sometimes you need to build very real life stories. So if you look at the Shell campaign, so you guys can go to the Shell YouTube channel, India, and look at their most recent recent testimonial video campaign. So they have actually taken very specific cases. For example, there is one lawyer who's, and she wasn't making a lot of money as a lawyer. Her husband passed away or had an accident or something, wasn't able to contribute to the family. Now to ensure that the income flows, she became a truck driver, and they actually show a real person, and with so much authenticity that you're clear that this is not a regular made up stuff. So there also, in terms of Shell, are they trying to sell a product? They're trying to build a different positioning versus umpteen number of engine oil. So you don't clearly say that, oh wow, Shell enabled the women to do this or do that. It has no link to that product itself, right? But you are trying to build certain imagery which is positive about Shell. So you don't even realize that, but tomorrow when you see a Shell ad versus a servo ad, have you seen a servo ad? Servo ad are always very operational, technical, showing bikers right past, right? Yes. Whereas Shell, you have like that natural love for it, and you would feel that. Like think of driving past a Shell showroom versus, a Shell petrol pump versus Indian Oil. It gives you very different mindset space, right? And that's what advertising can create, and that's what you have to like think about when you build your story also. So I did not diverge from the topic. I kept what is in the slide, but I try to invite Kanish's question and give him an answer, which kind of like flows in with where we were currently dealing with, right? Now, this is a very important.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Sure. This is a very important aspect, and this is where a lot of your work gets tested. How do you plan to make sure that the production timelines are hit? This looks very simple, but trust me, guys, this is complicated. Your production cost can cost you anywhere between 1 lakh to 3 or 4 crores. Sure, it can even 10 crore or 20 crore based on how much money you shell out on production, celebrity, casting, who's your director, production house. So one thing that I want to leave you guys with, there is this, I'll just leave a chat window, and we couldn't really take permissions yet from the, we couldn't merge it to the overall content, but there is this video of Abhijit Sudaga. Okay. Now, for people who are interested in mainstream advertising, by mainstream advertising, I mean big brands coming on TV and, doing those advertisements. You remember those advertisements on Vodafone and Swiggy and everything, right? They're often done by large production houses and large directors in India. Now, these are subjective, correct? I can't call this as a slide and say that, hey, top production houses in India. It's not relevant to the topic conversation, because how do I define top, correct? But this is just to help you get an overview of how your large scale advertising that you see on TV or digital by big brands gets done. You will understand this overall ecosystem. Okay, how are various equations managed? So one of you, if you guys want to become a brand manager or become a social media manager who handles some amount of production, this video is heavily useful. And this classifies kind of like the top tier. Like, for example, I have worked with a lot of top directors in India. Suresh Triveni, who directed Tumari Sulu with Vidya Balan. He directed one of our last advertising campaigns in IPL. Before that, I worked with Abhinay Dio, the director who directed Delhi Belly and Blackmail, films like that. He worked on films with us. So very often, these are, management of large scale talents like this, very, very heavy guys, or celebrities. I may have worked with a Kapil Dev or Rahul Dravid or various celebrities in the past, right? And all of them have different zones of working. And sometimes some of these productions may not involve these large companies, but may involve smaller production houses or smaller creative studios as well. So you could, and you will notice the difference, right? A 10 lakh ad versus a 3 crore ad it looks definitely different. So all the production related things are kind of classified here. And you can go through that video to get some larger level understanding as well. Now, for films like animated videos or explainer videos, how-to videos, you may not have to think a lot on this ones, right? They're typically a little more simpler, and you can navigate it with the studio that you work with or the software that you use. Now, the next thing about budgets. Now, I already discussed a bit about budgets. One, I'll give you a very simple way to understand this budget problem. Think of you doing a national campaign. Let's say you're working for a brand and you are doing a 20 crore, 30 crore national campaign. You would probably work with a large production house. And one of the ones that we discussed, probably you would invest 2, 3, 4, 5 crore into your 25 crore overall budgets because you want to maximize the quality of the creative to work at such large scales. At the same time, think of a small campaign. Let's say Swiggy decides to do a breakfast campaign in Bangalore. We want to prompt people to order from restaurants at between the 7 to 8 a.m. slot. And we want to give users a specific discount also for ordering at that period. Now, Swiggy is a big brand, no question. A lot of famous advertising. Will we go work with a large production house?
No.
No.
No, in fact, our in-house resources are more than enough for that.
Perfect. It could be an in-house studio. I could just ask my animator to make a short film. And consumers also know it. It's not like you see an animated video and you think that, arey yaar, a cheap brand hai. We will not judge like that, right? Think of an Apple. An Apple also will have celebrity ad, 2 short animated ads, but you have to marry it to the objective. And if the execution is neat, people will not mind. So the mental model that you can use is usually the production budget is about 5 to 15% of the overall marketing budget. Got it? So if it is 1%, it's very clear that it's wrong. But if you put 50% of money on your production, you will not have enough money for media, correct? So these are some general rules. I did not put it in the slide because these are subjective, correct? These are not absolute truths, but some mental models you can use, right? Now we get into platforms. Now we are exactly at 10:30, and that's why I was timing to reach there so that we have a judicious amount of time for each. Now video platforms, like I said, slightly easy versus, and that's one reason we have less time than the social media deck, is because one video platform that should absolutely master is YouTube. Okay. Now, one more thing that I want to break down for you guys at this point of time is that when you advertise on YouTube, do you do the campaign setup on YouTube? A little bit, but most functionalities can't be unlocked. It actually doesn't. So here's the thing. There is a difference between channels or platforms as we understand versus advertising platforms. For example, Facebook has a Facebook advertising platform. It serves in Facebook environment, Instagram environment, audience network, etc. Okay. Same way, Google also has advertising platforms. So Google's advertising platform is called Google Ads. Understood? So in the past, this used to be called Google AdSense and Google, if you want to advertise on YouTube, you would typically want to master Google Ads platform, and from there you would go on advertise on YouTube. Now, one more thing, Google Ads is not just for video. It could be for display. Yeah, it could be for banners, gamified banners. There is Google's own network called Google Display Network, which is Google's publisher network, where Google has a direct tie-up with the publisher. Now, similarly, there can be the Google network also spans video. So video ads can not just be served on Google own properties like YouTube, but can be served on Google partnered properties also. One more thing, next level. Have you heard of programmatic? Google has a separate advertising platform for programmatic. So programmatic is slightly more nuanced. We'll get to that later, which is called Display Video 360. So for example, large scale advertisers like me, I don't think of just advertising on YouTube. My video campaigns realistically will have YouTube, various other streaming platforms, any inventory that I can get from gaming apps, or we discuss so many other video formats like interstitials, outstream, in-stream. I could have to reach out my ads through 100 million different web pages and apps to meet my video goals or my marketing goals. Correct? So there is generally big brands, when they do advertising on video platforms, they either go via a programmatic advertising platforms, which we are not discussing right now, which will come later. That's not, you don't have to worry about it right now. But if you're going to use YouTube, one easy way to start is directly start from Google Ads, because programmatic is also slightly more nuanced, meant for larger advertisers. For the setup, you may need an agency account. You may not be able to do it directly. A lot of limitations are there, but let's not get there. But we will just now start with this, right? So YouTube, first we will discuss more content-centric ideas, and then we will go to more advertising kind of scope, right? So YouTube, very clear, large video hosting platform. Do you think Google started YouTube? If you notice, Instagram, what it had originally a business model, Zuckerberg bought it. He advanced that product, tried to place it together in the Facebook and Instagram ecosystem where they do something similar, something's different, and also merge the Instagram platform into the Facebook advertising platform, so that when somebody sets up an ad via Facebook advertising platform, he can activate the advertising both on Facebook and Instagram simultaneously for same or different goals, right? For same or different approaches. Same way in Google also, what did they do? They initially built out YouTube, right? And parallelly start creating a pipeline of an advertising platform, which is Google Ads, which could talk to YouTube and serve advertising on YouTube. Hotstar, right? Hotstar also initially was very strong on streaming. There weren't too many people putting ads there. They built an advertising platform and started serving ads over there, right? And over a period, the number of ads, the kind of ads you would get also started getting better over a period. So if you remember, Hotstar initially used to just have in-stream ads. Then in-stream and bumper came. Now you get carousel ads when you watch cricket, correct? So display ads started coming. Hotstar homepage, different ads keep coming. So all these platforms have this life cycle where they start evolving from more of a streaming platform to a streaming plus advertising platform. So here's YouTube, some of the facts about YouTube, crazy big. And YouTube is so big that it's not just a streaming platform, it's also a social media platform, right? Because people can come and like, share. It is also a search platform. And in fact, after Google, the maximum number of searches happen in the world in YouTube. Yeah. A lot of voice searches as well as text searches. Now, some
Even
of the
we can
things
say
that...
it's an educational platform as well.
Sorry, it's a... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a subset of video streaming again. Yeah.
It's a educational platform as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's edtech. It's a lot of things, right? Now, when you are putting, now this is not for advertising. This is for your content. Suppose you are a YouTube creator. You're putting a dance video, your choreography, your fitness video, you are like say explaining 12th standard maths to kids, and you just want to put your video out there so that people see that and come to take tuition classes from you. Anything, right? Optimizing your title, description, all of these are things known to you, right? All of these are aspects that are kind of like can help you get better at your video. Having a title that is meaningful, right? Only a lot of people see your title in the search results and click through to come to your video. So most of the good websites you will see very well written titles, and see, titles are not always written by you. Like for example, do you think it's a digital marketing manager who will write a title if he's advertising for a brand? Optimizing video trial, right? And based on the context, you can always add people, add specific terms like how to, free, fast, easy, tips, ways, etc. These are some ways you can get people to think that this video is something that's very relevant for me, right? Also, just like you do in a keyword search or a keyword research, you can also see what do people typically search for. That can even come just by looking at the search bar of video of YouTube and figure out what do people typically search for and try to bring this into your title. Add proper descriptions. You have certain amount of space for you to write your description, and that helps your optimization. Make sure that you put there. One mistake that people do is sometimes they just stuff a lot of unnecessary things in it. Like for example, you have shot a video and it is about a particular topic. You want to add things which are relevant to that topic and what you are discussing. Sometimes they just put the name of the entire crew who worked on that video just to give credits. Some of this information is not useful, right? It might be, you will feel like it's a good courtesy to put that up, but people don't need that. Any word that you write can be even a detractor, right? So make sure that you do this. And another term is video tags. So previously there were these tags that help identify certain content. Now YouTube has become so smart that it kind of like self tags a lot. Also, people used to use tags to misguide. So I could, add some incorrect tags as well. So these days, the algorithm is a little bit more intelligent, but still it's a good to have. It will not do all the hard lifting for you, but it's nothing that it doesn't cost you any money, correct? So you make sure that you add the best tags, add the right keyword, whatever is that important keywords that people talk about, and have that, and make sure that those keywords are coming in your video stream as well. So you may have noticed these days, when you listen to a video, if you turn on the captions, the subtitles or the captions also appear on the screen, which means Google is able to listen to your audio and convert into text by itself, correct? So even if you do not, you have an option to upload a subtitle, or if you don't give a subtitle also, Google is able to pick that up. So Google these days uses that also to understand the quality and the content that is being discussed in the video. Therefore, make sure that one, uploading subtitles is always better because it helps Google understand it correctly. It can also save you in some cases. For example, the word check, whether it is CHECK or CHEQUE can mean very different things. Now imagine your video is about banking, right? Or some process to cash in a check, and that's your explainer video. It may not pick up from the audio that it's this particular check that you're talking about. Google may just think of it as using a regular word. So you may want to upload a subtitle to be exactly sure as to what you're talking about, right? And these are all things that help you get more click-through rate when it comes in the search tab, for people when they find a certain amount of listing. So now what are the things that you can do? This the display image, you can exactly choose what you want to show. Now it lets you pick up specific images or parts of the video, and it even lets you search during the period of the video, change during the period of the video. Like for example, when you upload a video, you may need it to have a specific thumbnail, right? But after it has hit 10,000 views or 1 lakh views, you may want to change it. So Google lets you gives you a lot of freedom like that. In the past, it wasn't this much. If you've used YouTube maybe 8-10 years back, it was quite difficult. You have to pick one specific screenshot out of your video, which was like very difficult. Now Google has figured that whatever copy, when I say copy, means it's a text that is on a video or outside, right? So it lets you figure out what you want to put there. Now coming to the advertising side of things, which is basically the paid side of Google. Now some of the aspects are very clear, right? Because YouTube is owned by Google, for specific targeting options on YouTube, Google not only has information that it gathered from YouTube, but it also gathered a lot of information from what kind of mails do you send, to what kind of things do you search. It's marked to your specific Google advertising ID, correct? So if I take Simran or Manasa, for example, Google identifies Manasa or Simran through her email ID as well as her Google advertising ID, and keeps a ledger of all the things that you do and try to attribute certain behavior, intent, psychographics, interest to you, and all of that is available for targeting. And since a lot of people spend a lot of time on YouTube, YouTube can sell this at a very cheap price to advertisers, which means it's not like, hey, YouTube is the most important platform. Therefore, YouTube said, acha, if you have to advertise on me, you have to give me 5 rupees per view or 10 rupees per view. No, Google has tried to keep it also as simple as cheap as possible, because Google gets benefit from scale, right? So they always play this pricing game, and very often Google, just more of an insider information, YouTube almost always finds some way to price it cheaper than other platforms. So for example, when these OTT streaming platforms came up in India, you think of a Sony Live, etc., right? And Google felt that some advertisers are going to that platforms because the pricing is similar. Google slowly started either stopping the price increase or avoided the inflation, etc., to over a period adjust to make sure that YouTube is always cheaper, even for whatever targeting you take. Measurability. So YouTube also gives you a lot of tracking and measurements. And when you run campaigns at large scale, it even runs certain studies called brand lift studies, which are surveys to understand how people perceive their ad. So you may also get those little surveys on YouTube while you browse, right? Now those are being deployed by advertisers trying to figure out the reach, the enjoyability, the recall, or the change in consideration or purchasing when driven by your ads. Now Google also has various advertising format, skippables, non-skippables, bumper, and we will get into each details of each of this. Okay, do not worry. I know this requires at least a minute for each of these kind of inventory. TrueView ads. So TrueView is just this fancy name that Google kind of give to most of their in-stream ads. Sure. Now, one more thing, if you notice, is that there is both a truth and a myth that, you pay only when a view happens. That's true. So you typically have you're billed at a CPV, but that doesn't mean you can make a very bad video and just because nobody watched till the end, you did not pay any price. It has some indirect tie-in to what is the number of impressions that were required to watch a video as well. So if you make a nice film, naturally your view through rates will get better. As in more people will view through till completion. That means less number of impressions are required to push that ad into that completion of view. Therefore, your overall cost per view also comes down. So it's not like a case where I make a bad video, which let's say is, you cannot trick the platform. So it's not like there is a 1 minute video. Let's say the first 40 minutes are 1 minute video, first 40 seconds are full of information. Last 20 seconds is a blank side. Therefore, people just skip after 40 seconds and you don't pay any money. It's not like that. Got it? So they do a smart way of billing it based on the completed view also, based on the goal you choose or the kind of optimization you pick or the goal you or the kind of advertiser account you have. But do not fall too much prey to it. Okay. Just want to be clear. One more thing is that, for example, if I take reserved ads, or it was called reserved ads, currently called non-skippable ads, it is 15 seconds for most advertisers. Why? Because if you allow your average advertiser to run a long video ad, and most advertisers are actually being bad films. You guys know that, right? Most of the ads you don't even want to watch. If you give that privilege to every random brand, they would just irritate the customer. Imagine getting a random ad and it is not letting you skip. So Google has come. Google opens this privilege of reserved advertising only to certain brands. One. Two, even with some brands whom they know are heavy spenders or make quality advertising or has the best practices, they may extend this 50 seconds to even 20 seconds. That's why you may see when if it's an unskippable ad of Swiggy that comes, Swiggy can run up to 20 seconds. Swiggy or Amazon or some of these renowned advertisers can do it. But when you are a small brand, you may not do. So do not get tied up too much to 10 seconds ya 15 hai ya 20 hai. All of this will vary a little bit here and there. Okay. That based on who is your advertiser or what is your privilege, you will have to research a bit and find out. So I have seen people fighting saying that reserved ads 15 seconds hai. Nahin, kuch log bolega nahin 20 seconds hai. Okay. That depends on the advertiser also, right? So in TrueView, there are various kinds of ads. One is in-stream that you get within the main video stream. And then there are these display, which is you get when, these are not coming in your advertising, but on the homepage also as various suggestions. And you will see markers also calling them out as paid ads. Now, the pros and cons, these are clear. But these are some things, right? If you see what is the con, is obviously the cost factor. Because if you have to get people to view your content, it has to be engaging. Otherwise, people will just skip, right? Your aim is to ultimately get the video to be seen. If you make bad ads, low production quality, people will keep skipping. So you need a lot of effort put in terms of budgeting or in terms of the creative talent that you work with to make great ads. And trust me, that's a very high task. For example, I have to work so hard in terms of like bringing great stories, great producers to take, let's say, a view through rate of a film from a 30 second to a 60 second. Sorry. Yeah, and that takes 30% to 60%, for example, and that takes great amount of skill. Now coming to bumper ads, we discussed this with Hotstar as an example in the past. So these are ads that come just before a main ad loads. Short ads, very often 6 seconds. Some brands get to run 10 seconds. Now these are short, which means that you have to give them very specific communication. You cannot tell a long brand story here, right? And non-skippable ads, I have already discussed. These are ads which are technically like 20 seconds or 15 seconds, but a user doesn't get an option to skip it, but it's open only for quality advertisers. Now, sponsored card ads are those ads that you see, on the side of your video, where an advertiser has opened, and this happens only if you open up this particular placement for advertising. Overlay ads are those little, when you watch a video, you may see some little overlay text over it with another video as a suggestion. So these are called overlay ads. And a couple of other platforms that you need to be aware of are Vimeo and Dailymotion. Some facts about these two platforms and why people use it are listed here. Typically, these are not the go-to platforms for users. Very often, there are specific purposes for which people use Vimeo. So one example is if it's, let's say you are a video producer or you are a production agency and you want to just showcase your videos only for select clients. You may upload it on Vimeo rather than on YouTube because, a Vimeo or a Dailymotion actually has a slightly more smoother flow, less number of ads, etc. So when you're sharing your portfolio with another person, you may want to show on a Vimeo or a Dailymotion to avoid less number of distractions, right? Now, creating ads, we already discussed this slightly before I start so that you have an overview. There are two ways. One is, going through Google Ads. Actually, there are three ways. One is going through Google Ads. One is directly approaching YouTube. And the third is through programmatic. Now, I have not discussed programmatic here. But here, you see, the important thing to notice here is, do not get confused about how many ways you can have run advertising on YouTube. Because very often, when you join a company, they will have an agency. And a lot of work gets done by the agency and not the brand owners, because a brand owner cannot sit down and work on this live little elements or look at daily campaign performance and optimize, etc. But I'm not getting into the details of that. After we discuss a few more other modules for other chapters where the role between a client versus an agency is clear, we can get to it. And I have also given the user interfaces of how to create a Google ad so that you have no confusion. Go to the Google Ads page, and just similar to how you had seen Twitter or Facebook, there are specific objectives. So you start with the objective. After the objective, you decide what is the kind of inventory that you want to run, right? What kind of objective are you picking? Give it a campaign name. What is a budget? What is the cap? So bidding strategy also, there are multiple bidding strategies. You can build on. You can say, Acha, I don't want to give more than 50 paise for a week. Or you can have a bidding strategy where you say, hey, Google, I don't mind paying any amount of money, but you find me the best, you just get me the views, right? So there are various bidding strategies. Targeting options are available in terms of what kind of geography, what kind of inventory you want to run, all of that. Now, these are various course models on video ads.
How to increase Facebook page followers. So let's get started. So in the first topic, let's say, okay, as I have already told you, if you are someone who is trying to establish your business, or if you're at the initial stages of your business, or if you're a budding entrepreneur, then this topic is for you. So now you have to get started. So how to start? So the Facebook requires you to create a personal profile, and only then you can create a new page for your business. So in the top, if you're using a desktop, in the top there is a menu option. When you click on that, you can see all these options where you can create posts, stories, rooms, page, ad group, events, marketplace, listings, jobs, etc. So what you have to do is click on the page button or this page option. So what you could see is something like this. So this is basically you're starting to draft your page. So Facebook has shown you the layout that your customers or your audience will be seeing about your page. So let's see what all we have here. So first, you need to give a page name. That's very required. That will be your business name, your brand name. Yes, that it is. And then comes the category. So in your page, you can also see the preview here. Actually, there's a desktop preview as well as mobile preview. So your page name will be appearing here, and then the category you can add. Okay, let me say, for example, if you are owning a food truck. Okay, so you can be very specific and you can give food truck. Also, you can add restaurants. Okay, I guess the Facebook allows a maximum of 3 categories. So always populate it with maximum category words, because it will help the users to recognize your account and to boost your account. Okay. So that's what were the categories, and then you can give the description over there. So your description will be appearing on this side of the page, and that's how it is. And you can also add photos, tag people, like the new post and everything. And there will be other details like your contact number, your address and your email. Everything can be given here, and which is pretty simple. When you scroll down, you can get it. So that's how about the mobile preview and the desktop preview. And if you could see here, it's also the same thing. But one difference what I would say here is that in the desktop preview, the cover photo was pretty small, but then there's a better view of the cover photo in the mobile preview. So adjust it accordingly, set it up according to your business, and that's how you start. That's the basic thing to get started for a Facebook business page. So let's summarize the points. Give a proper name to your business account, because the name is the identity of your brand. And then use a proper category term that represents your business in your bio or in the category bar, so that it should be specific as well as it's a general. It should be a general term so that people can identify it, recognize it, and take a look on that. Okay. And then customize your page button according to your business. I didn't talk about the page button. I didn't show you there. Like, we'll come on to that in the next few slides. So in short, your page should communicate about your identity, your brand identity, and also it should be in a delightful, actionable info. That is, the viewers should be able to give or take an action. So it should be attractive, and also don't forget to set up your cover photo as well as your profile picture that is related to your brand. So basically give a complete picture to your users or your audience. Yeah, when I was talking about the edit page button, so whenever somebody clicks onto or somebody visits your page, this page button is something that's on the top. That's the first and foremost invitation to action for your audience on your page. Okay, so it can be anything. You can click on that edit page button while creating your page.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
And then there are different and lots of options available over here, like follow. See, if your objective is to have more followers, just make your edit page button or the page button as follow. You can make it like view gift card, order food, book now, call now, contact us, send message, send WhatsApp message, send email, learn more, sign up, use app, play game, watch video, shop now. See, there are lots and lots of options available here. So you should be able to determine what your users want to do with your page. Only then you can take a decision on that. And also, after adding all the details, you can just create page, and then on the left side you can see these many options on your page, like home, inbox, and these notification tabs, insights, ad sender, page quality, then page info. Since I have started or I have tried with a new page, then there is edit page info, that's new option, and then settings. And since I have taken up new page which I created, there will be like, people reached option. Everything is 0 because we haven't started it yet. And then you can give the location, the website, the phone number, as I've told. That's all about the page, which you can find it below it while you scroll down. You just have to click on that, add it. That's simple as it is. So let's take an example of few brands having a lot of followers. This is the page of Samsung. since I took a screenshot of it, I missed the cover page, but still Samsung it is, and then Samsung has got 161 million followers, and see here their edit page button is shop on website, because their primary objective is to make the audience to visit their website and to make them shop things or buy things from them. So they have kept it as shop on website option in their page button. It can be follow, like as we have told, that it can be anything. So Samsung, and you can actually check out their pages or this popular brands to see how they have maintained it. And then yeah, that's it. Let's take another example of Coca-Cola. Here also I missed the their colorful cover photo, but still, as you can see, they also have kept it as shop on website, and then they have given their website, and see they have 105 million followers on Facebook. So the next topic is research your target audience. Let me bring you some statistics. If you could see that the number of users in million for Facebook has been increasing. As you could see here that the year 2020 has been divided into 3 quarters, and the graph has been increasing, and see we are at the second quarter of 2021, and right now it is close to 2.895 billion. So if we are extrapolating this graph, I don't think this is going down anyway, but maybe in the worst case it might be stable. This graph anyway, it's not going to decrease, but it can increase as well as it can remain stable. But I personally feel that it's going to increase anyway, because Facebook has been a biggest platform for various activities like charity, business, and many other opportunities are available on the platform of this Facebook. So some more statistics to you. That is, Facebook currently has 2.895 billion monthly active users, as we have seen that, and the average time spent on Facebook per day is 33 minutes. So just imagine the amount of attention that your business can have while increasing your followers. So just think about it. It will make you feel wow about it. And then some more statistics about the Facebook users. India has topped with 340 million users, followed by United States with 200 million users, and Indonesia, that is 140, Brazil 130, and so on. So now you can understand how important it is for an Indian business or Indian enterprise to use the Facebook as a platform to target their audience. So statistics are very important, and always research about your target audience. These are few basic statistics, but then you need to work more on that, like about the age, about the time that your target audience. You can get it from the internet and various other sources. So always keep researching, because this research is what going to decide your success, because you will be taking decisions based on this research. So, and the last point in this research your target audience topic is make sure that your audience are using Facebook. Let me tell you an example. If you're starting a business, maybe you're selling something for people who are aged above 80, maybe their health supplements or anything like that. So the people using Facebook who are above 80, they are very less in number, right? So those senior citizens are very less in number on Facebook, and if you spend more time and money and effort in creating Facebook ads, it's going to reach a lot of people who are not your potential customers. So that's a wrong way of approach. So these are the mistakes that can happen if you don't know the basics. So keep researching about your target audience. Where are those users? How are they? How can you contact them? How are they? Their lifestyle affecting their use of Facebook, and everything has to be kept in mind. So make sure that your audience are using Facebook and research on more on that, and then make or take informed decisions. So the next heading is content is the king. This is an important topic. So let's move on to the part of the video where we talk about content. Okay, so content is the king. It's not just a statement, but it is a very true fact, because content is the most important way through which you can communicate to your audience. You can communicate to your potential customers. You can communicate to your existing customers. So content is the heart of any social media platform. Okay, let it be any other platform, maybe YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, or Snapchat, or let it be anything. Content is the king. Content is the way that you are communicating with your audience. So yes, content is the king. So what are the types of contents that's available in Facebook? In Facebook, you can have image posts, as you all know, and then you can go for live videos, and you can share video posts, and you can have activities or events, or you can share feelings. Facebook allows posting feelings or emotions, and then you can have stories. So what are the different types of content that you can include in the above 4 listed categories? How can you communicate? That is a huge list, and I have here added a very few among them. Like, you can include how-to videos, summaries, cartoons, FAQs, giveaways, or user generated content where you can ask your customers to make videos or make content for you. And you can have opinion posts, online games, mind maps, or polls, or podcasts, or slideshows, codes, or like it can go from like anything. So I hope you understood the depth of content marketing through these lists and how much you can communicate with your audience. So here I have got the example of McDonald's. Their videos, as you can see, those videos are really intriguing, and here, see, I just feel hungry seeing this, and I just want to eat it right now. One thing you can note here is that their video durations are pretty short, that they are trying to attract people for a short span of time, and they're trying to communicate in that short particular time. So McDonald's having 81 million followers, they have things in their mind because they're communicating to their 81 million followers. So that's about the McDonald's video pages, or the Facebook page having their video. And now I have shown here is the McDonald's images are all posts. As you can see here, they have very carefully managed to keep it very attractive, and these are pretty intriguing, and anybody who's just going through this will click on any one of this, that's pretty sure, because they have managed it in such a way. So because they need to communicate to their 81 million fan base, right? So that's how they have carefully curated all the content in their Facebook page. You can check on that if you want to. So, okay, but these are not simple images, okay? As I have told you, these contents are the way to communicate, or the way to engage with your audience, right? So, okay, so I have taken one example of this particular post. Let's take a look into that. These are not simple pictures, or let us check out their caption. Tiny purse is perfect for a single McNugget. Prove me wrong. So just see what are the comments they have got in their replies. So see, almost small enough to fit the paycheck from there. So this is actually creating engagement. They're engaging their audiences. That's just making their people think about it, and then replying about their about these things in the comment section. So don't you think that these types of engagements will get them more likes? Yes, such engaging comments or such engaging captions and content will get you more and more and more number of likes and engagement. I'm pretty sure about that. If you take any example of any post with great comments and great interactions, then you can see that they are very outstanding posts or contents. So here I have some amazing posts over here. This is the Facebook page of Zomato. Zomato is very amazing in creating thoughtful, witty, funny posts. Especially their content is very heartwarming. And okay, let me tell you something. They have their motivational pieces. Okay, let me take you to this particular post or this particular image where they say that where Jalebi is talking. It says to the reader that it's okay if you are not in the best shape of your life. Being sweet is all that matters. So Jalebi is talking to you. They have made it in such a thoughtful way. So if imagine somebody is simply scrolling through their feed and they come across this particular post, I'm damn sure that this have made them thing, this made them feel better for a particular for a short period of time, or just for a moment. This could capture their attention. This can get them think about the product or think about their life, and this that can make them think about Zomato. So that's what I said. Your content should be thoughtful, funny, and witty, or it should touch some of the emotional sides. It should make the viewer think about it. So visually appealing and entertaining image posts can attract a lot of attention, thereby reach a lot of organic followers. So yes, such visually appealing posts or content is a great way to attract a lot of followers in Facebook. And then comes the Facebook videos. Videos are great opportunity for any business because they can grab attention immediately in the first few seconds, and they can increase the engagement, drive more conversions, share more information, because a video can communicate many things, many subtle things which is very difficult to understand through a particular post can be understood from videos. Yes, it can share a lot and loads of information. So you can also demonstrate your expertise through videos. You can retarget video viewers and create lookalikes. Provides more opportunity for community building, engaging, and conversion. So that's what about Facebook videos. As you all know, yeah, Facebook videos are a great platform to share and communicate and engage your customers or your audiences. And then comes Facebook stories. Okay, why stories are important? Let's take a look onto that. Because of their prominent location, because it comes on the top of the screen and it's very easy to navigate through these stories, and they are visible at the top of the Facebook app, and then they give you creative freedom and the authentic format, trackable performance, rising popularity. You can go beyond promotion. Like it need not be a simple ad like thing where you promote your product in a very boring way. It need not be like that. It can go beyond promotion, and it can touch, as I have told you, it can touch, or it can go to the deep emotional sides of people. It can make people think, it can make people laugh, it can make people cry. And you can also publish brand focused content, build unique content through stories. And the most important factor about stories is that you can have polls, quizzes, and other interactive features of the stories, and that can be used to engage and entertain the users. See, if you are just having a poll like which one will you choose, maybe beach or mountain, if you are at some business related to traveling, that can actually help you understand a lot about your audience, what they like, what they don't like, and what are the trends among their followers. How many percentage of people like about the beaches, how many people like about mountains, or how many people would like to do this, what percentage of it. You can directly get the information from the audience through these polls. It's not biased or something, but it's about the direct information that you can acquire from each Facebook stories. And if you could see, it's not only Facebook, but all the social media platforms have been introducing this facility of stories. Because if you can see stories in Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, as well as YouTube. They are coming up with reels. So you can understand the importance of stories over there, because it is creating impacts in lots of businesses. And then comes the Facebook events. You can actually create an event. Being a business, okay, let me take you back to older times, where when there is an event, or when there is a function, or when there is any kind of any event going on in a particular organization, they simply take a printout of it, and they just send it to people. That's it. What is their reaction about it? How are they reacting it? Or are they interested? Are they willing to come, or are they willing to attend? All such minute things about the communication, or where there is a two-way communication is not happening. But through this events, Facebook is actually having us, or let us have a platform to interact and have a two-way communication, where we can see if how many people are interested, if they are willing to attend our event, or what is their stand on that. So this a particular feature where we can host events are great, and that has been attracting a lot of attention of many people and many businesses. So where you can communicate with your audience and just know what is happening inside their head. So it's very important in any kind of businesses, and that's about Facebook events. And you know about the image post, which doesn't require much explanation. So let's move on to some points. Contents capture the initial attention of the viewers. So embrace fun and cool posts to entertain people. Make them laugh to stay in their minds. Give importance to the presentability of the post. Always edit the post to increase the aesthetic appearance. So however we say that do not judge a book by its cover. In social media, the first impression that each content or each post create in the minds of the audience have huge relevance. So always give importance to the aesthetic aspects of your posts. Then rely on user generated contents to create more engagement, because having more engagement can only make your brand visible to other people or other audiences or more people. So having user generated contents can have an example where one of your customer is posting a review about your product and in a video or maybe in an image or maybe anything. So you're posting that. So that is an user generated content, and that can attract a lot of attention, as well as the fine element that's here is that you are giving attention to what your customer has to say about your product, right? So that can create more engagement. And always hold on to the values of your brand in each post. Make sure to use font in the image post that match the fonts in your website. So that why this point is because if your images having the fonts that's in your website, that can make your people or your audience familiar to your website, so they don't find it difficult to navigate or they don't find it like something new. So to make you familiar to your audience, you have to use the same fonts. And embrace all the different types of content rather than sticking on to one type of content. So let me once again summarize it. By this time you would have understood how important is content. So what is the best content strategy to deliver meaningful content to connect with people? Okay, so the thing is, choose a simple promise and deliver a sophisticated message. The thing is that you should be able to deliver something that is more than a photo or more than a pic or more. It should be more than a random video. It should provide an emotional connectivity with the brand and experience that the audience get from these posts should be slightly above marketing aspects. Okay, it should be able to communicate. That's what I was trying to tell. And then it should create a unique visual narrative. The people should be able to visualize the brand or the image or the message in their minds. So what has to be done is that you can take a problem and you can offer solution through the images, or it need not be like that every time. Still, that's a great strategy also. And then you can always build your story or your image or the message that you are trying to convey through the 4 pillars of visual storytelling. The 4 pillars are authenticity, how authentic your content is; the sensory aspects, how you involve the senses of your audiences, like the memories, the emotions associated with it, what they are dealing with. Everything has to be covered in that particular post about any maybe any content. And then the archetypes are the examples, and then comes the relevancy. Your post should be completely relevant. It should not be completely something different from irrelevant post is not going to attract a lot of customers or audiences. And then pick your storytelling route for any post. Okay, so this comes to the position where you are trying to touch the most deepest emotions of human beings. As you all know, the psychology of human beings plays a little role here, because we as humans have a very deep rooted emotions inside us. It can be like, for example, the desire for justice, love, order, pleasure, or validation. Or it can also be fear of unknown or fear of the death or the fear that is associated with the challenges that a person face in their how morality is affected when they have to make a choice. So these are some of the deep rooted emotions of any human being. It's there. If you're able to connect with that, I think your brand can have a connection with your audiences, and you can communicate and you can engage them, and that can finally attract and retain a lot of customers. So pick your storytelling route and use it properly. Make them laugh, make them think, and get yourself a lot of customers. Communicate with them, help them to think about themselves, and always associate your message with the right occasions so that people can relate to it, people can understand, or people can create, or you can able to create a need in their lives, so that you can communicate with them, and you can actually create a space where they can come and contact you. So that's where the success of content marketing is, and that's all about content marketing. So I hope you understand how content marketing is important, how content marketing is the heart of success in social media platforms like Facebook, in attracting a lot of followers and customers from the wide range of audiences available to you. So that's all about the content. So yes, content is the king. Okay, so the next topic is, let's crack the algorithm. So what is an algorithm? So the Facebook algorithm, that is something which decides the post that the people has to see every time they check their feed or the Facebook feed. So in what order those posts show up? What is their relevance? So Facebook would like to remind us that there is no single algorithm, but rather there is a multiple layer of machine learning models and rankings that is built in order to predict which post or which is the most relevant and meaningful post to a particular individual in the long term, and they just show it to that particular feed so that the audience will get the post according to relevancy. So now you might be wondering, why can't we just know or learn the pattern of algorithm so that we can boost our content, right? Yes, that is true. If we try to understand or learn the factors that is helping our post to be seen or to be visible to the audience, then it will be helpful. So let's see how to crack the algorithm. First and foremost, increase the engagement. When you increase the engagement, so you must be wondering why you should increase the engagement. So if you increase the engagement, the Facebook algorithm thinks that okay, if there are lots of people commenting on this particular photo, so if it is like that, if many people are commenting on this particular photo, sometimes this person might also like this post, so let me share this post to their feed. So Facebook algorithm thinks like that. So that is why it is always advised to increase the engagement. Yes. But how can you increase the engagement? Let us take a look into that. The basic principles of increasing engagement is by following the 3 E's, that is engage, entertain and educate your audience through your post. Let it be any video post or image post or story. It should be engaging, entertaining, educating, as well as it should be able to, as I have mentioned before, it should be able to communicate to your audience, and it should bring up some values or the human psychological sides of the human nature has to be given some kind of priority there. So that's one way where you can thoughtfully curate contents for your social media or Facebook so that you can achieve more followers. And you should also get people talking. That is, your audience should be able to communicate well with you as well as others. So what people comment on your post, that is relevant in creating an image in the other person or a third person who is reading the comment. So you should always have a meaningful conversation and know the likes and dislikes of your audience through various content. So one idea, or that's a rough idea, but still you can follow that. Always use 70% video content and 20% photos and 10% external links. one thing you have to remember is that the percentage of external links has to be kept less, because Facebook wants their customers to be on their platform. And avoid using too many external links and too many other platforms. So that's a simple idea about the content that you have to post if you are a beginner. But you can always adjust it according to your customers and according to your product. And then comes the live videos. Going live creates 6 times more engagement than any other type of content. So always consider going live. So here is the do's for cracking the algorithm. Host a watch party and reshare great content. That is, you can always reshare the great content of other platforms or other users, so that you can create more engagement by that way. And you can keep track of the time of your post. That is, when you should post a particular post. When is your audience more active? So you should always keep track of that timing. And you can create polls and ask close-ending questions to engage your audience. See, what did you have for your breakfast? That is a very subjective question. Many people can have different answers, but having different polls, like as I have given the example before, if you're a travel business and if you're asking for mountains or beaches, then the viewer can choose from the 2 different options available, and it's a close-ending question, right? So that will be more easy for the audience to get engaged, and it will also help you promote the things that they like. And also sharing the Facebook URL to other platforms like Twitter, Instagram, and email marketing would help you boost your content in Facebook. And employ a chatbot. If you are able to afford a chatbot, please do that, because if you do that, you will never leave your customers without a response or reply. So they feel considered, or they feel that attention is given to the customer. So this will create a positive impact for your business. And always use the invite option wisely. See, in the Facebook, if somebody has liked your post but hasn't followed you, there is an option to invite them to follow you. So always use that option wisely to get more followers. So these all are like thumbs up rules for gaining more followers and for cracking the Facebook algorithm. So what are the don'ts, or what are the some things or facts that you should keep in mind and you should not do it while aiming for more followers? Don't include too many YouTube links, because as I have told you, the Facebook wants to become the next generation digital streaming television, and YouTube is its biggest competitor. Because Facebook has been trying to give more videos and more information. So if you are including too many YouTube links, people will go to YouTube and spend more time on YouTube rather than they spend time on Facebook. So that is a strict no-no. And avoid being completely off topic or irrelevant topic, which you already know. And avoid using trigger words and forceful engagements. See, as I have said, this Facebook algorithm is listening to you. Okay, Facebook is actually listening what you're telling to your people. How are you communicating? So you simply don't create a post for simply creating engagement without a purpose. Like don't make or add words like please like, please share, please comment, just for the sake of commenting or just for the sake of sharing. Please don't do that. Instead, replace it like with very thoughtful and very witty captions like, what do you think about it? Comment your thoughts below. So when you say that, as we have seen in the example, the McDonald's have asked that prove me wrong. So people get excited about it. So people talk about it. So that will be better than forceful engagements. And avoid using clickbaits. Clickbaits are strict no-no, because people will lose interest and that will backfire you in the long run. So that's about the let's crack the algorithm topic. Now I hope you understand about the importance of the content and how content can boost your overall post and as well as your business as well as your conversion. So to inform you, this will also boost your SEO or the search engine optimization. This will boost your business in overall, because many people might visit your website if you have one. So You can also give a better customer experience, but this comes to the later part, okay? So like it all depends on your objective, whether you want to attract or whether you want to give better experience to the people who are already interested. It all depends on your target audience. So, and yeah, the secret relies in the research that you conduct about the your target audience. So here comes the role of influencers. So why do we have to depend on influencers to promote your brand? Because the content quality is very high in case of influencer marketing. See, here you can see that Cristiano Ronaldo, the popular football player, he has a followers of about 150 million, and he is promoting a hair transplant group here. As you can see here, this will reach this 150 million fan base of this particular footballer, and this particular brand now gets the desired popularity. And here is another very cool example of influencer marketing, where actually the brand Puma is actually focusing now on cricket as well as the Indian followers. For example, here they are targeting based on the demographics, okay? So followers of Virat Kohli, that is about 48 million. So Virat Kohli is an Indian cricketer, so obviously the people who are following Virat Kohli will be interested in sports or cricket, or they have the field of interest as cricket or sports. So it is easy for targeting, right? So they have come up with such cool pic and a post in their pic. You can see that how cool it is. And Virat Kohli has posted it on his Facebook page, and you can see that it's written it's paid partnership, and it has received a lot of engagement. As you can see, there is 221k like and love for this particular post, and 5k comments and 918 shares. So it's obvious that such cool and amazing post where you can easily target audience based on demographics gains lots of thumbs ups. Yes. And here another example where Taylor Swift, the singer, she is actually promoting Amazon Music, and she has also given the link here. So what are the benefits of influencer marketing? It is amplified brand awareness and precise targeting, as I have told you with the example of Virat Kohli, where you can actually target very precisely, and enhance credibility and trust. Because people are trusting these public figures, so it is easy to gain trust through them, okay? So these public figures or these social figures, they act as a channel in order for us to create a credibility and trust among the people. And increased audience engagement, that's obvious, because we are more likely to comment on a public figures post promoting their not promoting, but still we would love to, like, and everyone loves to, so that comes there. And another point is the improved search engine rankings, and then comes the increased conversions. Now comes the Facebook ads.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
It's obvious that anybody using Facebook has seen the sponsored ads in their feeds or in their corner of the desktop wall, or everywhere. You can see it a lot of the times. So how can you create one if you are a starting or a budding entrepreneur? So just like we created a page for us, click on the menu, you can create or you can click on the ad, and your ad dashboard or campaign dashboard looks like this, where you can create any kind of ads and you can do the testing, you can get the reports. There are so many features like bid strategy, budget, attribution settings, and how much you have to invest and how it is delivered. And you can also get the various insights and you can analyze each and every post, like how many people took action on the page, how many people viewed the page, how many people reviewed it, and how many people liked it, and what is the reach of the post. Everything can be analyzed from these ad pages or ad feature, which you can explore of your own. And it is very important that you take informed decisions based on the information or the insights that you get from these things, like the post engagement. So you can promote a particular post or ad based on the number of engagements and based on the recommendations or anything. Like you should be able to take informed decisions based on these results. So should you invest in a Facebook ad? That's the question that comes up to your mind. Yes, you should, if you are having a yes to these questions. Like, if do you want more engagement on your Facebook page, or you want more likes on your brand page, or you want more social shares for your post, and do you want more traffic to your website, or do you need to generate more leads, and then do you want more even signups, or do you want more app downloads? If your answer is yes to any of these questions, then you should probably invest some money or allocate some budget to your Facebook ad campaign. So here I have some tips for you to increase or to get maximum return of interest from your Facebook ad campaigns. Number 1, focus on building marketing funnels inside the Facebook, because the people viewing your content on your Facebook can belong to different classes of funnel, because some people are just viewers, some people are already aware of the brand and they just want to know about your product, or some people are already your customers and they want to have a good connection with your brand. So you can create different marketing funnels and categorize people and create ads according to different categories. Okay, so people don't come to Facebook to buy. So instead of creating campaigns that focus on purchasing right off the bat, it's better to create additional experience for your website visitors. Like, you can launch several campaigns with different objectives. Your purpose can vary. You can create your own Facebook ad funnel. And second one, review the ad frequency to manage exposure. See, audiences are more likely to recall an ad if they see it more than once, but if it is too much, it can backfire as well. And the third point is, scale up your ad budget based on the ad performance. As I have already told you about the performance analysis which you can conduct on Facebook ads, keep monitoring your ad performance whenever possible. Retaining the best performing ads and pausing the remaining ads will do a lot good for you in the long run. And so for winning ad, you should increase the budget by 15% to 20% and repeat this every 24 hours as long as the performance keeps going up. This will help you a lot in the long run. And use audience insight to ensure delivery to the right audience. An ideal audience size for a small conversion campaign test is around 1 million active people. So once you believe you have found the right audience, save it for the future use. So I hope all these tips will help you in your long run. Now let's conclude this video by reminding you some of the general points that has to be kept in mind. Don't follow any account to simply follow, and avoid fake followers in order to create a good image in front of the people. Always rely on native organic followers. Ensure the consistency of the post. Don't let your followers completely forget about your brand due to your inconsistency in content delivery. So you can schedule your post in advance and you can ensure the consistency. And always tag your location in your post to improve native targeting. That is, you can target people according to the demography. And run contests and polls and stories to ensure maximum engagement. We have already talked about the engagement, so I hope you keep that point in mind. And yeah, avoid fake followers, because these days you can buy followers, you can invest some money to get fake followers, but in the long run that's not going to help you, so avoid that. Link your Facebook account to other platforms and websites so that people can come and enjoy and engage with your content. And schedule your post as we have already mentioned, and post it at the right time. This point is very important. Let me tell you an example. Okay, so if you are focusing on people, on working people, okay, on the working class people. So working class people will be free on Saturdays and Sundays. So if you are posting a new content or an update or about a discount sale on your Facebook on a Monday, it's very difficult for that to reach your audience because they are not on Facebook. They'll be busy doing their work. So it is very important that you post your content on the right time. So that's all about how to increase or how to improve the number of followers on your Facebook account. This video is completely from the perspective of a business trying to gain followers on Instagram. So let's see how it is done. So the first one will be optimize your Instagram profile. When I say optimize your Instagram profile, the first thing that you have to be careful about is giving a proper name to your business account. So give a complete business name to your business account on Instagram. Use a general term that represents your business in your bio. For example, if you are a fitness coach, and you're trying to gain clients through Instagram, then you have to mention fitness coach over there. If you are a digital marketer trying to gain clients through Instagram, then you have to mention digital marketer. Why I'm telling is this, because if somebody is searching, so if you are a fitness coach, so if somebody is searching for fitness, then automatically your profile will be on the top, or there is a probability that they can find you or they can reach you. So that is why we are saying that we need to use a general term to represent the business in the bio, and also add a link or the link of the website, or it can be the link of the app in the bio, because only then the viewers can take action to your website. So in short, what I was trying to tell here is that you have to communicate about your identity and your business through delightful actionable info. So the viewer has to get a complete picture about your business. That is what optimizing your Instagram profile means. Now let us move on to some examples. Here it's the Instagram profile of Oreo. So here we can see that they have 3.1 million followers. See, they have mentioned their name, and also they have given a delightful caption, playful moments from your favorite cookie. So they have mentioned the term cookie so that there is a possibility for this Oreo to come on the top when somebody is searching cookie. It need not be Oreo, but even if somebody searches for a cookie, Oreo can come at the top. Then comes the another example of Starbucks. Starbucks have 17.8 million followers. Here also you can see that Starbucks have mentioned the coffee in their names, and also they have given a caption that is to inspire and nurture the human spirit. One person, one cup, and one neighborhood at a time.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And they have also given the website. You can see that all the famous brands have given their website so that the viewers can take action in their website. Now comes the second topic, that is research your target audience. This is a forecast from Statista where it says that by 2023 there will be around 1,120 million users for Instagram. So just imagine the amount of exposure that you are getting while being on Instagram. But when I say research your target audience, these numbers are pretty impressive. But when I say research, see, if you are focusing or if your brand is selling a product that is focusing on senior citizens, there is a very less chance for senior citizens to be on Instagram. That's not the trend. Instagram is for the youngsters as well as the youths as well as the young generation. So then there is no point in spending a lot of time and money and effort for marketing in Instagram. So that is what I meant when I say you have to research your target audience. Make sure that your customers are using Instagram. And then comes the most important thing about gaining followers on Instagram, that is content. Content is the king. So through Instagram, what are the 4 types of contents that you can exhibit before your viewers? That will be image post, reels, IGTV videos or Instagram TV videos, and stories. So let's move on to one by one. When I say image post, these are the examples. As we have already seen the account of Oreo, the picture shown on the left side is the Oreo's wall, where you can see that they have given a lot of colorful, delightful images where it's very tempting, right? These images are very tempting. And on the right side, we have a image post of Snickers, where it's a really funny picture where the wife is thinking that he's probably looking at other girls, and the husband or maybe the boyfriend is looking at the Snickers. So, and look at their caption, sorry if they like all our pics. So that's how these types of images are kind of contents that attract a lot of attention from people. Similar that Nike has got a huge amount of followers, and their wall looks like this. And on the right side, we have a post of Kit Kat where it says we were on a break. This is a sentence, or this is a dialogue from the most famous sitcom known as Friends. If you are a Friends fan, you'll understand the importance of that. So the break is over at Friends. Could we be any more excited? So that's what the caption they have given. So what I'm trying to tell here is that the image post of these popular brands shows that these posts has to be colorful, and there should be some aesthetic value given to that. And also more than that, it has to impart some kind of emotional value to the viewer. Either it can be a funny, delightful experience, or a motivational experience, or anything apart from a simple picture. And here on the left side, I have a picture of Zomato's image post, which they have uploaded on Teachers Day, where it says that polite attitude and minimal calling. Dal makhni was too spicy, had to order sweet dishes afterwards. To every single foodie whose marks and remarks have helped us get better every day. That is, the company Zomato is trying to value their customers through in a very funny as well as kind of in an emotional way, which is actually crossing the emotional side of the viewers. So this is always winning hearts. And as I have already said, visually appealing and entertaining image posts can attract a lot of organic followers. And then comes the second type of content, that is reels. As you all know, reels are short videos which last for only 1 minute. So reels are permanent and reels are easy to create. And why you should go for reels is because early reels content adopters enjoy favorable exposure. That is, if you're far before or before your competitor, then your success is kind of assured, right? And reels are very easy to share also. And reels offer more visibility potential via multiple hashtag feeds. As there is always a possibility to add hashtags, they offer visibility potential. So you have to work on your reels if you are looking for more followers on Instagram. Then comes IGTV videos. IGTV videos allows a larger video, that is compared to reels. IGTV videos are a bit lengthier. So these videos boost the visibility of the products and services. Since the duration of the video is pretty high, you can actually communicate effectively and educate the viewers and entertain the audiences. So that is what the speciality of Instagram IGTV videos or Instagram videos. And it provides more opportunity for community building, engaging and conversion. Then comes the story. Story is the most important because it's a great way to interact and engage the users. There is an option to create polls and quizzes and other interactive features so that the viewers or the followers can be entertained as well as engaged. So it's very important that we kept them engaged rather than keeping them as viewers. So this can also help us know what are the likes, dislikes and the recent trends among the followers. So this will give us a lots of data and lots of information, so which will help us to take more decisions and to more change our content or modify our content according to what the viewers or what our followers want. So let us get to know more some of the points. Okay, so the contents capture the initial attention of the viewers. So it is always important to have some kind of emotions attached to it. It can be fun and it can be a cool post where the post or the brand can appear as a friend. But it can also add value or touch the emotional side of the people. And generally, if a post or a image post is fun and cool and entertaining, people tend to like it more and people tend to follow that brand more. So always make them laugh so that you stay in their minds. And always give importance to the presentability of the post. it should look better, because Instagram is a place for visual senses to activate the visual aspects of an individual. So you should always edit the post to increase the aesthetic pleasure that it gives to the viewers. Rely on user generated contents to create more engagements. That is, whenever you're selling a product to one of your clients through Instagram, just ask them to make a short video of unboxing or maybe an appreciation post for your product. All these kinds of contents can give more credibility to your brand, as well as it can create a word of mouth. And always hold on to the values of the brand in each post. All the posts must convey the idea and the mission and the vision of our brand. Only then these brands can attract a lot of people. And whenever you are using fonts in the image post, make sure that these fonts are similar to that of the fonts in your website, so that the people can find it familiar. And embrace all the different types of content rather than sticking on to one type of content. As we have already seen, there are 4 different kinds of content in Instagram, like Instagram videos or IGTV videos, reels, Instagram stories, and image post. So use all these types of different contents and then make use of it. So what are the best content strategy to deliver meaningful content to connect with the people? Let us take a look into that. First of all, you should choose a simple promise, and you should be able to deliver a sophisticated message. So when you are posting an image on Instagram, it should deliver more than something that the picture can deliver. What I mean is that it should try to impart some kind of value and provide some kind of emotional connectivity through the brand experience. That is what I meant when I say that it should deliver a sophisticated message. Create a unique visual narrative. As you already know, the internet is crowded with a lot and lots of contents. So it's always important to be unique and different when you are trying to create a visual image in the minds of people. Build your story on the 4 pillars of the visual storytelling. So, if you would notice that all the successful brands tries to tell a story, and they try to give an image or construct an image in the minds of the viewers. So, what are the 4 pillars of storytelling that these types of brands rely on? Let us check that and then understand this point clearly. The 4 pillars of storytelling are authenticity, sensory, archetypes, and relevancy. Authenticity is that your content or your image or the story that you are trying to tell should be authentic. And then comes the sensory. That is, when you're telling a story or when you're conveying an idea, all the different types of senses are involved. That is, your senses, that is your eyes are involved, your visual aspects of an individual are involved, and then the memory of an individual is involved, and the emotions associated with that memory is also involved. So you are invoking all these senses together. So make sure that you are handling all the emotions of an individual properly through your brand and or through your stories, so that they tend to retain you or retain the brand in their minds. And then comes the archetypes. Archetypes are the examples that we try to convey through our posts or our content. And then comes the relevancy. People should be able to relate it to it, or the content should be relevant. These are the 4 pillars of visual storytelling. So whenever you make a content, you should be able to build your content on these 4 pillars of storytelling. Then you should take or choose your storytelling route. When I say route, every story is based on some kind of a route. Let's say it can be a desire for justice, or a desire for love, or a desire for order, pleasure, or desire for validation. Or it can be based on any story. It can be based on either desires or it can be based on fears. When I say fear, it's a fear of unknown or fear of death. Or it can also be based on the challenge of the morality, that when the choices have to be made. So these are the different routes. So either one of these route has to be chosen when you pick or when you try to post some content. And whenever you choose this, I'm pretty sure that your brand can reach the customer's emotional side, and thereby you can get a good place or get a good position in the minds of our people. And then associate your message with the right occasions. This is very important because the brand's visual storytelling will be driven by the occasions. So whenever you tell a story, people will be able to relate to these occasions, and it is very important that brands are retained in their minds when they can connect it with the occasions or different occasions in their lives. And then comes the caption. Caption is the heart of any content. So captions are the means to communicate and open up. It's an emotional space. As I have already told you, see, if you are a business owner and you have a brand and you are posting a content, your content can capture the attention, can convey emotional values and all. But where this communication takes place, where can you directly communicate with the viewer or the reader or the follower? That is the place. That place is the captions. So captions are the heart of the any kind of content when it comes to attracting or gaining followers on Instagram. Captions should be long and good enough so that whenever somebody reads it, they can relate to it, they can connect with you, and they should be able to give a direct message to you. Only that is considered to be as a good caption. So always work on your captions, and go for vulnerable and deep captions so that you can connect with your customers. And whenever you are able to make a caption through which you can attract direct messages from different people, these are the warm leads or these are your future clients. So always take care of these kinds of clients, and I'm pretty sure that your business or your brand will gain a lot of followers if you are working on your captions. And make sure that you have captions that will follow the know, like, trust pattern. That is, whenever you write a caption, make sure that somebody who is new should be able to know about your brand, and they should be able to like you through your caption, and they should be able to trust you through your caption. So whenever you are writing a caption, make sure to choose those particular words or particular sentences, particular tone of your caption, so that they can know you, they can like you, and they can trust you. And then comes our next hero, that is the hashtag. Hashtags are the game changers. Let us see more about hashtags. Instagram permits a maximum of 30 hashtags. So if you want to attract more followers and more attention, use all the 30 hashtags and use relevant hashtags, and always avoid this general hashtags like business or success, because these are too vague and it doesn't specify, or it's not able to convey the image of your business. So avoid these kind of too general hashtags. Use relevant hashtags, use unique hashtags, use simple to medium or small to medium kind of hashtags, and change your hashtags. This is an important point, because if you keep using the same hashtags for all the posts, Instagram or the algorithm of the Instagram sometimes believe that you or your account is a spam, or your post is a spam. So always mix up your hashtags or change your hashtags and use less popular hashtags. As I already said, don't use too general, too vague kind of hashtags. And also use hashtags in your Instagram stories. So if you don't want your hashtag to be seen on the stories, what you can do is you can change the font color of the hashtags into those background colors, so that it doesn't seem visible, but still you can attract a lot of people. And as I've already said, don't go for too generic hashtags, and use small to medium hashtags, and use proper hashtags to promote community engagement. So if you use a hashtag, let us say if you are a fitness coach and your name is maybe John, but nobody's going to search John over there, but people will search for fitness coach. So if you use the hashtag fitness coach or hashtag fitness, there is a higher probability for you to appear in their searches, so that you can gain attention from that particular viewer, and there is a probability that viewer can be converted to your follower and maybe a client of yours in the future if he is impressed by your contents.
If I get any kind of hike, that will be a bonus to me, and I think that all credit goes to the Intellipaat, because they have taught me so well.
Hello Abhijit, I'm Shweta from digital marketing team. Please tell us about your background and skill sets.
My name is Abhijit, and I've worked in Cipla for two years, and after that I've worked with Godrej for 1.5 years. And the skill set that I've learned from these two industries are mainly MS Office and CRM.
Okay. What was your objective of the training?
In my last service with Godrej, I've experienced that through sales and marketing profile, I was doing conventional marketing. So the world is moving towards the digitalization part. So to increase my skill set, I should have that digital marketing background and digital marketing information and knowledge. So for that, I've opted for this course.
Okay, that's nice. How did you find our course material?
Course materials were really very good because I have a MBA background. It is very easy for me to get through the initial part. But if anyone who is not from any marketing background, even he will find it very easy to go through the courses. It is so easy for them, and it is so well balanced and well planned.
Okay. How did you find our trainers?
Trainers were very good, starting from the marketing part. They have explained the marketing part and the Excel and then the SEO part. They have explained everything in a very nice way.
Which feature of Intellipaat's course you like the most?
Feature, if I have to choose one, that will be the interaction between the teachers and the students during the class. I think that is the most important part, because if we don't get to interact, then the doubts that we have, those doubts will never get sorted out. I think that is the most important part, and that every teacher and every instructor has held the session so well that we never had any doubt after the class at least.
So after completing the course, was your objective fulfilled?
Yeah, definitely. I think my objective was to become a digital marketer and to have a course that a span of 6 months. During this span of 6 months, I've learned a lot from Intellipaat, and I think my objectives have been fulfilled in a quite good way.
Oh, that's really nice to hear. So after completing the course, what major change has happened in your career?
After completing my course, I thought I have hand-on experience on the tools that we use for digital marketing, whatever you call it, whether it is SEMrush, whether it is Href, or whatever you call it. We have a good knowledge about the tools and hands-on experience and how to use that and how to improve our digital marketing profile. I mean, whenever I will be working in any company, these are the basics and these are the pillars to get to know and get to have a better knowledge and get to optimize the work that I will be doing with the company.
So the question was, is there any special incident which you like to share with us?
Yeah, definitely. They have given us an assignment, and that was on marketing. So that assignment was related to giving a PowerPoint presentation. So that PowerPoint presentation, while giving the PowerPoint presentation, that was okay with me. But after that, the teacher and the instructor, they have instructed me how to do the PowerPoint presentation in a better way. I think that I have learned from an online platform from Intellipaat. That was very encouraging for me.
Okay. Would you like to recommend Intellipaat's course to your friends and family?
Yeah, definitely. I would recommend I already recommend 2 to 3 people about Intellipaat, and I think being my friend, 1 or 2 people will definitely join the courses of Intellipaat.
Okay. And all the best for your career.
Thank you very much, Shweta.
So hashtags are really important, and here is an example of hashtags where you can see that they have used around 28 to 30 hashtags. Please don't use more than 30 hashtags because that might make your post irrelevant, and that might reduce your chance of getting in the top positions when somebody searches for a hashtag. As you can see here that they have used a lot of hashtags related as well as less popular hashtags like women supporting women in business, female preneur, like so many inbound marketing, online marketing coach. So many hashtags are used. It's just an example here. And then comes the analysis. in the analysis part, if you are having a business account, you can always get insights like this. When you click on insights, you can see your content, and there is activity and there is audiences. From these data, there is a lot of information, or there is a lot of insights that we can actually, the heading or the name that Instagram has given, the insights, is actually very self-explanatory, because we can get a lot of insights, we can get a lot of ideas, like what are the age range of the people who have viewed my or viewed the particular post, or what is the gender, what is the age range, what is the location. So from all these insights, we can take so many important decisions. And that's how the activity, like how many visits, how many clicks, how many emails, how many people discovered, and the website clicks and everything, these kinds of the impressions and the reach. So these kind of information can help you get a lot of data. Yes, you, that will give you truckloads of data about your customers and your brand's online presence. How well you have presented yourself online can be understood from these data, and this will also help you to take informed decisions and improve your marketing efforts as well as the content based on the insight. So here comes the role of influencers in gaining a lot of Instagram followers. When you actually depend on an influencer for promoting a particular product, you can gain access to their fan base. So when that public figure is creating content, the focus is given to the good quality content. Here in this example, you can see that the Kylie Jenner, she is actually promoting hair product as well as body product in Instagram. And there are other added advantages, like influencer promotions helps in targeting audience based on demographics. See, this is a great example for that. Puma is an international brand where Puma India is actually targeting the customers from India, right? So what they have did is that they have collaborated with Indian Bollywood actress known as Kareena Kapoor Khan for promoting their product, and this has attained, or this has got a lot of attention. So it is easy for them to target Indian clients or Indian fans through Kareena Kapoor's fan base. So it is easy for Puma, or it is easy for that particular brand to target based on the demographics, and this example shows that. And here is another example where you can see that the famous football player Cristiano Ronaldo is actually promoting some kind of brands of some watches. So whenever we depend on influencers for promotions, we have so many advantages, like amplified brand awareness. Yes, actually when Cristiano Ronaldo is using a watch, the brand awareness is literally amplified, so the word is self-explanatory. And then comes the precise targeting. So let's take another example of a brand which is actually selling sports related accessories. So if Cristiano Ronaldo is being chosen as an influencer to introduce the product, Cristiano Ronaldo's fans are already people who are interested in sports and athletics, and these accessories are actually necessary for such people, for those people who are interested in these. So actually there is a precise targeting of people who are really interested in the sports or athletics when Cristiano Ronaldo is promoting these sports accessories, right? So that is what precise targeting means. And then there is an enhanced credibility and the trust. Okay, so let's take the example of Ronaldo itself. When Ronaldo is using it, then the product will be good. There is this kind of notion in the minds of people.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So that is why I said, or that's why the point is like enhanced credibility and trust. And then comes the increased audience engagement, where people know it, like it through these influencers. So there is a better engagement and awareness. And then there is an improved search engine rankings, because actually for your website, so influencer is promoting your product and there's a lot of people trying to see what kind of products you have in your website. So if there is a lot of organic traffic, then obviously your search engine optimization improves, and then your rankings improves, and it's a great opportunity for you or for this particular brand to get a better position in the search engine results pages. And this can also lead to better conversions. So this is the role of influencers that they play in promoting products and in attracting customers as well as conversions, and also in getting you a lot of Instagram followers. So now let us move on to the general points that has to be kept in mind whenever you are a brand, or whenever a brand page is being published on Instagram. Don't follow any account to simply follow or to gain followers. Just follow anybody with the intention of giving a good image, that okay, people will see that which all are the pages that this particular brand has been following, and this will actually shape the image that you have in front of your viewers or the customers or the followers. So don't follow any account to simply follow. Ensure the consistency of the post. Don't let the followers completely forget about your brand due to your inconsistency in content delivery. You have to be very consistent and schedule it before. And always tag the location in your post, because it is easy to target on the basis of demographic features or demographic aspects. So don't forget to tag your location. And make use of stories. Run contests or polls in the stories, and this ensures maximum engagement. So don't forget that. Avoid fake Instagram followers. You might be already knowing that you can buy fake followers with some money, but organic traffic or organic followers are far better. And avoid Instagram fake followers, because this will affect the credibility of your product and your brand. And always link your Instagram account to other platforms and websites, and schedule your Instagram post in advance and post it at the right time. See, when I say right time, let me tell you an example. You are selling a product for corporate people. So these corporate people are like, they might be working during weekdays like Monday to Friday, and they'll be free on weekends, that is Saturday and Sunday. So you have to release your new product or any new kind of discount or any new feature of your product has to be released on a particular time that it can reach your relevant customers at a really good time. See, when you are selling a product to corporate people and you are releasing your post or your Instagram reels or your new content on a Monday morning, nobody is going to see, because everybody will be working. But at the same time, if you release it on a Friday evening or during weekends or during Sunday, there's a great probability to reach the right customer. So take care of the time that you release your contents, and then try to design a gorgeous grid for your profile if possible. If you can see that the grids give us an overall look, so when people are scrolling through it, if it's really good, it can capture a lot of attention, and there is a great possibility of conversions. So take care of the design of the grid.
Let's start with by understanding what exactly a podcast is. A podcast is a form of audio broadcasting on the web, which can be listened anywhere. For example, the place where you work, or while jogging in the park, or anywhere. And now let's understand what is podcast marketing. So podcast marketing is simply the act of marketing yourself, your products or your services through the creation and distribution of audio content. And now let's look into why exactly should we care about podcast marketing. So this was a case study that was done in USA that showed a positive growth in podcast listeners, which showed the number of people who are familiar with podcasting had increased by 5%, going from 70% to 75% in a span of a year is a huge achievement. And next, in the USA, half of the population listens to the podcast. And also, at least once in a month, 104 million individuals listen to a podcast. And to tell you the extent of how many people listen to podcast, around 24% of US population, or around 68 million individuals, listen to podcast on a weekly basis. And also 45% of households who listen to the podcast on a monthly basis make more than $75,000. The COVID pandemic, which caused a 42% increase in podcast listening, recently contributed to the increase in number. And now let's understand the benefits of podcast marketing. Improved connection. Podcasting is not only a great way, but one of the best ways in which you can grow an audience. Increased brand awareness and reach. Every impression your podcast gets, your reach towards the audience increases. Heightened authority. When people listen to you, learn from, and take advices from you, you are a form of authority over them. This increases the likelihood that you would be able to influence them to take the action needed to realize the value you provide. Revenue from advertising. You will be able to advertise different brands in your podcast that will generate you a decent amount of revenue. And now let's look into how can podcasts grow my business by building a dedicated following. The amount of listeners to your podcast will in turn give you the authority to influence them through building a loyal community. Loyal community will always be a boon to business as they will always be supportive. By increasing revenue, greater the number of following you have will in turn increase your revenue through various means. Now, let's look into the podcast marketing strategies. Re-upload your most popular and interesting episodes. Someone who just discovered your podcast yesterday may have missed that awesome episode that you released last year. So by re-uploading it, it would be beneficial for you as the person who is listening to your podcast. Make sure the audio quality of your podcast is excellent. Try to use a good quality products that could be helpful in achieving the quality of the podcast. Make excellent show notes. Always have a good show notes that would help to be discovered. It improves your SEO, which means it will rank highly in search engines. Be consistent always. Always try to have a decent amount of podcasts which are being continuously uploaded. Publish and promote through various platforms. Very low effort but high reward. Always try to promote your podcast through various platforms. Join a podcast network. Publicity is vital for your podcast to grow. One way you can do this is by linking your podcast to different podcast networks. Include emails. Always try to include in email. Include share buttons in your show notes. You want your audience and listeners to give you more publicity, so you have to make it easy for them. Share buttons will do the trick. Use Google Ads to promote your podcast. So, what are the top 3 keywords that your ideal listener will search for before finding your show? Try to bid on them through Google Ads. Tell stories in your podcast episodes. Storytelling is a great way to pass information. If you tell a story through number of episodes, people are more likely to listen to them all. Partner up. There are probably 75 more people out there with the audience of your ideal listeners. Find them, make friends with them, and then promote each other. Participate in every podcast. It would definitely impact your connection with the audience and also provide a positive feedback from the audience. And now let's conclude it. The first thing to do is to make sure that your product or service is incredibly good before marketing it, which means before marketing anything, make sure that the products or services that you are providing is of some use to the listeners.
Okay, so what is video marketing? You all are familiar, but still let me give you an explanation. Video marketing is when you use videos to promote and sell your product or service, boost interaction on your digital and social platforms, educate your consumers and customers, and reach out to a new audience. Yes, you are all familiar with video marketing. That's where you communicate with your audience. So that is about video marketing. So what are the different types of video marketing? So one type of video marketing, one type that is very familiar to every one of us are commercials or advertisements or ads in short. So commercials are short, attention-grabbing videos that emphasize the company's finest qualities through a dramatic setting, gorgeous images, or a rundown of intriguing features, and it actually concludes with a clear call to action. So regarding commercials, the primary goal is to attract the new customers. If we are just going into the deep versions of the customers, we'll actually classify them according to different positions in the funnel. Some people will be just in the awareness stage where they're just getting to know about the product, but some people will be in a much more closer position where they are researching about the product. So actually the primary goal of a commercial is to attract new customers. That is the first, or the initial attention has to be captured. That is the objective of the commercial, and it is actually broad in appeal, and it provides only the most important and relevant information for a viewer, and they are memorable, and they are typically short. So it actually gives the general overview of the brand, and it encapsulates your brand mission in a quick and easily digestible format that is anybody can understand, because it has to capture the initial attention. And then comes the social content videos. These are the short video clips created solely for the purpose of social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, or any other platform. These videos are usually fun, playful, engaging, and designed to be shared. And this has an advantage of highlighting the positive customer feedback in your social videos, and this increases the credibility and spreads positive word of mouth. So that is about social content videos. As you all know, in social media platforms, if they are getting more likes, of if they are going viral, or if a particular company's videos or content are going viral, then they can grab a lot of attention. So that's why social content videos are important. And these days, many brands, many companies are focusing on creating engaging and entertaining videos, because if a video or if a content is making you laugh, or if it is making you think, and then that tends to remain in your minds, so that's where you win. Or that's where a company win, when they are able to retain themselves in the minds of their customers or their viewers or their audience. So for that purpose, these days you can see a lot of engaging and entertaining videos, and Zomato is one of an example. And if you check their social media platforms, you can see a lot of very entertaining posts and videos and other content. Check out that if you are interested. So the next type of video marketing or the videos are explainer videos, where you teach the audience more about the company, brand, product, or service. These type of explainer videos focus on how the company or the brand solves a particular problem. So it can be of any duration. The only thing is that these videos should explain about the brand and how it is solving a particular problem, because whatever product we are selling, that has to solve a particular issue or particular problem that the customer is facing. Only then they will be convinced to buy the product, right? So these types of videos explain how that particular problem is being solved using the product. And the next type of videos are product videos. It tells your audience about your best selling products or services and their top features. So this is exclusively for the product. It shows your product in action and helps to increase the consumer confidence in your company or brand. The main goal will likely be to attract new customers who are in the first stage of product research. So it communicates what makes the product better than the rest. So this is actually a good explanation. Yeah. So there's nothing more to say still. What a point that has to be added here is that product videos actually focus more on the features of a best-selling product. If a person is at the beginning stage of the product research, then he or she has to be convinced that your product is the best, or like a particular company's product is the best. And compared to other products available in the market, one particular product is best in the market. So these videos try to communicate that idea to the viewers or the people who are watching the videos. Then comes the testimonial videos. These are the strongest type of videos, which shows past or current satisfied customers who are explaining or talking about their positive experience on using their product or services. This has a great impact because a recent study shows that 90% of the people confirm that their buying decisions are influenced by other customer reviews. And it is very important because this creates a word of mouth. This creates a confidence in the minds of the customers or who are researching about your product and who are on the verge of confusion. Yeah, that will be the right word. So this can convince people to buy products. So this is very important and very strong video marketing tool. And it is very important that you keep the authenticity very clear because otherwise it might backfire you. If a forced or fake testimonial, that's gonna backfire you and that might not get you the desired results. So that's about the testimonial video, and it's another type of video marketing. We can also have different types of video marketing like lifestyle, where any brand can use these types of lifestyle videos to communicate about how a product fits into their way of life, how that is suitable, and it is usually like population and demographic based, geography based, but it's also applicable to all types of brands and products. And then comes the narratives. They are the most recognizable forms which use classic storytelling elements in an engaging and entertaining way. And they are usually for the top of the funnel customers. And then comes the mini doc. These are videos which focus less about the brand's visual aesthetics and more about the core values or mission statements in a documentary format. That's what mini docs about. And then comes the animated videos. Animated videos can capture anybody's attention and it can provoke a lot of emotions. So it's a great way to connect with the customers of any stage. So these are the types of video marketing content ideas. You can create content or create video content using any of the topic given. It can be anything. You can create a video about interviews or lists or mind maps or memes or online games or webinars or guides. Anything. If you're an entrepreneur who is trying to create contents for their brands, you can always use anything. And these are just few of them I have mentioned here. You can always explore more about it. So the next topic is strategies for video marketing. Let us take a look into that. So how to build a video marketing strategy? When we come to this question, we need to follow a step-by-step process. So the first step is start with your video goals. As I have told you, you can classify people or your audience for your video into different stages or different categories of digital marketing funnel. So that will be people who belongs to the awareness stage, which is at the top, because those people are not aware of your product. So you are just trying to make them aware about a particular brand or a product.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
And next comes the consideration stage, where people are considering your product. So that is the second stage. And when it comes to the bottom of the funnel, it is more of people who are trying to take a decision on buying a product or not. So whenever you are making a video, you should be able to communicate to their level. If somebody is not aware of your product and you are making a video for people who are not aware of your product, and then you are trying to convince them to buy the product, then they might not. So first, you have to make them aware of it, then let them consider your product, and then they have to be strong about their decision on buying a particular product. So whenever you are trying to attempt a video marketing strategy, you have to have a purpose, or you need to have a particular goal about the people with whom you are going to communicate through your video. And the second one, the very most important step, is finding your target audience. Because everything and every success of any brand or any company depends on their customers. So your audience are the ones who are your potential customers, right? So you have to research about them. You have to have a clear idea about them. You need to have buyer's persona. And it's okay, let me tell you a simple example. If you are a brand selling a baby product, let's imagine like that. You are a people or you're a person or an entrepreneur or a brand trying to sell baby products. You are not it's not clever enough, or it will be a blunder if you make videos for babies. You have to attract their parents or those young people or those people who are taking care of babies. So that's how you research about your target audience. You need to have their buyer's persona very clear, and about their demography, about their job, about their attitudes. Everything has to be very clear, and that comes in the target audience research step or the second step. It is a very time consuming step, but still you need to invest that amount of time in order to have a successful business. Yeah. And then figure out what story you want to tell through your video. Stories can be anything. Stories can always have a problem, and it can be based on desire for justice, love or order, pleasure or validation. And it can also be based on fear of unknown or death, or then challenge of morality when choices have to be made. And then it can be anything, but it should be deep and emotional, and it should be able to touch the human emotional aspects. Only then you can communicate with clarity. And that's the third step, where you decide upon a story, or whether you take up a problem and solve the problem through your story of your video marketing. And then keep creative requirements in line. Always add a little element of creativity. It will help you gain a lot of attention. And even if you are trying to engage people or entertain people, creativity can take you a lot of heights. So that comes about the creativity. And then maintain a realistic budget. Any brand, if investing some money for video marketing, then they have to maintain a realistic budget, and don't invest too much or don't be reluctant to invest. So it should be based on your audience. Let me say some example where you're focusing on people who are actually not using any social media. Let's say senior citizens or very elderly people who are bedridden or something like that. So if you invest a lot of money on making videos, it won't reach them. So those who are meant to watch won't watch, and those who watch won't convert also. So there is no point in creating great video by investing a lot of time and money for nobody to get converted, and it's not going to make an impact. So always be realistic about the budget and be very clear about the purpose, and try to utilize the latest technologies. These points, the last point is very important, because let me tell you something. Let's take a social media platform called Instagram, where Instagram has a lot of features. The stories of Instagram can have polls, can have voting systems, can ask for likes or reactions. It can engage a lot of people. But and those story element of Instagram can utilize various aspects of videos. So videos can be published as or posted as stories, or as well as post or normal post or reels. So all these technical aspects have different impacts. So you should be aware about the latest technologies and utilizing the little elements of platforms like these, Facebook, social media, or other social media platforms like Instagram. It can help you reach a lot of heights, and it might create a great impact, and it might help you succeed a lot. So always utilize the latest technologies, be aware of it. And however you make a video, you should keep in mind that you should take your viewers on a journey which aligns with the brand's mission. Do you want them to laugh, or should they feel inspired or happy after seeing your video? So that has to be kept in mind, and it has to be very planned and beautifully implemented to have a great impact. These are the elements of a great video, where you need a particular characters for your video, and then they need a conflict and a quest and a resolution. And in between there is a conclusion, an introduction, a pain point and triumph. So all together makes great video. So that's the strategies about building a great video marketing strategy. Hope now you have an idea about how to build a video for implementing a better video marketing strategies. So let's move on to the next topic. So next comes the benefit of video marketing. What are the different benefits that any brand can get when they work for video marketing. So today, the search engines are continuously searching and they are increasingly prioritizing the web pages with video and videos that now appear in the 55% of the Google keyword searches. And it increases your click-through rate and lower your bounce rate. So all this are going to boost your SEO. That's going to help you be the number one or get a better rank so that you can get or you can be visible to your audiences in a better way. So boosting your SEO is a great advantage that you get by promoting or working on your video marketing strategies. And other important benefit is that it makes your snippet bigger and more eye-catching, meaning that searchers will likely see it before they see other results on the page. And this will again help you get a better rank and thereby boosting the SEO. And then you can reach a lot of customers and grab their initial attention, and thereby you can get organic traffic into your website. Other benefits of video marketing strategies include that you can stay visible longer on social feeds, and when it is an interesting video, people tend to be on your page or on your content for a long time so that they can get more exposure and engagement from your product or from your videos, and then it can increase the understanding about your product and you can stand out, be unique, and you can also provide a more personable way to engage with your audience. And these are powerful sales tools and you can rank high in the searches and are growing in popularity across various different platforms. This will always give you monetary benefits in your business no matter what. Video marketing will surely give you monetary benefits or better profits, that's assured if implemented well. And what are the different video marketing platforms? When we say about platforms, we have different media and we can classify them as owned media, paid media, and earned media. Owned media are a brand's or a company's website, their blogs, their emails, and their own social media platforms, which attract organic traffic or organic audiences. And then comes the paid media. Paid media have or include the search ads or the platforms where you pay in order to be seen or in order to be visible to your audiences. So it can have social media ads or sponsored content, native advertising, paid influencers, as well as other kind of affiliate marketing and promotions. And then comes the earned media, where a brand attract a lot of people through social media sharing, review, publicity or influencer marketing or endorsements. It can create a lot of word of mouth, and earned media always shows a great success, or that can be an index to measure how much your video marketing strategies are implemented well. So these are the three types of media, and all these together forms the video marketing distribution trifecta. So you should always work on getting more owned media and earned media, and then paid media, you can work on that according to the budget. That's how it is decided. And what are the different platforms we have? We have various social media platforms like YouTube, Snapchat, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and TikTok. And there are many other platforms also like Pinterest. You can work on them, and you should always work on YouTube because YouTube is now owned by Google. And if you have a better question given in the description of a YouTube video, then there is a great chance that it can come up, or it can come at the top of the researches, and so you can get access to a lot of organic audiences. So now, what are the challenges that the video marketing industry is facing today? Let's take a look onto that. So the number one challenge that video marketing industry is facing today is the number of content that is being uploaded to the internet.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Today, with hundreds to thousands of video content uploaded to the internet in a single second, it's getting harder for any brand to get lost in the crowd. It's true. So it's true that everyone is coming up with some kind of video content. So how can we overcome that challenge? So the only way to face this challenge is to come with out of the box ideas so that audience can recall your brand easily. And always use or make use of humor, because everyone loves to laugh. So the only way to face this challenge is to be unique and come up with new ideas and to get people's attention and be different from the other competitors. So the second trend is the come and go video trends. Yeah, the trends are changing from time to time. Maybe 10 years back, what was the trend, and today, what's the trend? Things are different. So how can we face this challenge together? How do we face this challenge? The answer is that always explore best trends, or that's being there in the current social media platforms and other available platforms like media like TV or television, and always do a little research on that so that you can better understand about the ongoing trend. And then comes the fiercer competition. So in order to connect with your customer, you have to compete with a lot of people, and the competition is pretty high to get your audience attention. See, if you can't get their attention, then how can you convince them to buy your product? So the competition is pretty high even to get their attention. So how can you face this challenge, or how can any brand face this challenge? That is by being unique to hook with your customer, and you can learn from your competitors. You can observe them, see their moves, how they are doing well in their niche, what are their strategies, try to learn from them, and then try to use that knowledge in your own strategies and to make the little changes. And how can you be unique? Think about that, and then that's the only way to face this fierce competition that exists in this video marketing industry. And then another important change which we have no control is the ever-changing customers' behavior. See, 10 years back, the mobile owners had a particular behavior, and over the time their behavior changed. So how can a brand face this particular challenge of ever-changing consumers' behavior? This can be faced only by keeping an open communication with the customers. Any brand who needs to understand their customers' behavior has to have a communication with their customers and to understand, to learn about their likes, dislikes, and how their attitudes are changing. That has to be learned. Have a proper communication, utilize various platforms like Instagram and other Facebook, YouTube and other platforms where interaction is more promoted. Utilize all those platforms and try to learn about your customers' behavior rather than making it a one-sided conversation where you make some video and they are simply viewers. Rather than that, try to include the element of communication. And another personal challenges that any person who is trying to make a video will face is not having an objective and not capturing your audience's interest and making your messaging too salesy and not including your branding. So how can these be solved? We have to think about it. For not having an objective, it's important to research about the target audience and about the purpose or what you need to achieve through the video marketing. So thereby you can get a proper objective and that can shape your ideas about your video marketing contents. And not capturing your audience's interest. This is an important element because even though you might have a good or great content or a great concepts in your video, maybe let's assume that your video is a 3-minute video and then the important element comes at a moment of or the time of 2 minutes, but if you're not able to capture the initial attention of your audience or initial interest of the audience, then they might not watch the video until 2 minutes. They might stop it at the first 30 seconds. So not capturing your audience interest can affect or backfire, or that will not result in the desired results. So it's important to attract the right audience through the right methods and have that proper planning in order to attract those attentions. And then making your messaging too salesy. This is an element because this has to be considered, because whenever it is too salesy, nobody's gonna buy. So it's important to connect with your customer rather than making it like an advertisement. And you need to tell a story. You need to communicate through your ads or video contents, and not including your branding. It will be a blunder if you are making a great video and not or missing out your branding, because people might remember the video but people might not remember your brand, and then that's not going to have a great impact. That might like capture attention, or that might win people's heart, but that's not going to promote your business. So promoting your business, if that's your aim, or that if that's your goal, then you need to include your branding in not too salesy manner. So let us take a look into some great video marketing examples which have captured our attention, like all the worldwide attention. So this is an example of an ad of Evian drinking water. So where the people, they were like babies. So this was very crazy. It went viral. Everybody was sharing this. This was really funny. And it was really cute to see also. Since we can't add all the videos, I have just added the small snippets of that. And then this is another one of Axe, where when the person or a guy is using the Axe chocolate flavor deodorant, all the girls are like attracted to him. So that's a great and interesting story shown in a very engaging and entertaining way, because it says it's irresistible, and that's one of it. And then there is Ujala. It's an ad very popular in India once. It's like everybody knows this. It was very common in the households. Like everyone was familiar with this ad. If you want, you can explore this in YouTube or some other platforms, but this ad also created a lot of impact. So this is an example of video marketing. And then the Coca-Cola's ad, it's actually interesting to see how they have portrayed their product in this video. So this is a great example. And then comes the Zuzus of Vodafone. These attained, or these gained a lot of attention because they were so interesting and they made us laugh. So this is a great example. I hope everyone remembers this. So these are some of the examples. You can always explore more examples. You can get a lot in the internet.
Now, to for anything and everything, whenever you guys are deciding on your career, right, you have to look at the overall business and consumer context. So for example, let's say 15 years back or 20 years back, you may have noticed your parents had a frenzy to push everyone into engineering, right? Literally everyone wanted to be an electronics engineer or IT engineer. And why did that happen? That's because they saw a lot of technology coming up, 20 years back also, right? A lot of people would work in that particular sector, which meant that people realize, hey, this is a great career opportunity. Let's put in our efforts. Let's make sure that this is where we end up at the end of our career, right? Same way, now if you look at the last 7 years or so, this is how some of the things have stacked up, right? So India is a country of 130 crore people, right? Within this, if you notice, there are 574 million active internet users. That's about 57 crore. So roughly half of the population. Now that means obviously there are kids or babies or very senior people who are not able to use the internet. But even with that in picture, almost half the population uses internet at least once a month. And that also so massive growth. It's not that this is just coming in from metros, right? This is coming from tier 2 towns, rural areas, and very, very high speed of penetration. And what does this translate to is that it's going to only grow more and more, right? So another interesting thing is that India is also a very young country, right? So year on year, we are actually, our average age is getting lesser and lesser. So it's only going to accelerate further. And the youngest generation, we don't even call them digital savvy or tech savvy. They grow up with such amount of understanding of digital that they are digital immersed, right? That understanding of digital is almost innate, and it is not something that they learn later, correct? So they grow up using an iPad and a tablet, right? So moving on from here, this is the consumer context. So for any business to be viable, first we have to understand, hey, what are people doing? What is the interest in that particular business, right? Then, so that's from the front of the technology growth and adoption that we have seen and the consumer behavior that we have seen. Now let's try to tie these two pieces together. Now, how has the consumer behavior changed? Now take 7 years back or 8 years back, when I have to commute from one part of the city to another. If I don't have a personal vehicle, I will take a bus or an auto or hail a cab and go. Versus today, I'll not think twice, will just fire up my phone, use Ola or Uber and get from point A to B. It was unimaginable that we will shop groceries online, right? 7 years back, 8 years back, if you go to an average Indian household and ask them if they will get their grocery online, they will be like, no, I would want to get all of that in person, right? I will never order online. Versus today, you have Doffers, Big Basket, Swiggy, so many of these apps delivering to every household in India. Very high degree of penetration, whether it is food, grocery, and even think of other consumer internet businesses. Think of payment wallets, financial services. The revolution is incredible, right? That means that with the technology growth and the adoption, there is so much change in consumer behavior that has happened. Now, if you zoom out a little bit more in the industry context or in the business context, it's not even right to call anything traditional versus digital. Now, this made sense 2017, 2018, just for the sake of using a verbatim, people would call something digital versus traditional or digital versus non-digital. Trust me, now there is nothing which is digital versus non-digital. Everything is digital. Take every business, if that's not digitized today, it will get digitized tomorrow, right? Or if something is existing in a traditional manner where there is no digitization, I'm fairly sure that that translates to a lot of inefficiencies or ineffectiveness, and probably that business or that department or that function will go out of relevance someday, right? Even think of, don't think of digital as something that is meant for just marketing teams, right? Just look at your HRs or finance department as well. They use a lot of digital products, right, to manage the internal flow of cash. An accounts manager or a finance manager will have to still use digital tools, correct? So it may not be digital marketing, but things are digital. So I don't know how many of you guys are MBAs or from any business background, but typically when one says marketing has these three larger functions or subdomains under it, right? So what did the marketing department do? One is, of course, consumer understanding, figuring out the user, figuring out his behavior, figuring out what he wants, what product to develop, testing it, building the marketing communications to reach this user would become the next task. Once you have understood the user, you would know what is the communication that you should give to him. How do you familiarize the user about your service or about your product, right? Or once he has used, how do you continue the engagement with the user? All of that, right? And then for all of this, even if that communication is ready, one has to reach the users, correct? Over the right channel, at the right point, at the right time, at the right financial investment, one has to reach the user. Think of, let's say, a soap manufacturing company, a toilet soap manufacturing company. They will have to understand, hey, what is special about my product? What does it means to the consumer? Who is my consumer, right? Based on that, they may like build a communication which let's say speaks about how that particular product can offer greater brightness for the skin or glow for the skin. And later, after they have devised their communication, they may use television or social media to reach the consumer and then speak about their product or service. In the digital marketing context also, the marketing team's responsibility remains similar. Got it? So whether it is a marketing that a marketing approach of 2005 or marketing approach of 2020, the roles are fairly similar. Nothing hasn't changed. But when somebody says, hey, I am a digital marketing manager, or I am a digital guy, right? Or I have fair understanding of digital, that usually means that this particular segment you may have seen of, this particular particular segment of reaching the user through the right channel becomes key. Got it? And I will help you understand this. Like, for example, if you speak, most people who identify them as digital, they may say, hey, I am a search engine marketing manager, right? Or I am a Facebook marketing manager. Now, what is that fundamental skill of that person that's different from, let's say, a brand manager or a category manager? That fundamental skill is they know certain platforms, they know how the pricing works, the optimization works, how to design and build a campaign and reach the right user. Got it? So very often, this is the segment which is most differentiated from how things used to happen in the past. Of course, if somebody is digital, still, you will know that, for example, if you take a TV advertisement, if you take a television commercial and put it on YouTube, it may not work. Or put it on Facebook, it may not work. The creative has to be built grounds up or adapted for each of the channels. That naturally means that, okay, we have to build the right communication, or we have to have a good consumer understanding as well, in terms of like knowing what is the user consuming at which channel, which media can I use to find the right user, how should I communicate a message to this particular user. So trust me, the other two elements still holds equal importance, but usually when you think of calling yourself a digital marketing manager or trying to make an entry to this domain, very often the harder effort has to go into understanding the channels and figuring out how to reach the users. Now let's take a little step back. Very often people misunderstand that digital marketing is important only if you are in marketing or only if you are a digital marketing manager. But that's not right. Think of anyone and everyone. If you are a human who earns a living, understanding of digital marketing will help you directly or indirectly. Yeah. For example, my father owns a small business in my hometown. He's about 65, not very digital savvy at all. But for him, it's important that his business shows up when somebody does a Google search, right? Then only people will find his cell number and reach his business. Or he may want to make enough digital brochures so that it can be circulated over WhatsApp or social media to people who contact him, so that he can kind of like build awareness or share more information about his services. So for anyone and everyone, digital is important, right? Think of a sales manager. A sales manager, very often, how do you like measure the success of a sales manager? It's about how did he educate the consumers, where did he find the right leads, how did he kind of like keep in touch with the right leads and close the sale, correct? So even for a sales manager, although it might be someone else who may operationalize it for him, still it's so important to understand digital and include that in his line of work. Yeah. So whether it's an enterprise or an individual or anyone and everyone, regardless of what is the scale that they operate in, digital is important. Cool. Another aspect I wanted to discuss is I gave the example of sales manager, or right? Same way, think of a category manager. Now, imagine you are a category manager with any of the consumer internet apps. Let me take an example. Let's say you're a category manager. Let's say you're a category manager with Myntra, right? Now, if you have to manage the various categories within Myntra, you will have to obviously segment the audience, right? Understand which category can be sold to which audience, correct? And then probably run specific advertising to get these folks interested and convert them, correct? So without an understanding of digital, you will probably do a suboptimal job at this. Therefore, just double marking the call out that digital is important for anyone and everyone. Now, this is a small exercise for you. Take a couple of minutes, okay, and think of how digital can change your current job. So, for example, let's say you are a brand manager and you have been struggling to understand digital well, right? But if you understood digital, or if you implemented digital in a better manner, how will your job be different? Yeah. Or if you are, let's say, a student and you don't actually currently work for a firm, but you can think of, let's say, how digital could have made your parents' business work in a better manner, or your friend's business work in a better manner. Or if you have any startup ideas in mind, how will digital enable that startup idea? To think deeply in terms of how your job or your business, or if you don't have a job or a business, think of your family members or someone whom you can relate to. Try to understand how a knowledge of digital could make things better. Yeah, just think through for a minute, visualize, and we can continue with the conversation. It'll be nice if you guys have a pen or paper. You can take it out, sketch it out, list down things, maybe even draw the structure of how your business is. Okay, so this exercise is done. I'm fairly sure that you may have thought of something, some interesting aspects in which digital could make your job or business better. So what has digital done now is it has created a lot of new roles, correct? These roles never existed 10 years back, or even some of them did not exist 7 or 8, 5 years back also, right? A lot of these roles have come up with a lot of platform level specializations, task level specializations, domain level specializations, etc. Correct? And I'm sure that you may have already seen this. Some of you may have an innate interest in pursuing one of this, or might be struggling to get a grip on what these mean. But this is the most interesting thing digital has done. It has thrown a multitude of job opportunities. And it's not even just this. Just think of your favorite TikTok stars or your Instagram stars. Trust me, 10 years back they wouldn't have made any money, right? There was that profession called YouTuber or Instagrammer did not exist. Versus today, there are people who have understood those roles, started digital only businesses, either through the help of social media or search or entertainment or content. But that's the interesting thing digital has done, right? So many multitude of roles, and it also doesn't mean that you have to be a master of all trades, or you should know anything and everything in the world to be good at digital. You could have one or two very, very good skills, and that could actually be your profession. That could actually be your business, right? Or you can learn one trade and slowly learn another and one after the other. And therefore this, build your career in a very structured manner. So just to get us an understanding of digital and the kind of roles it has opened up, I want you guys to fire up LinkedIn. Now you may have LinkedIn app on your phone, or if not on your phone, you may at least, you can just go to your web browser tab, open up LinkedIn, and just do a search. And the keyword should be digital marketing jobs. Yeah, and why we are doing this is because I want you guys to have a look at the kind of roles that are there in digital, and we are going to look at this particular domain with a very job marketing first point of view, right? So that you guys know where the employment opportunities are, what are those opportunities, etc. And you may have seen now when you did that search, so many different listings. All the profiles that I listed there are their varying experience, 2 months, sorry, 6 months to 10 years, all of that would have come. And you may have already noticed that the companies that are hiring for digital are not just digital agencies. Some of them are actually firms that are fairly traditional companies, correct? Those are businesses that existed for 20, 30, 50 years, but they are also hiring for digital roles, correct? And you may also notice that there are some senior roles also in the mix, correct? It's not that digital just means a junior role. No, you have vice president or directorial roles in digital marketing, right? Or even if there are some jobs where the designation doesn't say digital, when you go into the job descriptions, you will notice that a lot of digital specific understanding is a must to work in that role. Some of these roles are not even in marketing. They are probably in product or in finance or in some other domain or in consulting. Now that's from a very job market perspective. Now, if you have to understand, hey, why does this job market look like this? Or what are these various skills that people have asked for? What we will do is we will try to get a grip of it through a very case-led approach. We are going to take a very simple case study, something. So obviously I can't give you guys a 10-page document and ask you to go through all of that. Yeah. All I can do is tell you a simple story that can help you place all this concept very easily. So here comes the story. Ready? I hope you can read this. Take your time to go through the settings. So basically we have Shruti and Bitu, and these both of them are youngsters from Delhi, and they are starting a wedding planning enterprise called Shadi Mubarak. And obviously this is India, the country of big fat weddings, right? They know that the industry is highly competitive, and they understand that they have to build a strong brand, right? Because then only people will trust them with such an important event in their life, right? Which is basically a wedding planning out a wedding. That's often the highest expenditure that an Indian would make, other than on a house. And therefore, they have to also reach the right customers who would actually give them, trust them with the business, give them the right commissions, correct? And that's ultimately they will know how they will plan to. That's ultimately how they will grow their business. Yeah, and some of you may have already figured out, you know the story. So you may have seen this movie Band Baja Barat, right? And some of you may recall how they went about each of their tasks, right? Establishing the company, growing the company, becoming richer, then probably like falling in love with each other, whatever. But of course, this is 2012 ka Band Baja Barat story. So obviously, if you recall the movie, that worked in very different manner. But realistically, if this is year 2020 and Shruti and Bitu are to start out their company, I'm fairly sure that they will have very different challenges. And what we will do today is a bit of a thought exercise, trying to understand, putting ourselves in their shoes and becoming business owners, and then understanding what each of the domains of business like email marketing or content marketing or social media marketing mean. And there's also one more reason why I have very specifically looked at it from a business owner's point of view. Because when you think from a business owner's point of view, from an employer's point of view, it becomes actually easier to understand.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
What are various functions within digital and what are they fundamentally built for? Clear? Now this is the question, right? Now that they have started the company, obviously when you are very young, you're not sitting on too much money. and you are very clear that Shruti or Bittu are not going to just, let's say, run a television ad, right? It doesn't make any sense. They will have to obviously somehow get their first few clients. Maybe they speak to 30 clients and one or two of them will convert. They are a very young couple starting out in a very competitive industry. So what they do need is people who are immediately looking for their wedding preparation to start, right? People who are in market to looking for a service. Now, how will they do this? Can you guys take a guess? All right. So if they have to reach that initial set of consumers, the one place where they want present is on Google search. They want presence is on Google search. And why is that important? Because a lot of us, we may take some references from friends, but we do go to Google and look for anything and everything and try to connect this back to the basic customer behavior. For anything and everything, people will definitely refer Google. Yeah. Therefore, if they want to reach the right guys and get the right presence, they definitely have, and with the right presence, they definitely have to invest in search engine marketing and search engine optimization. So for this, they will have to obviously go to a local agency. So there are multiple digital marketing agencies working in small, big or large scale. Obviously, they will go to a smaller agency and work with them to put their website up here. So now there are two aspects, right? There are some names that are coming up organically. So for example, if when they look at this page, it's clear that wedmegood.com has probably very good optimization on their web page, has had a lot of conversions in the past with people visiting that website from search, which has led to them organically being present there. Now, that has happened because the search engine optimization for WedMeGood has been done properly. But if B2 and Shruti, who are young, who are fairly new companies, new websites, have to get a listing, they have to do search engine marketing. So they basically do paid advertisements to ensure that when people look at keywords, they could type in anything: wedding planning, event planning, wedding management, event management. They list a certain set of keywords and make sure that whenever people type in those keywords, their ad comes here. Got it? Now that's the role of a search engine marketer. So like I said, they obviously have to either learn these two things and implement it that in their advertising, in the way they have optimized their website, or they have to go to an agency to get it done, right? And that's where a search engine marketing expertise or a search engine optimization expertise comes in and helps a business. Clear? So we're going to move into, so this is how it will list. For example, whenever, here, for example, here's the listing of an ad and there is an option to call, right? There's some websites, some of them might be a website with an option to either visit a website as well alongside making a call. So what they can do is either they can put these ads, with different call to action to ensure that there's enough traffic coming to their website, or there are enough people calling them up on their cell phones.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, one more thing to notice is that search engine marketing is not just Google, correct? A lot of people, may actually have a Bing, or some people may have a Yahoo search on their system or may prefer that, right? So therefore you have to you may have to cover all these search engines, although they may have smaller shares. One more thing is that people go to Just Dial, Sulekha, etc., which are, in the past they used to be called yellow pages, or so, because that's where you go and get list of vendors for any particular function or requirement, right? So you have to ensure that you have to be present on Sulekha or Just Dial as well. So there are companies that help with those listing. Probably you have to pay Just Dial or Sulekha to ensure that you have a search presence. You may have to be present on YouTube or LinkedIn as well. So maybe not a lot for Bittu and her and Shruti's business, but sometimes you have to have a good YouTube presence, right? Or a good LinkedIn presence for people to kind of like search and find you. So let's say you are an IT services company. You want to have a very good LinkedIn profile page because a lot of your consumers, almost all of your consumers, will be corporates who will search it out on LinkedIn, right? Or let's say you are an automotive company. Where do people come in and search other than Google to understand more about cars and learn about their features? They come to YouTube and search. So therefore, you may need a presence on YouTube to ensure that you reach your right consumers. Now that's the role of search engine marketing. Now coming to this is basically a job description for search engine marketing. So if you have noticed all of the things written here, right? Obviously there's a lot of technical stuff over here as well, right? As well as some of the asks. So it's clearly asking, hey, how can you kind of make sure work on content? How can you ensure that the page links work fine, the conversion funnel is working well, etc. So please notice all of this may sound very technical, but it's actually fairly simple, right? So when very often for someone to become a entry-level SEO to SEO or SEM marketer, 3 to 6 months of training is sufficient. And a lot of agencies actually gave it on the job. So if you have ensured that you have done, let's say, the right kind of certification, so you may need an overarching good digital diploma or a digital course like from Intellipaat to show that you have good digital understanding, you have good technical understanding, and then you show specialized understanding like having a Google search certification or a search 360 understanding, then you can easily land a role in one of the agencies or firms and use the on-job training to slowly grow your understanding and later work for larger roles or bigger roles in bigger companies as well. So fundamentally, it's very simple, right? If you're a small firm, you may outsource this task to a small agency, but if you're a big firm like Amazon or Flipkart, your search engine marketer is very, very important for you, right? So it could be a profile that there could be teams which are on very huge wage bills because you may need a lot of skill sets there because a lot of business could depend on how well you have managed the search. So you may notice that here, there's a bunch of things that has been mentioned here in terms of what are the platforms that they should know: Google Analytics, Google Tag Manager, Google Search Console. So these are all things that kind of like help in ensuring that search campaigns are measured better, managed better, etc. And some of them are actually not technically search. They might be other aspects like attribution measurement, for example, Google Analytics. And when we, it helps you understand the consumer funnel better in terms of like how many people clicked on a particular ad and came to your website, etc. So a lot of things, a little bit of technology that is directly related to search, and a few things which are related to which are surround skills are actually required for you to be an expert SEO SEM specialist. Now I just want to double click on this. What is the difference between SEO and SEM? That's clear. SEO is organic visibility. So if you organize your content beautifully, have a great landing page, have good descriptors, Google understands that people who come to that website are finding it relevant. Therefore, it will organically push you up in the listing. Search engine marketing is inorganic or paid. So basically for every click, you may have to pay pay a certain amount, and that will also vary highly dependent on how good your website is, what is the quality of keywords on which you have made a bid, etc. Now, obviously, let's assume that they have started, let's say they have started search engine marketing, right? So they, let's say, ran it for some time, probably got some stray calls, got some good calls, got some clients, maybe 3-4 of them after visiting. They found Shruti and Bitu to be charismatic and they started doing business with them. Now, Shruti has a few pictures and weddings that they have covered, right? The next thing that they want to do is have very, very good social visibility, right? Now that they have content, now they have done a couple of weddings, they do want to make sure that they have an amazing presence. Therefore, they will have to get on social media, because all of you guys also know, right? If you have searched either for a relative or for self, very often you have decided on a wedding photographer or an event management company by seeing how some of their other work has panned out, right? And it's actually a funny story that recently BBC covered a couple from Kerala who actually, spoke about how they specifically did their wedding shoot for it to go viral. Now, this is an arranged marriage. They hadn't even met till a few weeks back, but they made sure that they categorically designed the shoot in a manner such that it will go viral, right? Interesting, but that's where the role of content comes in. And content, when it is kind of like shared, it becomes, when it's shared through a social channel, it magnifies in reach, correct? And the more talkability is there around your content, it flies better. So if you have videos, blogs, social posts, that is where it flies better. Now, one more thing about content marketing here is that, and content marketing and social media marketing are very intertwined, but I'll try to like separate it out a little bit for you guys. So in terms of content marketing, so you may have noticed that if it is too salesy, let's say Shruti and Bittu creates a blog and all that blog says is about how they run other weddings at much better, at very good cost, or put too much about their backgrounds, etc. People will not spend their time on that content, correct? They will spend time on the content if it has some interesting tips about wedding preparations, right? Something that is relevant to them, something that's interesting, unique, visually well prepared, etc. Correct? And that's the thing about content marketing. So, sometimes you don't have to, like, if you noticed SEO or SEM, you notice that there some amount of technicalities kind of came in, correct? Whereas very often a content marketer is differentiated mostly based on his creative set. You could be someone who writes an amazing story, and you could actually be a content marketer, right? Learn a little bit of relevant technology, have the relevant platform understanding like a WordPress or so, but you can be great at it. So it's actually interesting to note that if you take most of the content marketers in the industry and ask them to run a social media ad or a display ad or a search advertisement, they cannot do, because they are specialists in this domain. So very often when young people look at digital, if they don't feel like, okay, they did good in engineering or they did not do well in tech, they just assume that, oh my God, digital marketing is some serious, it's some serious trigonometry. It's too much, it's too difficult and probably will fly over my head. That's not the reality, right? So if you see content marketing strategy, you may notice all of this eventually has to lead back to sales, correct? So you're someone who kind of like gets the visitors, give them the right information, then collects a lead, right, with proper permission, and people are already interested in your service because they saw the content, they discovered you through either a social media or through a paid channel, they liked your content, and then they are coming to you for business. Now, one more thing to notice is a lot of people struggle to understand between social media marketing and performance marketing. So you may have noticed Facebook, the Facebook environment. So basically Facebook environment has Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. So whenever someone says, I am a Facebook marketing manager, very often it's the understanding of this ecosystem that makes them a Facebook marketing manager. And even within this ecosystem, Facebook and Instagram is where there's a lot more ad monetization from Facebook. So basically Facebook has something called Business Manager, which is nothing but an advertising platform. So basically, to easily understand, it looks like a dashboard where you basically sign in and you can run advertisements either on Facebook or Instagram, right? Now, all of you might be familiar with a Facebook page. You may have also created Facebook page or groups where you have posted content and it organically reaches a set of people. But now if you have to put money behind this and make sure that it reaches people, let's say your advertisement reaches people either with the intent of getting them to read your blog page or getting them to install an app, all of that, Facebook and Instagram has defined various advertising solutions. So this is how an ads manager looks like. You go into ads manager, you may have all your pages linked to that, your account, and there you can design campaigns for various tasks. So for example, here, after setting up the page, if Shruti and Bitu said, okay, we have started our website, but we don't have a lot of people coming and visiting our website, they can start a traffic campaign. So basically all they have to do is start a traffic campaign which will optimize, the ad will optimize to get more people to the website, right? Or if, let's say, they just want to they have made a wonderful new video about their services, and they want people to watch more of their video, they may use the ads, go into the ads manager, set up a campaign with this particular objective. So very often a marketer's role is understanding the business context, figuring out what is it that the digital or social channel can do for them, and then identifying the right objective, then building the right communication, putting the right budget, everything into that particular marketing activation, and then getting results for the business. Right. So fundamentally, when you hear someone saying, hey, I'm a Facebook marketing manager and I know ads manager, this is basically it. I gave you a very visual, very easy understanding of what that is about. Next, so let's say they have now made few viral videos. They are all over the internet. They have a very good YouTube, Facebook, Instagram account. Their search is already working well for them. Now think of a scenario where Bitu and Shruti realize, hey, it's not just about having a lot of clients or potential clients. It's about, if I have done a wedding for somebody, obviously I can follow up on their other lifetime events, correct? There's a lot more opportunity to actually make sales to the same consumer, or use that consumer's referral to get another consumer, correct? And sometimes they may have to also reach more consumers, but the ones who are not proactively asking for a lot of information. That's where email marketing comes in. So first party lists are basically anything where those are consumers or leads that you have generated. So for example, let's say you guys made an order on Swiggy by signing up on Swiggy. Swiggy has your email, and Swiggy sends you a marketing communication or an order invoice over email. It's over a first party list. Yeah. But a third party list is basically when you have not been a consumer or you are not a lead, but the advertiser buys a list of email IDs from somewhere, some provider, and sends email communication to users. Yeah. So basically, these are basically what email marketing is about. Like who does email marketing reach out to? This is the answer. And now basically this can do a lot of things for the brand, right? It can improve the retention. Retention is basically, you can get a consumer back into your website or app and drive another transaction. It can drive loyalty, right? Because you've constantly kept in touch with the customer, therefore customer remembers you. You have given them coupons over email, therefore they are thankful and they like you, right? And result in engagement also. You may have noticed if sometimes an email may come with a nice game, right? Some interesting activity which you can do and win prizes. So a lot of these things can actually be done through email marketing, and very often email marketing is housed within customer relationship management. So most companies have a department called customer relationship management, CRM. This is not customer care. That's different. CRM is basically, in most companies, in 80% of the companies, what a CRM does is basically take care of email, push notifications, SMSs, etc. And to make that, so why? Because very often you may have noticed SMS, push notification, email, they are very interlinked, correct? You cannot split it across various teams and give them. So basically a team will handle all of that, right? On usually first party audience base. First party audience list is your own consumer base or your own leads. Very often to make And this is not an easy task, right? If you take up an email, you will notice that they have to be sent at a certain frequency. You cannot bore a consumer with too many emails. Or if somebody wants to unsubscribe from an email, if you go down, there is scroll down after opening an email, there is a point where there is an unsubscribe button which they can use to sign out of that email. So managing a good email list is not easy. So that also needs a lot of automation, and very often those automation tools will actually take care of push or SMSs also, or sometimes some of them may have even more extended capabilities. But there are so many softwares or so much tech, martech on this front, marketing technology on this front. So when you actually familiarize with those platforms, you can say that, hey, you are an email marketing manager. So we will just go through a job description of an email marketing manager. You can go through it. I am just going to stay quiet for 20 seconds. So you may have noticed here that it's a fairly entry-level role here, and look at the kind of descriptors that they have added. So an email marketing they have to create email marketing campaigns to assist promotion of products and services to prospective and existing customers, exactly what we discussed before, right? And it spoke about how they have to deploy emails through a marketing automation system. I just discussed platforms like CleverTap, MoEngage, etc. Right? They have quoted something called Pardot here as an example. Spoke about how they have to create various audience segments and manage various lists. Correct. Another good thing, another important aspect is about having the ability to bring in good quality design into your marketing, right? So basically that's what you have to, those are the bunch of things that typically an email marketing manager has to take care of. All other things here are fairly generic asks from the employer, right? So this is what an email marketing manager does. So this is basically a job description from the market. So I've actually picked it up from LinkedIn for one of the firms in Bangalore, where they have listed for a job role within their email marketing team. So you can see all the things that I've discussed in the context of email marketing gets kind of listed here. It speaks about how this particular person has to help in building promotions for their products and services for prospective and existing customers, right? It speaks about the marketing automation platforms on which they should have familiarity, right? Same way, and another aspect that you could notice here is there's a lot of emphasis on grammar, spelling, all of that, right? Because in the end, it's something where there is a very direct personal communication, and you would want to make sure that you put the best visual design into your email marketing communication. Now just skip over, and obviously, so you may have already seen, so they have grown their business really well. They have now presence on search, they have presence on social media, they have presence on content marketing, they started email marketing practices. Now all of this are working well for Bitu and Shruti. Probably this means that they're making a lot of money and things are going well for them, right? But now comes the next step. Now you may have noticed they're very, very aggressive, they're very, very entrepreneurial. So it's an obvious step for them to ask themselves, hey, why don't we diversify our business? Why don't we start multiple services, right? So along with wedding planning, they have started event management for various other functions. Now Shruti is interested in fashion designing, so she started launching certain designer wear over there. Not only hers, but she started listing some of the designer labels from her friends over there, right? And then certain wedding gifts also, because when it's wedding, people actually have to do a lot of other shopping as well. So she started listing some of these SKUs on her website. So now her website, think of it, it has become a little bit for an Amazon of a Myntra for wedding, right? With very specific things that you won't get anywhere else. But how it's very different now is that there are multiple categories, and on each of it, there is very different business thinking that's required, correct? So she has to maintain a good quality website and make sure that all of these categories are listed well and she keeps the customer engagement high on each of these categories. In such a context, so obviously this is one good example you can take for this is, for example, Men's XP. They were initially a content first platform, then they started doing e-commerce. So you will see a lot of companies kind of like diversifying once they have a strong website presence or a strong online presence built through one or two of their core businesses. Now, when they have set up multiple categories, right, and some of them fairly new, some of them could be very high value categories. Let's say a wedding lehenga could cost 30,000, right? So it's very important that any customer who lands on their website has great experience and they eventually buy from their platform. One more thing also that is important for them is to understand, hey, where do these people come from? Do they like click my advertisement in Google search? Do they click on my ad within Facebook? Or they just click on my YouTube channel and come here, right? So when your business is at scale, it's very important to understand where are people coming from? What is the scale in which people are coming, right? And also among visitors, you want to know, is this a new visitor or is it a repeat visitor? Or is it someone coming back to, let's say, file a customer complaint, right? Or is it someone coming back just to browse around and not make a purchase? All of this is very important for them to invest the right amount of time and money in various segments of the website, right? Or on various categories. Another thing to also notice is that if, let's say, people are coming into the website and not making a purchase, they have to think hard. Oh, why are people not converting, right? They have come and checked out the dress, they have checked out the price, they come to the add to cart, they have added it to cart, later they checked out, right? Some people just come browse, they don't even add it to cart, so probably they did not like the product. Some maybe they had, and maybe they hated the overall look and feel of the website, maybe it did not look premium enough, right? A lot of things, or maybe they searched for some product in the website and did not get it. So all of these aspects become very crucial to understand how to restructure their website or their business. Therefore, they have to use tools like Google Analytics, right? So basically, what I have done is, and the interesting thing about Google Analytics is it's free. So if any of you have a website, you can easily tie it to Google Analytics with a very simple process. I'm not getting into the technicalities of it. You can always refer Google for that. So if I have opened up a Google Analytics window, so I can't unfortunately show, let's say, my employer's window. Therefore, I've just shown my personal Google Analytics profile. So you may have noticed here a lot of tabs are available. Real time basically is a tab where you can see what's happening real time on the website, various audience types, acquisition, behavior, conversion, attribution, basically where do these people come from, right? All of these aspects are here. And if you notice some of the callouts here, users, the number of sessions, what is the bounce rate, what is the session duration. Bounce rate is basically how many people kind of like leave a page after they land on that particular page. So a lot of these aspects that kind of like help understand all of this better is encompassed in Google Analytics. So you may have also, some of you may remember, while reading through the job descriptions for Google search or email marketing, these were also briefly mentioned. Why? Because you have to tie back some of the work that you did in search with your information you get from analytics to get an overall picture of what happened to your advertising. What happened when people clicked on it? Did he convert? Did he not convert? Did he land on the website? Did the website load? Not load? All of that will kind of come together by getting this holistic understanding. Yeah, so that's where for any marketer, very often they will have to understand Google Analytics, or in some cases there are specific mobile attribution platforms like AppsFlyer, Tune, AppSeller, etc. in the market, which are also another subdomain of digital. Not getting into it, that might become too many details, but conceptually that's in a similar space. All right. So, and why is this Google Analytics so critical? Because it and now this is just a screenshot that I have picked up just from the Google Analytics website. So it integrates with various other marketing technology platforms. So I already spoke about search. Same way, it can integrate with Google Ads, which is basically a platform like Facebook's Ads Manager, where you can go run advertisement on various Google properties, or you can see even Sales Cloud integrations, or marketing clouds, or display video 360. All of these are basically DSPs, or demand side platforms, which are basically advertising platforms. Don't think about it too much. Basically think of this as various marketing technology, all of them kind of being integrated to Google Analytics to give you some amount of insights as to how your campaigns are working, how your website's working, etc.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So I'm going to summarize over here. So what we have done is taking Shruti and Bittu as an example and their business as an example. We spoke about various domains within digital, right? And with this, the intent is that you guys should have a very systemic understanding, a top-down understanding of what each these domains are, right? So that's something that we spend time on. And what we also did, that we kept it very practical oriented. I did not have a very busy slide with some 20 pointers and flow charts, etc. We took a very simple business case and used that to kind of help you reflect on digital marketing, so that you got an understanding of this, right? And that's exactly what courses like Intellipaat does, run by Intellipaat does, right? It gives you a very specific understanding. So whereas if you just go learn Google or Facebook, you are learning only one side of such a huge domain. It's like imagine if we all tell about the story of how blind men, of 10 blind men and an elephant. So blind men basically happen to kind of like come across an elephant in their friend's yard. One of them went and felt up the trunk of the elephant. Another person happened to nudge against the feet. Some person actually got off its ear, and they all came back and said that, hey, the elephant is like a cylindrical object. Another person said, no, it's like a huge it's like a huge garden hose, right? So everyone had a different perspective, whereas if you actually zoom out and you look at it with clarity, you will not, if you look at it with a holistic perspective, you know actually what that animal looks like, right? It's the same thing about digital. So courses like the ones that Intellipaat is kind of bringing for you gives you this holistic understanding in terms of, hey, what is the role of digital marketing in business? How, as a job, as a prospective job searcher, what is it that is there in it for you? How can you kind of like build your skill sets, right? Next is also about career path. So sometimes, let's say you start as a search engine marketing manager or a search engine analyst. You may not know, hey, after this, where do I go? Or what is that domain that I can learn and build on? And so that overall I am a better marketer, right? Or I'm a better business person. So sometimes you will need the help of these courses to understand which is the next domain to target. So for example, if a lot of my juniors may have actually started off as in Google search, but they wouldn't initially have a perspective as to where the next specialization should be, right? They sometimes use certain courses like this to kind of figure out what is the next path ahead, right? Another opportunity that a course like this brings in is that obviously there are various industry experts who will come and like talk to you. There will be a lot of folks of different experience and different backgrounds within your batch, right? In your batch, There will be people from varying backgrounds, which means that you may have to kind of when you do your assignments or when you have your offline conversations, you will understand and connect much better to this industry, right?
So let us talk about the four C's of digital marketing now that we have transitioned towards the phase of digital marketing. Digital marketing these days is a must for businesses and firms to grow and thrive because everything is online these days, right? Every business is online, all your e-commerce websites are online, even academic institutions, libraries, and political campaigns are run online. So it is very important to use technology and use the internet to enhance your capability to reach your audience, to basically market your product or market your eligibility to your customer. So the four C's of digital marketing are essentially customer value, cost, convenience, and communication. So let us understand what each of these mean. So, firstly, customer value. So, this involves seeing the business through and through from the customer's perspective. So, when you step into the shoes of a digital marketer or a manager, you'll basically see what the customer experiences on their behalf, basically. So these would include what product or service would they expect and value. So what is most valuable to the customer? What in the current circumstances do they need exactly? How to cater to the individual's need as a whole. So basically the website's UI, what products are being recommended to them, what time of the year it is. Is it the holiday season? Is it a festive season? So all of those things. So research on these things will help highlight and bring about the ideas that will help in delivering this particular aspect of customer value. And eventually, if your marketing strategy is successful, it would bring your business a lot of revenue due to the customers basically subscribing to your product. Cost. So cost is also very important in the field of digital marketing because obviously as a marketer you have a limited budget. So whatever approach you're taking, right, you need to have a cost efficient balance in it. So cost is very important and a good amount of research has to be done in order to concentrate your marketing on a particular customer base or in a particular region. So basically, you can create separate marketing campaigns for different regions and different customer bases. Say you're creating a marketing campaign for customers that are aged between, say, 30 to 50, and the other marketing campaign that you could create is for customers aged between, say, 13 to 25. So basically, accessing different age demographics so that you don't create a blanket marketing strategy and waste all of your marketing budget on a generalized view of customers. So that is there. And then finally, we have convenience. So obviously, portability is a very important factor these days. Everybody has smartphones, right? Smartphones, tablets, smart TVs. So you have numerous areas where you can basically market your product. It's not just desktops anymore. You can market your product almost everywhere. So for example, if you're going to a place, right? If you're going to a tourist place. So basically, once you understand that your location is a tourist destination, you can market tourist advertisements towards your customers when they're using their mobile phones and such. So when they see those tourist ads, you can basically market your hotel, you can market a tourist destination, you can market your restaurant in that way. This is also extremely helpful if you market your ads on booking websites like booking.com or such websites where customers basically go to and plan their trips so they can basically see the hotel advertisement that you've given and you can basically subscribe to your hotel or book your hotel. So the convenience factor in marketing is also extremely important. So if your website is not user friendly, chances are the customers will not pay attention to it or will not pay attention to your ad or probably would exit your website and go to some other website to book their tourist destinations or basically get their product from somewhere else. And finally, we have communication. So, new age marketing is more about communication than promotion. So if you blindly go to a customer and promote your product, chances are the customer will not subscribe to your product. You need to be able to relate to the customer on a certain level, right? The customer should be able to relate to your product and the customer should feel the need for your product. So this involves a great amount of communication from the marketing strategy, from the marketing manager. So communication involves having effective communication directly with your customer. So in this era of digital marketing, your website should be engaging, responsive, and very likable to the customers as well. So let us look at the examples of the various domains that are present in digital marketing. So we have the domains such as search engine optimization, content marketing, social media, pay-per-click, affiliate marketing, native advertisements, marketing automation, email marketing, online PR, and inbound marketing. Let us go through these one by one. So search engine optimization is probably a very relevant marketing domain in today's world. Everybody uses Google. For the people who don't use Google, they use Bing search bars. So essentially, all the content on the internet is indexed on these search engines. So whenever you type a particular search term in Google, what exactly determines what comes in the front page or the first result that you see? It depends on the search engine optimization that your content has, right? So the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in search engine results is called search engine optimization. So this increases the amount of organic or free traffic that you get on your website. So whether it is your tourist website, whether it is some other e-commerce website. The channels that benefit from SEO include websites, blogs, or infographics, obviously. The various ways to approach and achieve good SEO would include on-page SEO or off-page SEO. So on-page SEO would actually include the core of the content that you have, and off-page SEO would basically include how you reach that particular page. Then we have content marketing. So this is very easy to understand, the process of creation and promotion of content assets built specifically around the product at hand. So you have a product that you want to market, say a vacuum cleaner. So it should be incredibly important to basically advertise that vacuum cleaner in the best way possible by writing its features in a very appealing way. The content helps in generating brand awareness, traffic growth, lead generation, and customers. The channels include blogs, ebooks, white papers, infographics, YouTube videos, and many more. Then you have social media marketing. Now, in today's day and age, everybody uses social media. Earlier, it was Facebook. Now, it is Instagram, right? So, Instagram is a very important source for social media marketing today. Some of the examples would include beauty products, tourist destinations, food, and such other things. So, it is done to increase the brand awareness, drive traffic towards that brand, and basically when you promote a product on social media and your product gains traction, it generates leads for the business as well. So examples obviously include Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Snapchat, and Pinterest. Pay-per-click PPC. So PPC is a method of driving traffic to the website by paying a publisher every time your ad is clicked, right? So Google Ads, for example, you might have seen supported by Google Ads on particular websites. There is a website advertisement banner on the side or top or bottom of the website, and you have a little icon at the corner of that banner which says Google Ads. So basically, Google gives you this feature to promote your ads on these websites, and every time anybody clicks on that ad, you have to pay Google a certain amount of money. So it is also very budget friendly. In fact, if somebody is not interested in the product, they wouldn't click on that banner, and you wouldn't have to pay for customers you're not actually reaching, right? So that is why a pay-per-click is also a good digital marketing strategy. Other forms of pay-per-click would include Facebook ads and Twitter campaigns and sponsored messages on LinkedIn. Affiliate marketing. So, performance based advertising where you receive commission for promoting someone else's product, services on your website. Channels include hosting video ads through YouTube partner programs or through affiliate links from your social media accounts. It is also very popular on Instagram these days. So basically, a celebrity would partner up with a beauty brand, or a celebrity would partner up with a food brand, and they would basically promote that product, and they become the affiliate to that product. And that is what affiliate marketing is all about. Native advertising. So this refers to the method of advertising that is primarily content led and featured on a platform alongside other non-paid content. So a good example would be BuzzFeed sponsored posts. This is sort of the generic way of advertising, and you could see this on Facebook and Instagram as well. These are essentially normal posts. Then we have marketing automation. So obviously, with everything being digital these days, there is a lot of demand for replacing redundant work with automation. So marketing automation is a concept that deals with just that. So this refers to the software that serves to automate your basic marketing operations. So basically for SEO, for automating repetitive tasks like posting on a particular time. So all of these things can be automated. These could include email, newsletters, social media post scheduling, and campaign tracking and reporting and much more. So rather than manually tracking like you would have done when you were traditionally marketing, instead here you would be doing it through automation. Email marketing. So email is often used to promote content. I'm sure if you log on to your Gmail or your primary email account, you would see a lot of spam coming in from different websites that you visited based on your recommendations, based on your likenesses. They would be sending you content, they would be sending you job offers, they would be sending you product offers on your email. So emails are often used to promote content, discounts, and events. The types of emails may include blog subscription newsletters, customer welcome mails, and holiday promotions. Other type of mails include tips, follow-up, and support emails to help the customer as well. Online PR. So it is a strategy which is used for online coverage with digital publications, blogs, and other content-based websites. The channels for this sort of advertising include reporter outreach using social media, online reviews of a company, engaging comments on the websites and blogs. So, a lot of times, if you visit a restaurant or if you are buying a product, a lot of vendors would actually tell you to review that content on their website or on the vendor's website, essentially, so that when other people come in and see that product and they see the star rating for that product or they see the actual written reviews for that product, they would actually gain trust towards that product or be more likely to subscribe to that product. So this would also be the same case as a traditional PR, where a PR agent would tell you to spread the positive coverage about a particular product to other people as well. Then we have inbound marketing. So this refers to the marketing method where you attract, engage, and delight customers at every stage of the buyer's journey. So you have to make sure that the buying journey that they have, the buying experience that they have, is good so that they actually return or they actually recommend other people to do that as well. So blogging, video marketing, email contact lists, and more are the primary channels of inbound marketing. So let us now talk about a career in digital marketing. So if you're interested in this particular field, if you think you have the talent and what it takes, so let me get you through what actually is required and why should you choose a digital marketing job role.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So one of the key advantages of choosing a career in digital marketing is that it is very easy to shift career paths to and fro. So currently, if you're in a different job domain and you want to shift your career to digital marketing, it is very easy to do. And if you are actually in the digital marketing domain and say you're not liking it and you want to switch to some other job role, that is very easy to do as well. So it is not limiting or constricting in any way. Digital marketing is obviously a growing industry with a job abundance that is not going to go anytime soon. So essentially, the job opportunities are ever expanding since we are living in the digital age, and there is no possibility of these job opportunities ever going away in the time that we are foreseeing. And then the compensation is based on skill, high margin of negotiation. So essentially, that means that the salary point that you would get in the career of digital marketing is entirely based on your skill and experience. So, say you worked for a company, you enhance their sales or you enhance their subscriptions, right? And you have that on your portfolio, then that basically gives you an endless margin of negotiation whenever you join as a, say, social media manager or a digital marketing manager with any other organization. Your portfolio would essentially speak for itself.
If I get any kind of hike, that will be a bonus to me. And I think that all credit goes to the Intellipaat because they have taught me so well.
Hello Abhijit, I'm Shweta from Digital Marketing Team. Please tell us about your background and skill sets.
My name is Abhijit and I've worked in Cipla for two years. And after that, I've worked with Godrej for 1.5 years. And the skill set that I've learned from these two industries are mainly MS Office and CRM.
Okay. What was your objective of the training?
In my last service with Godrej, I've experienced that through sales and marketing profile, I was doing conventional marketing. So the world is moving towards the digitalization part. So to increase my skill set, I should have that digital marketing background and digital marketing information and knowledge. For that, I've opted for this course.
Okay, that's nice. How did you find our course material?
Course materials were really very good because I have a MBA background. It is very easy for me to get through the initial part. But if anyone who is not from any marketing background, even he will find it very easy to go through the courses. It is so easy for them and it is so well balanced and well planned.
Okay. How did you find our trainers?
Trainers were very good, starting from the marketing part. They have explained the marketing part and the Excel and then the SEO part. They have explained everything in a very nice way.
Which feature of Intellipaat's course you like the most?
Feature, if I have to choose one, that will be the interaction between the teachers and the students during the class. I think that is the most important part, because if we don't get to interact, then the doubts that we have, those doubts will never get sorted out. I think that is the most important part, and that every teacher and every instructor has held the session so well that we never had any doubt after the class at least.
So after completing the course, was your objective fulfilled?
Yeah, definitely. I think my objective was to become a digital marketer and to have a course that a span of 6 months. During this span of 6 months, I've learned a lot from Intellipaat, and I think my objectives have been fulfilled in a quite good way.
Oh, that's really nice to hear. So after completing the course, what major change has happened in your career?
After completing my course, I thought I have hand-on experience on the tools that we use for digital marketing, whatever you call it, whether it is SEMrush, whether it is Href, or whatever you call it. We have a good knowledge about the tools and hands-on experience and how to use that and how to improve our digital marketing profile. I mean, whenever I will be working in any company, these are the basics and these are the pillars to get to know and get to have a better knowledge and get to optimize the work that I will be doing with the company.
So the question was, is there any special incident which you like to share with us?
Yeah, definitely. They have given us an assignment, and that was on marketing. So that assignment was related to giving a PowerPoint presentation. So that PowerPoint presentation, while giving the PowerPoint presentation, that was okay with me. But after that, the teacher and the instructor, they have instructed me how to do the PowerPoint presentation in a better way. I think that I have learned from an online platform from Intellipaat. That was very encourageable for me. I think.
Okay. Would you like to recommend Intellipaat's course to your friends and family?
Yeah, definitely. I would recommend I already recommend 2 to 3 people about Intellipaat, and I think being my friend, they will 1 or 2 people will definitely join the courses of Intellipaat.
Okay. And all the best for your career.
Thank you very much, Shweta.
Creativity is rewarded. So basically, this is not a job role where you're fixed on a set track and you have to do some routine work every day. You have to be innovative, right? And you have to think out of the box. So here is the factor where creativity comes in. So the more creative you are, the more innovative you are, the better outputs you would create when you are working as a digital marketer. And then skills do not become redundant with the technological shifts. So since we are living in the digital age, we are not talking about traditional marketing here. We are talking about digital marketing. No matter how much the technology changes or shifts, your job will not become redundant and your skills will not become redundant. If you were working in the technical domain, you might be working on a particular version of a technology today, which might become redundant tomorrow or which might be replaced by another technology tomorrow, right? In digital marketing, that is not the case. The platform may change, the social media websites may change, but the core of the job role and the skills, the core skills that are required to be proficient in this job role, they will not change. So, how do you start your career in digital marketing if you're interested? So, firstly, there are a lot of ways. One of the optional ways is learning web development. When you learn web development, which is a very sought after skill to acquire, you essentially open a lot of opportunities for yourself. Web development in itself is quite a good job. When you combine it with your expertise in digital marketing and advertisement, you can go places with it. And then, obviously, the core fundamental principles of marketing with marketing management and copywriting, abundant reading and social media awareness to remain up to date with trends and technology. So, naturally, if you're working in this particular job domain, you need to be aware of what is going on around you. You need to be up to date with the trends. You cannot stay away from it and still hope to be, be able to connect to your customers. You need to be aware of what the customers are up to these days. So you need to keep reading articles. You need to keep checking YouTube. You need to keep browsing Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and such. Then you have to keep your portfolio public. So whatever you do in your career in digital marketing, you need to be able to advertise it. So whenever you switch job roles or whenever you apply for a freelance job, you're able to advertise it very easily so that the client or the customer can see it or the employer can see it and be able to hire you based on it. And then obviously online courses help you a lot because if you look online for content in this particular job domain, you'll get a lot of stuff, but you'll not get stuff in a very streamlined manner. You need to be able to streamline your focus on a particular line and then be able to focus on it to be able to excel in this career. So online courses help a lot with that. So let us talk about the digital marketing job description. So the roles and responsibilities that are included in digital marketing would include analyzing digital data to draw key recommendations around website optimization. So you would look at the website data and understand what the customers would want and optimize the website according to it, or tell the people who are supposed to optimize the website they should do that, and conduct social media audits to ensure best practices are ensured. So you should see the social media websites are following the marketing standards. Maintain digital dashboards of the several accounts that you have. So you may have an account on Quora, you may have an account on YouTube and Instagram. So you should be able to coordinate all of that by keeping a common dashboard. Coordinate with the sales team to create marketing campaigns. Get the data from the sales team, analyze the efficiency of your previous marketing campaigns, and then decide your new marketing campaign based on it. Prepare emails to send out to customers, monitor key online marketing metrics to track success, maintain and create online listings across e-commerce platforms, ensure that the brand message is consistent. So your brand message, whatever it is, whether it is based on integrity, trust, it should be consistent all throughout. Skills that are required for this job: strong communication skills for articulating ideas to colleagues and clients. So your communication skills should be extremely important because you're going to be presenting your marketing strategies to the stakeholders. Attention to detail and accuracy. So essentially, whatever message you're trying to send and the accuracy, you should ensure that the message should not have any typos in it, and if the message is clear. The ability to work independently and flexibly. So you should be able to coordinate your work in an independent manner. You should not be reliant on any other particular member of your team for your own job tasks, and you should be flexible. So most of the times, if your company is launching a new product or your company is devising a new marketing strategy, you would be required a lot of the times, and it may be sometimes at odd hours. So you should be able to adjust your hours accordingly. The capacity to prioritize and work across multiple projects. You should be good at multitasking, the ability to work as part of the team. So, if you're working with a team, most probably the sales team, you should be able to coordinate with them very easily. Organization skills with the ability to deliver a high volume of quality work. Your work should be focused on quality and not quantity. Creative skills for contributing new and innovative ideas. So, creativity is obviously required, as we discussed earlier on. The ability to work well under pressure and meet deadlines. So, marketing is done for promoting products. So, you should be able to work well under pressure because a lot of times the company really wants their products to be successful, and that pressure would come onto you. So, you should be able to handle that pressure really well. Networking and analytical skills. So, you should be able to communicate with people and create your own advertising networks, and you should be able to analyze customer data as well and sales data as well to understand basically what sort of strategies would work and what should you recommend to the customers and what marketing strategy you should use. Knowledge of existing and emerging social media platforms. So, as we discussed earlier on, keep up to date with social media and basic IT skills. So, you should know Excel, you should know PowerPoint presentations, you should know basics of web development and basics of SEO. If you're working as a manager and if you're working as an SEO expert, definitely you should know a lot about SEO. So, with that out of the way, let us get to the salary of a digital marketing expert. So, if you are a digital marketing manager, the average in the United States would fetch you about 77,000 US dollars. In India, it would fetch you about 10 lakhs. And in the UK, it would fetch you about 40,000 pounds. Now, keep in mind, they are not the starting or the end salaries of a digital marketing manager. It entirely depends on the brand that you're working for and your experience. So, based on the same concept, we have SEO manager. So, in the United States, it's about $75,000. In India, it's about 6 lakhs. And in the UK, it's about 38,000 pounds. For an SEM or PPC expert, which is pay per click, $55,000 in the US, 4 lakhs in India, $25,000 in the UK. For a social media manager, here is where it gets a lot interesting. In the United States, it's about $90,000, but due to the abundance of social media brands out there, this could range from $90,000 to about $400,000 as well, based on your experience. So, this is one job role that you should completely look out for because it is extremely relevant in today's world. In India, it's about 6 lakhs per annum, and in the UK, it's about 32,000 pounds. Then finally, we have a content writer. So a basic content writer in the United States would fetch about $42,000. In India, 3,50,000, and in the UK, 21,000 pounds.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So coming to the first point on this top digital marketing interview questions and answers set, it states briefly explain digital marketing. Well, one thing before even we get into the answer of this, make sure you do not get carried away because the question specifically says briefly, right? So make sure you keep it as concise as possible while answering this. So digital marketing is one of the world's most important domains right now in the case of online space, because this is exactly where we're trying to, put all the methodologies, terms, techniques, where we're scaling brands, products, and we're bringing a closer interaction between the customers and the people who are providing these for us, right? There are many things that when it comes to digital marketing, there's SEO, email marketing, social media marketing, and many other domains, many strategies, and of course this is an ocean in itself. So this is something that you can use on understanding how you should answer this question. Coming to question number 2, it states, what are the types of digital marketing in the industry? Well, again, this is another question. Make sure you do not get carried away with the question. Understand that there are many types of digital marketing, and it is okay if you cannot state all the types, but at least 5 should help you out. We have email marketing, we have social media marketing, we have SEO, that is search engine marketing, then we have affiliate marketing, content marketing, search engine marketing, which is SEM, and of course PPC, which is pay-per-click advertising as well. So these are the mainframe, I'd like to call the foundational aspects of digital marketing types, and there are many others, and with every single day that we're trying to cater to a wider variety of audience, there are more methods that are being created as well. Coming to question number 3, it states, please define SEO in brief. Well, SEO actually stands for search engine optimization, as you might already know. So what this is, it is a structured approach, it's a technical approach that we take in helping us drive a higher quality and of course a higher quantity of traffic onto the website as well. So our website may be of a brand, it might be of a product, or it might be of a service that we are offering. So considering all of this, you want more people to land on your website, right? You want the traffic rate to be increased. So this number that we put in, what we call as the incoming traffic rate, to increase all of that and to make sure that the people coming in are actually genuine, they're not spam bots, and they're they're of high quality in a way that when they come on the website, there's a good chance they're going to make a purchase and leave. So to cater to all of these things and to make sure that we do it all organically, we use SEO. So organically means we do not have to pay any sort of money to the search engines to get the website up in the rank, but we do it organically as well. So that is how you can approach this question. Coming to question number 4, it states, what are the top 5 ways to increase traffic to any website? Well, as we mentioned, right, since digital marketing is not a one-time solution for all the problems out there, so each individual problem has its own solution. So whenever someone asks you saying what are the top 5 ways to increase traffic, it is very subjective, because it really isn't possible to tell you the top 5 and say, hey, this will work for you, because that is wrong. So how do you answer this question, right? So make sure you pick up the top 5 methodologies which are well oiled. It means that there's a good chance that no matter what domain you're in, these 5 methodologies have proven to work before, and it should work for you as well. So we have SEO interlinking, we have content marketing, we have paid advertising, volume based catering, and of course email marketing as well. So these are some of the top 5 ways you can actually go on to increase traffic to any website regardless of what they're doing as well. And of course you can mention any other top ways to increase the traffic as well, but at least in my opinion, mention 3 or 4, and if possible do talk about them as well. See, there's a lot of things when it comes to paid advertising that you can talk about. There's a lot of things when it comes to interlinking, content marketing, and more as well. Coming to question number 5, it states, what are keywords? Why are they considered important in this domain? Well, keywords, as the name suggests, literally are the thing that people search for. So these are the words that people type in to search for something on a search engine or anything, right? So if you are implementing SEO in your strategy and your website has to appear whenever someone searches for this, it means that this is the keyword that you're catering to. If someone searches in Google saying Nike women shoes, and if you are a person who's selling Nike women shoes, then you have to do everything you can to make sure you rank up higher on the Google search engine's first page, right? So if you do that, there's a good chance someone's going to come to your website, land on your website, make a purchase and leave. So that's how this works. The most important thing about us is this. With keywords, you can actually analyze it into a good amount of depth. You can go into the details of it. Keywords are used. Keywords can be exploited if they're done correctly. And at the end of the day, if you do everything right, you will turn in more revenue if that is the base requirement of your digital marketing campaign. And of course, it makes sure that you're putting your brand out there as well. So coming to question number 6, it states, where all can keywords be used to drive more traffic to a website? See, keywords can be used in a lot of places, right? So you can answer probably this question in multiple different ways. And if you just pause the video right now to think of an answer, I'm sure you guys will come up with a lot of ways, right? But the most important ways where keywords have a lot of impact is, when you have content which cater to the keyword in terms of the web page title, the web page URL, the meta description, the content you actually put on the website, and of course, all of the headings as well. So if you use the keywords in these 5 places, right, there's a higher probability of driving in more traffic, because all the algorithms that work in the search engines, they'll crawl through these, they'll understand that you're catering for the keyword, and they'll want your website to rank as well. So coming to question number 7, it states, what are the 2 main ways of categorizing digital marketing? The 2 most important ways that we talk about marketing and digital marketing is inbound marketing and outbound marketing. See, inbound marketing is completely based on the customer, right? So you have a customer, or you have a set of customers that you're catering to. So you'll write blogs for that, you'll create social media channels, you'll talk about your product there, and you will just keep the entire scope, the entire focus on your customer and work on what's required to get your product out there. Now, when we're talking about outbound marketing is a little different, because here what we're trying to do is that we're trying to find the need for product requirement and how we can actually go on to provide it. Now, inbound marketing might cater to a smaller set of audience, but outbound marketing is definitely a huge audience as well, right? So think about putting billboards up. In the case of conventional marketing, you have televised advertisements, you have magazines, and all of these conventional methods which can be considered as outbound marketing, right? Even though inbound marketing, there's 90% of chances that it can cater in a more bigger audience compared to outbound in today's online world. But at the end of the day, there are subtle differences that exist, and it's just in the subtleties that we have these main ways of how we can categorize the working and what sort of clients, what sort of prospects the methods bring in as well. Coming to question number 8, it states, what are some of the most used digital marketing tools today? Again, there are many tools out there in the world of digital marketing, but then there are these top tools which, of course, you as a person watching this video should know, right? So there's Google Analytics, we have Ahrefs, we have MailChimp, we have the GKP or the Google Keyword Planner, we have Kissmetrics, Keyword Dictionary, SEMrush, Mossbar, and we have many other tools that we make use of digital marketing as well. So at least pick up on, let's say, 3 or 4 tools, or maybe 5 tools, and maybe give an introduction about one tool, and talk about it to show that you actually know that as well. So if you're on this video, I'm sure you guys might have used one of these tools. So whatever tool that you know out here, make sure to mention about that. Coming to question number 9 next, it states, what is pay-per-click advertising? Well, one thing you really have to understand is that pay-per-click is something which is extremely popular in the world of digital marketing. It is one of these methodologies where we actually have to spend money and we have to pay the advertiser, to actually put up the website. And whenever there's an advertisement that gets put up, and there's a small amount of money that gets transacted every time there's a person who clicks on this advertisement that's shown on the website. So, for example, if you probably are reading a blog somewhere, or if you're just browsing around on the internet, you will I'll see an advertisement panel, right? So someone has paid that website owner to put up that advertisement, and as soon as you click that, there's a small transaction that happens in between the website owner and of course the person who asked for the advertisement to be put up as well. So it literally, as the name suggests, it's pay per click. So every time there's a click, there's a payment that happens and money moves around in a very small amount, of course. So considering this is actually very popular because this brings in a lot of different prospects at the end of the day, and it works. This is one of the most important methodologies that's widely used in digital marketing. Coming to question number 10, it states, what is black hat SEO? See, one thing you have to understand about black hat SEO or any other techniques that are used in SEO is that all of these techniques are aiming to get a higher ranking out of these search engines. So again, black hat SEO is one of these methods as well. It's this approach which says no matter what, let's get the rank. So there's a lot of unethical things that get done here because every search engine out there has its own guidelines that you have to follow. So if you're not complying with these guidelines, it means that it is unethical. You will be using a lot of methodologies which is not approved by the search engine people. And of course, when you keep doing this, right, think about link spamming, think about adding hidden links or fishy links and all of this. So when you're doing all of this, it will give you a huge surge in the ranking immediately. But of course, the surge that you get is short lasting. It is definitely not long lasting because all of these search engines have extremely intelligent algorithms working in the back, and they can pick it up, and of course they can start deranking or delisting the website as well. So you might be wondering, why would they even require that short surge in ranking, right? So that is actually done to make sure that they might be catering to a quick sell and a quick get out. So in that policy, they'll come in, they'll get the website to rank, probably have the product to rank, get the word out there and be done with it. So in that case, they're establishing their brand in a very rapid way. But to grow it, I would definitely suggest either using white hat or any other ethical method in digital marketing as well. And then there might be a follow-up question for after the black hat SEO question, which is, okay, so what is white hat SEO, right? See, white hat SEO on paper is one of the most used SEO techniques across the globe out there, because here you will be making use of a lot of techniques which is ethical, which is present in the guidelines of the search engine itself to make sure that you're not doing anything wrong in the perspective of the search engine. So there's a lot of things that is involved in white hat SEO. It's website optimization, it's creating good quality content, adding backlinks, a lot of things where you will be doing everything legally, you'll be doing everything ethically to make sure that you get a very good rank as well. Of course, you will not see a huge surge in rank and of course the landing traffic as black hat SEO, but this is a slow and steady growth, and this anything slow and steady, it usually tends to outlast something which is very highly rapid paced, right? So in that particular case, that is white hat SEO. And then there's one more type which is called as grey hat SEO. Grey hat SEO, as the name suggests, grey is a mixture in between white and black, literally, right? So in this case of SEO, that's the same as well. So it's basically a mixture of both white hat techniques and black hat techniques too. So the person, a grey hat SEO developer, what this person will do is he or she will make use of techniques from both the sides of the table. So one day you're working on something which is ethical, which is in the guidelines. The next day you might be working on spamming a little bit of internal links or doing something fishy there, using the best of both cases to get your website to rank. Now you might be wondering, why shouldn't everyone try this, right? See, there's a huge hit or miss that happens in grey hat SEO. Half of the time the algorithms cannot pick up grey hat, and most of the time they do, of course. But if it hits, then you'll get a huge surge in rank and the search engine thinks it's ethical. If you do not, it means that you'll start getting delisted and deranked. So it is a literally flip of a coin. But then if it works really great, or it doesn't work at all. Of course, considering all of this, it's really best to stick to white hat SEO. Coming to question number 13, it states, can you state some methodologies that can be used to improve conversion rates? See, whenever we're talking about conversion rates, right, it's the ability of you catering to your audience with beautiful content, an aesthetically pleasing website, and providing good functionality as well. Now, if I have to go through 10 pages to buy a product, I definitely will not do it. This is the common consensus from thousands of people. That's why the e-commerce sites that are very popular today are keeping it as simple as possible. With probably 2 or 3 clicks of a button, you can purchase something. So to keep that kind of a good user experience is definitely something that will help in improving conversion rate. When we talk about conversion rate, it's basically when a person lands on the website, they're a prospect, right? They're just looking around. When they start adding things to their cart, and once they actually make the purchase, they're a customer. So this entire goal of taking someone from a visitor and making them a customer is what we talk about when we think about conversion rates. And of course, it's always vital that there are new methodologies put in, but a good user experience definitely helps to drive the conversion rates. And then the 14th question states, what is Google AdWords? AdWords is actually, as the name suggests, it's advertising words. It's a short form. It's an advertising service that gets provided by Google, and it is one of the most widely used advertising service as well. Because here, what we're trying to do is it works very similar to PPC, and it's one of the world's most widely used PPC systems as well. Since it's Google, of course, everything is structured, everything is brilliantly made. It doesn't cost a lot, and you can have your budget set up. You can work on how you'll be working on payments, what sort of content that you have to display, how it has to be displayed, when, what, why. So you'll get a lot of flexibility for a small amount of money. It definitely isn't small if you're if it could be tough if you're a small time company, but at the end of the day, the returns that you get from AdWords is huge. So in that particular case, Google AdWords add a lot of value to the digital marketing campaign. Coming to question number 15, it states, what is the difference between SEM and SEO in brief? One thing you have to know about SEM is that the basic difference lies in how it works. SEM stands for search engine marketing, while SEO stands for search engine optimization. With search engine marketing, what we're trying to do is we are purchasing advertisements on various search engines, and we are forcing our website to rank. So we are paying the search engine and asking them to get us to rank. With SEO, that's not the case, right? With SEO, everything is organic. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get use of all. So what we're trying to do is we make use of all of the top of the methods that we have, all the tools, all the techniques, and we're organically trying to bring in traffic. That means that we literally are not paying anyone anything. Of course, I mean the search engine, and we're bringing in a lot of traffic that way as well. So considering that, SEM and SEO work very differently, but at the end of the day, they have a common goal of bringing in more visitors to the website, having more landing rates, and a higher rank on the search engines too. Coming to the 16th question, it states, what social media channels are popular today in terms of digital marketing? See, whenever we think about social media, there's many forms of social media, right? There's social media for everything, and there's one new social media probably coming out every month. So considering all of these, there are a lot of big guys, right? See, you have LinkedIn, you have Facebook, you have Instagram, you have Snapchat. In today's world of especially influencer marketing, Instagram is showing a lot of potential, and influencer marketing is an ocean of its own. And I'm sure if you're here, you might have already watched an influencer marketer pitch an item for you, or in fact, you yourself could be influencers as well. So considering all of that, there are many types of social media. For example, LinkedIn is used for jobs. Facebook is a very good pipeline where you can actually learn a lot of things. You can market your products very subtly, bring in a lot of people, have a lot of discussion groups and all of that. And Instagram is where you can showcase your product and be trendy and all of that. So answer this question based on your knowledge about how much you use social media and how best do you think what each social media can cater to. Coming to question number 17, it states, why has digital marketing grown to be this huge compared to offline marketing? See, whenever we think about digital marketing, right, it has shown nothing but exponential growth over the past few years, and there's many reasons, right? So again, do not get carried away with this question, because you can probably talk about this for half an hour straight. So keep 4 or 5 points in mind and make sure to talk about that. One thing about digital marketing is that you can directly cater to the customer's need if the customer is 1 kilometer away or 1,000 kilometers away, no matter what, right? It gives you that extra outreach. And of course, when you have a good exposure to the product, what happens is that you will understand your audience better, you will get better feedback, you will know how to work with it. With conventional marketing, right? So you'll probably put an advertisement on a newspaper, and of course, it will reach a lot of houses. But at the end of the day, you will not get a feedback from these people saying they just read a newspaper, they see your advertisement, and they're done. So they have no way to give you good amount of feedback immediately, and you cannot analyze as well, right? So if 10,000 newspapers got printed in one particular locality, doesn't mean that 10,000 people read your advertisement. So there's no way to track it. That advantage you have in digital marketing. And of course, you can be a person who's selling a product or having a brand in one part of India, and you have most of your clients in the USA as well. That's how it works with digital marketing. And most of the cases you are basically open to the entire globe. And consider the newspaper example. Same, once you have it printed, once it goes out, if there are any changes that needs to be done, change in pricing, change in discount, or change in anything minor as well, it cannot be immediately done, right? But if you have a website with digital marketing, this change can be done immediately to make sure that you're not putting across maybe a wrong message or an incorrect message to your audience as well. So considering a lot of these points, digital marketing, there's a reason why it's popular, and I'm sure if you guys are on this video, I think you will know why as well. So coming to question number 18, it says explain AMP in brief. See, AMP is actually a short form. It's an abbreviation for what we call as accelerated mobile pages. So how AMP came about is that it was actually a brainchild of the people at Google and another very important social media platform, that's Twitter. AMP is actually an open source library. What it does is that it helps users to come up with a very simple web page without having to put much efforts into it. So what this does is this gives you quicker loading, and once you make use of AMP, what you're trying to do is you're making sure that your website doesn't take a long time to load, and that it really does not have to go through multiple platforms to be optimized for, and you really don't have to optimize it for every single website. So at the end of the day, the goal is to keep it simple. The goal is to load it quicker and to make sure that no matter where you view it from, no matter what browser you view the website from, it has to work fine. So to do all of that, we make use of accelerated mobile pages. And then coming to the 19th question, it states, how can you assess the impact of social media marketing? See, one thing it's very important that you have to know about digital marketing is the amount of money that you spend. You can track everything with metrics in today's world. There is nowhere that you'll have a blind investment and you will not know what you're getting, right? So in the case of social media marketing, you can check the number of followers. It can be Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, the number of likes you get, and how many leads, how many people are interested in the comment section to buy your product. You can have direct engagement, again same in the comment section, or they can DM you as well. In that particular case, you can talk about what they're happy about the product, why they're not happy, if they have issues that you would like to resolve. Content sharing with each others, of course, brand outreaching where you're trying to put yourself out there, subscription offers, and there's a lot of things in social media marketing. You can probably fill up the entire page, and maybe you don't even have to think about it, but you can give 20 different metrics on how you can track social media marketing, right? So this is a pretty straightforward question, but it's very important that you actually talk about them as well. Coming to the 20th question, it says, why is email marketing considered as the most effective way of digital marketing out there? See, with email marketing, there's millions of mails that get sent every single day, right? So it has the outreach, it has the potential, and it has a good way of bridging the gap that exists between customers and providers. So keeping this in mind, there's a lot of things that goes in on the back end that proves that email marketing is one of the most efficient way, one of the most effective way in which you can actually reach your customers and drive results out of it as well. So considering all of that, it actually is a very nice way to convert your customers pretty quick. Question number 21 states, what is click-through rate? Click-through rate, this question can be also reframed as what is CTR. CTR stands for click-through rate. So it's basically the number of times someone actually landed on your website by either clicking on a promotion, clicking on an event, or clicking on any sort of advertisement as well. So this click-through rate will tell you about if your advertisements are working, if your promotions are working, if people are actually clicking on it to get on your website or not, and if they do, how many people are doing it as well. There's a lot of other metrics that you can track about how long they're on your website, what's the scroll depth, and a lot of things as well. But the basic thing about click-through rate is that if you have an advertisement as a barrier, or if you have the advertisement as a gateway, how many people are crossing through those gates. Coming to question number 22, it says, how is return on investment calculated, or how is ROI calculated, right? Again, a very simple question, but return on investment you really have to know is that it is a literal difference between sales amount and the investment in marketing. So whenever we talk about ROI in the case of digital marketing, what is the amount of money that you put out? What is the amount of money that you took out of the company to hire digital marketing experts, to buy digital marketing tools, to pay for search engine marketing or any other kind of marketing channel channels, pipelines, and tools, and what is the actual sales that you made, or what is the actual outreach that you're getting. So once you calculate this difference, you will understand that that this is the amount you spent, X amount you spent, and Y amount is the return that you're actually getting back as well. It's a pretty simple thing, but there's a lot of companies who are very, very keen on holding a good return on investment, and with digital marketing it doesn't take a lot of skill to actually get good return on investment, considering the person whoever is working on the pipeline is an expert, of course. Coming to question number 23, it states, what is the difference between page sessions and page views? So the simple differences between a page session and a page view is that whenever we talk about a page session, it's when a person actually lands on a website every single time. That's a session. If a person is on the website, a session is created and they're either viewing one or more pages that are present on the website. That's a view, because they're actually interacting with the website and they're not bouncing off, right? So to track all of those metrics, we make use of page sessions and page views. Coming to question number 24, it says, what is the difference between Google AdSense and AdWords? So AdSense basically help the companies create all the spaces that's required for AdWords on their website, where they should put it up, what they should do, and how they should do it right. And AdWords, of course, they're advertisements, right? So in the entire Google's ecosystem, AdWords is the most famous PPC out there, the way you can put out advertisements. But if you have to think about talking about AdSense and AdWords, make sure you talk about how they work together as well, because working with AdSense means you'll be using AdWords, and working with AdWords only adds advantage if you are making use of AdSense as well. So having this kind of relationship between AdSense and AdWords is definitely something that you should talk about. But the basic differences is that AdSense helps in creation of spaces, while AdWords helps in posting advertisements. Moving to the 25th question, it says, what is your interest towards the field of digital marketing? See, with this question, the interviewer here is trying to assess what is your level of understanding in digital marketing, what is your level of commitment, and of course, the way you should answer this is, I cannot tell you one answer that's going to be right for you all, right? So you have to talk about your interests, your commitment to the field of digital marketing, and of course, your passion towards digital marketing as well. It can be something that has inspired you to pick up digital marketing, or that there's a problem that you are very good at solving, you have a knack for digital marketing, and people really like whenever you try to market a product, or you're very subtle with it, or whatever the reason is, right? So this question completely depends on you, but then you can use the foundational approach that I gave to go on to answer this question. Coming to question number 26, it says, what is the difference between do follow and no follow links in SEO? Do follow links, as the name suggests, will actually tell the search engine and its crawlers to follow through and come on the website and crawl around and find all the details that's required to provide indexability. Whenever we talk about no follow links is when you tell the search engine to not follow, and to make sure that you will not use any of that to whatever links that you have put in your no follow part of the code, right? It means that you're telling the search engine to not actually consider all of that for ranking the website. That's the basic difference that exists in between do follow links and no follow links. There's another difference is that do follow links, yes, considering how they work, affects the ranking of the websites. But if you have put in a no follow link, no matter what you put there, you're telling the crawler not to get into that, so it really will not hurt your rank or influence it in any way. Coming to question number 27, it says, how can a platform such as YouTube be effectively used for digital marketing? With YouTube, I don't think I really have to stress a lot, right? Because it is one of these amazing digital marketing pipelines where there's millions and millions of people every single month. So whenever you think about it, this is one of those places where you can cater through videos to the people out there. You're watching this yourself on YouTube as well, right? So you will understand that we have a direct relationship with you guys. You will have a goal to the campaign. So we, of course, will have a goal to our own campaigns, and we'll be meeting that as well. So to drive healthy traffic to your websites, to get your rank up, and at the end of the day you will need a lot of good content as well. So it doesn't mean that no matter how aesthetically pleasing your video is, if your content is not good, it doesn't mean you will rank, because at the end of the day, in YouTube especially, content is extremely important. Your website should be good, it should be elegant, your videos must be informative, and only then, when all of these three things come together, you will have a successful YouTube campaign too. So whenever you're asked about this, of course you can add on more points, and then talk about how you think YouTube is very effective in today's world of digital marketing as well. So coming to the 28th question, it states which platform is looked at when candidates want to post or refer to job related advertisements. Whenever we think about anything related to jobs, the first social media that comes into mind is LinkedIn, right? Because this is one of the most famous social media out there for active job seekers, professionals, and whatnot. So, if you're wondering if LinkedIn is the only place, well, no, there's a lot of other websites. There's InstaHire, there's Naukri, there's Shine.com, there's many other places, including Indeed.com as well. So, all of these guys have the same goal of bringing together recruiters and, of course, bringing together candidates and giving them a common platform to express what they want and what they're getting out of the jobs as well. So of course, whenever we ask this question, I think it's a pretty straightforward question, and the answer would be LinkedIn, Naukri, Indeed, Shine, and all of these other famous social media platforms as well. Coming to question number 29, it says, how can you measure the success of a social media marketing campaign? See, whenever we talk about success of a social media campaign, it means that we have something solid to prove it by, right? For example, analytics. So you'll be using multiple metrics in the case of digital marketing to actually showcase that, something worked or something doesn't work. So you have to be a numbers person, and you can prove a lot with numbers too. You can check the number of clients, the number of leads, what's the traffic that's coming in, number of sales, how many conversions from prospects to customers. And of course, once you have details in depth about your website, about your entire campaign, about what your image is, on the social media marketing platforms, basically you will get this direct correlation of what's happening, what's required, what are you doing, is it working or is it not working. So with all of these, you will have one close idea of understanding whether you're either close to your goals or you're moving away from your goals, and what is keeping you there as well. That's the most important part of how you should measure success with social media campaigns. And of course, with today's innovations, there's multiple tools out there that will help you do so. Coming to the 30th question, it states, why is an anchor tag used as an SEO practice? See, an anchor tag basically is the text that we use whenever we have to hyperlink anything, right? So basically, a hyperlink is a link that's embedded in the text, and as soon as you click on it, it takes you to the link that you have hyperlinked. So an anchor text is very, very important here, because this is how the content actually gets ranked on multiple search engines, right? So whenever you put out a website, it doesn't mean that it will always rank on Google or it'll always work on other search engines as well. There's DuckDuckGo, there's Yahoo, and there's many search engines apart from Google too. So in that particular case, hyperlinking is this connection, is this anchoring that states, what you can actually have a way to assess of how your content ranks on multiple search engines, and it gives you the functionality of clicking on text and opening a new link as well. Coming to question number 31, it states, what are some of the disadvantages of digital marketing? See, one important thing whenever you're answering this question is that start by saying that there's multiple advantages, right? Because at the end of the day, with digital marketing, the advantages, no matter how small they are, they will outweigh all of the disadvantages out there, right? So, but then doesn't mean that it doesn't have any disadvantages at all. There are many disadvantages too. So, whenever you're talking about disadvantages, it is just that it will create a very high transparency in case of pricing and competition, because as soon as you put out a price out there, your competition already knows what you're selling it at, and they can drop their price and you can lose a client as well. And then when we're talking about globalization means you will be competing with the entire world out there. So that will bring in a lot more competition too. And of course, with digital marketing, there is always a threat of cybersecurity. There's always a threat of privacy issues that will have to be worked on too. And it's not only just this, it's just that, whenever you're working on digital marketing, it can get really expensive to hire experts. And of course, it can get definitely expensive to buy all the tools, buy all the, understand all the methodologies. And at the end of the day, setting up a marketing pipeline, especially at the starting stages of your company, or if you've never had a digital marketing platform before, is going to be expensive. So, you can talk about these 4 points. These 4 points are extremely important in understanding the disadvantages of digital marketing. Now, coming to question number 32, it states, what are the limitations with respect to the number of characters in Google AdWords advertisement? This is a very important question, and this gets asked a lot. See, the most important thing is that they have asked you for two things. One is the number of characters in Google AdWords basically, and what are the limitations that you can put in, right? So whenever we talk about headings and subheadings, understand that you can have a maximum of 30 characters. But whenever we're talking about descriptions and subline texting, there you can have about 90 characters in length. So 30 for the headings and the subheadings, and for the descriptions, it has to not exceed 90 in length. So 90 characters specifically. So whenever you ask this question, it's a straightforward question with an extremely straightforward answer. So put it out that way. Coming to question number 33, it says, can you name any 5 email marketing tools that are widely used? Of course, I'm pretty sure you guys can name at least 3 or 4, right? So this question should not be of a high difficulty to you guys. There's multiple tools out there, multiple email marketing tools specifically. You have ConvertKit, Autopilot, HubSpot, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, and many other tools that are used out there. And of course, if you have used any of these tools, make sure to talk about your experience with the tools, what you think about the tool, to what level of proficiency you have used it. All of that will always add a lot of advantage to your candidature in the company as well. Coming to question number 34, it says, can you define the life cycle of a shopper on a website? See, this is a very simple question. It can be considered as a sales funnel as well, so right. So whenever someone comes on your website, as soon as they land on your website, they become prospects. Prospects is when they are actually looking around on your website. As soon as they click on your website, it's basically as soon as they start clicking inside your website. As soon as they click on the website, they can actually bounce without doing anything, so don't be confused. Now, once they start interacting with your websites, they're looking to see if they can buy something or there is something that's interesting to them. And once they're interested, they'll actually give you a little bit of details, maybe that you're giving a subscription out, you're giving a discount out or something, or they're adding it to the cart and they want to purchase it. So once they start giving you their details and once they start putting items into their cart, they go from prospect to become converted as a lead. Now, the entire conversion, right? Whenever we talk about conversions, as we have talked about multiple times in this video, it's basically talking about them going from prospects to lead. And of course, once they make a purchase, after the sale is done, they become customers. So taking this interest in converting prospects into customers is exactly what we're talking about when we talk about the life cycle of a shopper on the website. And then coming to question number 35, it states, what are some of the bidding options that are available out there right now? Whenever you have to consider about paying for marketing, right? But there's two main important things, two main important bidding options out there. One is the CPA, as we call as cost per action, and then of course, as we discussed before, we have CPC as well. So cost per action, again, as the name suggests, whenever an action is performed on that particular advertisement, it means that there's a transaction happening. And CPC is a pretty simple way of advertising, as you already discussed, because as soon as the person has clicked through, then there's a transaction that happens. Now, the next question states, what are the top 5 C's of digital marketing? Well, the top 5 C's, as we call it, is actually depending on very important factors that play a huge role in digital marketing, right? They are content, their creativity, that's consistency, good communication, and of course, customization as well. So whenever you talk about this, there's no order in answering to these, but do talk 1 or 2 lines about what each of them mean, right? For example, good quality content is essential. You have to be very creative in your digital marketing, because if you're doing everything that someone else is doing, you are not being creative. And then consistency, right? Of course, customers will love a consistent brand, and it will basically help you with your outreach. It will help you with your brand growth as well. And then when we talk about communication, yes, you need to have a good communication pipeline with your customers too. And direct communication is definitely preferred. And customization, right? Customization is very important. Now, so coming to question number 37, it states, can digital marketing completely replace traditional marketing in the future? Well, with this question, what the interviewer is trying to understand is that he or she wants to know how deep you know about the subject, or how well you have used digital marketing, right? So the best way to go on to answer this is to state real world examples and to say, hey, this is where people tried conventional marketing and people tried digital marketing, and this is where digital marketing worked. So real world examples are the way you're supposed to answer this question. And then, whenever we're talking about digital marketing too, so the most important thing that you have to understand here is that, digital marketing is very strong today. It has a lot of perspectives, and it's forever growing to be a good entity, right? So no matter how much traditional marketing is trying to make a comeback, there's no way, in my opinion, that it can overpower digital marketing too. But instead of fighting it against each other, digital marketing versus traditional marketing, so instead it'll add a lot of value if we can make use of both digital marketing and traditional marketing as well. Now, coming to question number 38, it says, can you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 depending on your proficiency in digital marketing? Again, if you are a good expert in digital marketing, make sure to rate yourself as honest as possible. That is very, very important, right? So if you are a beginner and if you say I rate myself 9.5, you might be asked extremely technical questions, or you might be asked questions in depth that you might not be able to answer. So but that doesn't mean that you have to rate yourself very low. That will hurt your confidence as well. So the interviewer itself, right, in this particular question, he or she is trying to see how spontaneous you are, what's your confidence level, and how well do you know the subject. So completely based on what you're trying to achieve in your digital marketing career at wherever you are. You might be a fresher, you might be a person, intermediate user, or an expert. Answer it as honestly as possible. That is important with question number 38. Now, moving to the next question, it states, why are you applying for the digital marketing role in our company? See, one important thing that you really have to know is that whenever you are answering this question, which says why digital marketing, you have to talk about how you will fit into their company, right? They're specifically asking you, why are you applying for our company? So talk about their company, talk about what experiences you have or what education you have, and how best you can use those skills to drive that particular company to success. So doing all of this, you will require some basic stuff. You need to know what the company is, what they do, what is the audience they cater to, what's the job description, what's the compensation they're providing, of course, and every detail of the company is going to help you in a way where you can shape your answer perfectly for this this question as well. So I cannot give you one answer and say that this is how you are supposed to answer. This is a question where you can have a good amount of freedom while answering the question as well. Now, coming to question number 40, it says, has your prior education helped you with digital marketing in any way? Again, this is another important question that depends on you. If your prior education actually helped with digital marketing, talk about the latest courses, or talk about the latest program that you finished in college. If you worked on something which is very different from digital marketing, do talk about how that helped you shape your digital marketing career in a way that you are right now. Of course, if you had a direct digital marketing career or learning in college or school or something, you can tell that directly. But if it doesn't, don't just say no, education hasn't helped me with digital marketing. That's not the right way to answer. The right way is to say, even though you never started out with digital marketing at the start, but there are a lot of other things that definitely put the thought in your mind about how you can work your way towards becoming a digital marketing expert as well. So talk about all of that, and it's very important too. Coming to the 41st question, it states, how can we create new leads for the marketing pipeline? Well, how do you create new leads, right? It's the most important question the interviewer can ask to you. There's a lot of ways you can answer this question, but the most important thing is that you have to understand and analyze the sales funnels and all the techniques that goes into building that tunnel and seeing it through. Apart from all of that, again, there's so many things that you can do. You can start with customizing the content, driving a better user experience, making sure your website is very responsive, or maybe you're driving a very good campaign on social media that you want to bring over for conversion of people. And of course, there's many different ways that you can create new leads, right? Most of the time, it is usually social media marketing or email marketing that brings in the most number of leads for marketing, but it depends on what the company is doing too, right? So there's a lot of ways you can answer this question, but you can use my approach as a foundational one and then work on that. Coming to question number 42, it states, what are the latest trends in digital marketing today? Well, what are the latest trends? Again, it's a very subjective question, right? Because what's today's trend is something that there's a good chance it's going to be outdated tomorrow. But as of now, what's trending is people putting out long form videos. People are actually concerned about the content that they put out for their product. People give you personalized content, and this is something which is extremely important, and I really like it. There's voice searching, there's Google Discover, there's virtual reality, there's augmented reality. So there's a lot of ways that companies are trying to get in touch and impress prospects into converting them into customers. And it's just not these 5 or 6 that I've mentioned on your screen, right? You can probably name 10 or 15 things that's trending right now, but you do not have to stress on anything. Just make sure that this is how people are doing it. If you can give a real world example, for example, IKEA is a store that gives you this virtual reality app where you can click videos in your room by placing furniture right there, even though you have not made a purchase, right? So that's something which is going to attract a lot of sales too, because someone who's on their phone can literally see what the sofa or the what the cushions look like in their house, even though it's not there. That kind of flexibility brings in a lot more customers. So talk about some real world examples of that, something that's trending right now, and that should help with your answer as well. So coming to question number 43, it states, what is viral marketing? Viral marketing, as the name suggests, is taking up an effective form of marketing in a way where it grows really quick. Whenever we say that video went viral or that concept went viral, right, it means that it grew really quickly and that people really liked it. There was a lot of rapid expansion happening. There's a lot of rapid interaction happening between the customer, the product, the brand, or the people who are using it on the internet, right? Things go extremely viral on the internet every now and then. So every day there can be something that's viral. So in that particular case, there's a lot of competition here. It doesn't mean if you find one thing which goes viral that your entire marketing campaign will stay that way, but it is a very good way to put your brand out there really quickly to friends, to families, or anyone else too. Now that we're living in a pandemic, there's a situation where not many people were wearing masks before the pandemic, right? Because mostly we were wearing it for, let's say, pollution or something. Now masks went viral because it went viral for a very important reason, is that it's extremely effective. Everyone out there needs to wear a mask right now. Now, considering all of that, if you see the marketing that went into it, right, even though much marketing didn't go into it, the demand itself made it viral. So that is another way you can approach viral marketing too, and of course telling that out should add value to your candidature too. Coming to question number 44, it states, what do on-page and off-page SEO optimization methods mean? Whenever we talk about off-page SEO, right, it literally states doing all the things and using all the methodologies and the processes which will bring in, it will basically add to your rank. Even on-page SEO adds to your rank, but on-page, as the name suggests, is everything that is on the page. So it literally talks about the structure of the website, the content that you have put in, the way your user experience is driven, how well your website loads, how quickly it loads, does it work really good on a mobile platform. So doing everything on your page and of course away from it is the basic difference it lies in, as you can basically see from the name of off-page SEO and on-page SEO as well. So coming to question number 45, it states, can you explain some scenarios where bad links are used? See, this is a lot of unethical things sometimes whenever making use of bad links. There are many scenarios that lead to it, right? For example, you'll be using paid links, you'll be using links which are unrelated or very far away from the topic. That's not good. You'll be making use of links that are either spammy or they're flagged by the search engine saying this is not right, you're not supposed to use it. And of course, you can start spamming variety of link exchange sites. You can go on to media and you can have this kind of a shout out for a shout out kind of a concept and spam each other out. And of course, it's not just that, right? You can have one single anchor from multiple sites causing spam again. So using these kind of links in these kind of scenarios, it is definitely bad as per the ethics of search engines, at least. Now, coming to the 46th question, it says, what are the necessary steps that are taken to avoid a rank penalty? See, a rank penalty is when a search engine has actually started deranking you or they're putting your rank down for a reason. So how can you avoid this? And doing this will give you a better rank, of course. So how can you do it? You should stop linking yourself to another website which might have a bad ranking. Doing that will definitely help you rank better. Avoid using poison words. Avoid using these kind of catchy clickbaity words whenever you're using hypertexting. Make sure that there is zero plagiarism on all levels of content creation and content optimization as well. And one important thing is that make sure you do not redirect through your refresh meta tags. And this is a very important point. Point number 3 and point number 4 are probably the most important things that you should do to avoid penalty. But yes, this is a very important question that will definitely be asked in my opinion. So have these 4 points as the foundation to approach this and answer it too. And now coming to the 47th question, it says, what is your plan after joining this digital marketing role? See, one important thing that you have to talk about is how you have the capability and the understanding to know about the company and how you can start working with them at the earliest, right? See, it's not that you just go there day one and by the end of day one you have done a lot of things. You'll have to start with understanding how things are already there, how well you fit into the company, where you fit into the company, what kind of a structured plan that you have to either lead the team or to be a part of the team itself, and then you can work on implementing the plan that you have, verifying it, sitting with your board members or whatever it is. I have multiple iterations. That's the important thing, iterating this and doing it in a loop where you'll find a new plan, you'll implement that plan, try to see if it worked or not, find a new plan, implement it again. So this looping thing that goes on is very important too. So again, use this as the foundation, but answer it to the best of your ability too. Coming to question number 48, it states, do you have any previous experience in the digital marketing industry? Well, this question can be asked both for freshers and experienced professionals as well. For freshers, if you have any experience learning and making use of digital marketing in the industry, you can talk about that. You can talk about certification programs. But then if you are a person who has a work experience before, make sure you elaborate on that, talk about it. But if you're a fresher, guys, one important thing is don't say, no, I do not have any experience. Keep the important aspect of saying no as less as possible. It doesn't mean you have to say yes even though you have not done it. What I'm trying to say is, do not say no, but talk about, come to the point, but take an out of the box solution, right? So if you're a fresher who might have been a product of digital marketing, or you've marketed something probably away from your career as well as a hobby or something, talk about that, because no matter what you say, anything apart from no, I haven't done it, will add some sort of value to your candidature. It's very important that you know that. And then coming to the 49th question, it says, do you possess any other skill that can add value to this digital marketing role? See, there are many skills that you might already have whenever you're thinking about digital marketing. So if you have any other skill that you think is going to add a lot of value apart from what you have mentioned on your resume, or apart from the initial discussions that you might have had, talk about that. For example, you might be extremely good at tracking analytics. You might be very good at designing an entire end-to-end digital marketing campaign program, even though you might be applying for a very basic role. You might have the capability to lead a team. You might have extremely good communication skills, very good project management skills, and all of that, right? So whatever skills that you possess which you directly haven't mentioned on your resume or haven't conveyed to the interviewer, this is the chance to do that, because this will add a lot of value to you as an interviewee there, basically, because to convince recruiters is not easy in today's world, but you can make it very easy if you know how tactfully you should answer these questions as well. Now, coming to the final question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, certifications, you will know the numerous advantages that you will have, right? You will be open to jobs. You will be certified by top companies out there. You will be working with professionals across the globe who would have taught you the courses, the certification programs and whatnot. So you will know that you will have a plethora of advantages. But what should you do to convey this to the interviewer? Well, the interviewer will know that if you have had a certification program, that it means you're serious about this particular career, that you're putting your time, your dedication, your effort, your money into becoming an expert and having, making a change in the world out there. And let's say if you're a person who's coming from a background of electrical engineering and now you want to become an expert in digital marketing, you picked up a certification course and you completed it with all the good hands-on projects and the industry level exposure that it provides, it means that the interviewer will know that you have a strong aspiration, you have a passion towards this particular domain, and that you have the capability to learn really quick and learn in a structured way, of course. So this is what you should be conveying. Now, how do you do that? Well, to do that, if you have multiple certifications, of course, name the multiple certifications that you have done in the case of digital marketing. But instead of just talking about what all you've learned and what's the program all about, don't do that. Talk about how you have used it. Talk about the practical experience that you can drive out of these programs. Talk about how best that you have used the program. So talking about that, telling about how you have solved a practical problem is definitely going to add a lot of value to your candidature too.
If I get any kind of hike, that will be a bonus to me. And I think that all credit goes to the Intellipaat because they have taught me so well.
Hello Abhijit, I'm Shweta from Digital Marketing Team. Please tell us about your background and skill sets.
My name is Abhijit and I've worked in Cipla for two years, and after that I worked with Godrej for 1.5 years. And the skill set that I've learned from these two industries are mainly MS Office and CRM.
Okay. What was your objective of the training?
In my last service with Godrej, I've experienced that through sales and marketing profile, I was doing conventional marketing. So the world is moving towards the digitalization part. So to increase my skill set, I should have that digital marketing background and digital marketing information and knowledge. For that, I've opted for this course.
Okay, that's nice. How did you find our course material?
Course materials were really very good because I have a MBA background. It is very easy for me to get through the initial part. But if anyone who is not from any marketing background, even he will find it very easy to go through the courses. It is so easy for them, and it is so well balanced and well planned.
Okay. How did you find our trainers?
Trainers were very good, starting from the marketing part. They have explained the marketing part and the Excel and then the SEO part. They have explained everything in a very nice way.
Which feature of Intellipaat's course you like the most?
Feature, if I have to choose one, that will be the interaction between the teachers and the students during the class. I think that is the most important part, because if we don't get to interact, then the doubts that we have, those doubts will never get sorted out. I think that is the most important part, and that every teacher and every instructor has held the session so well that we never had any doubt after the class at least.
So after completing the course, was your objective fulfilled?
Yeah, definitely. I think my objective was to become a digital marketer and to have a course that a span of 6 months. During this span of 6 months, I've learned a lot from Intellipaat, and I think my objectives have been fulfilled in a quite good way.
Oh, that's really nice to hear. So after completing the course, what major change has happened in your career?
After completing my course, I thought I have hand-on experience on the tools that we use for digital marketing, whatever you call it, whether it is SEMrush, whether it is Ahrefs, or whatever you call it. We have a good knowledge about the tools and hands-on experience and how to use that and how to improve our digital marketing profile. I mean, whenever I will be working in any company, these are the basics and these are the pillars to get to know and get to have a better knowledge and get to optimize the work that I will be doing with the company.
So the question was, is there any special incident which you like to share with us?
Yeah, definitely. They have given us an assignment, and that was on marketing. So that assignment was related to giving a PowerPoint presentation. So that PowerPoint presentation, while giving the PowerPoint presentation, that was okay with me. But after that, the teacher and the instructor, they have instructed me how to do the PowerPoint presentation in a better way. I think that I have learned from an online platform from Intellipaat. That was very encourageable for me.
Okay. Would you like to recommend Intellipaat's course to your friends and family?
Yeah, definitely. I would recommend I have already recommended 2 to 3 people about Intellipaat, and I think, being my friend, one or two people will definitely join the courses of Intellipaat.
Okay. And all the best for your career.
Thank you very much, Shweta.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below.